Chair Esquivel, if you want, you're welcome to begin at any time.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, October 6th. It is 9:30, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Board Member Tam Dodak, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Assisting us as well as our staff, the Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, and the Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend. And assisting her is Margie Argel. Obviously, today's meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please do speak clearly into your phone or microphone when you come up and provide comment. In order to comply with COVID restrictions and the governor's executive orders, we don't have a physical meeting room, and instead, as we have for the past 6+ months, we'll be webcasting today's meeting. So you will either be viewing this webcast from the Cal EPA website or on YouTube Live. But if you are looking to provide public comment today, you need to be here on the Zoom platform. And so if you have not done so already, please do email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov to receive a password. It's also at the top of today's agenda, so please just follow those instructions if you wish to speak on any item today. I think with that, we can now move on to public comment. And public forum is a time at the beginning of each board meeting when any member of the public wishing to speak on an item that's not before the board can do so. And I'm sorry, I don't have my speaker card up here quick enough. Ms. Townsend, do we have anyone here for public forum?
We do indeed have a few public speakers. First up on our list today will be Mayra Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, we're going to offer you the opportunity to share your video, and we will be unmuting your microphone or giving you the opportunity to mute your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer.
Hi, good morning, Chair, members of the board and staff. My name is Mayra Hernandez, and I'm a community organizer with Community Water Center. I want to begin my remarks today by thanking Chair Esquivel for your willingness to listen to us on the matter of Chrome 6 MCL. And we know that adopting a health protective MCL as soon as possible is also a priority of yours. CWC has been organizing in the Central Coast for approximately 2 years now. And during that time, we have been able to facilitate 67 well tests in the Central Coast through the Regional Water Board's free well testing program. And we found that 11 households have chromium-6 levels higher than the 10 parts per billion, and 8 households have chromium-6 levels between 7 and 9.9 parts per billion, which is just below the former MCL. That tells us that many more households in the region undoubtedly have toxic Chrome-6 water. And through public data, we also found that 2 schools in the Bajo Valley Unified School District with primarily disadvantaged students have high levels of Chrome-6. In addition, there are 22 schools served by the city of Watsonville's water system, in which 6 of 12 wells have chromium-6 above 10 parts per billion. As we know, currently many disadvantaged communities are facing multiple hardships due to the pandemic and the wildfires, many of which were already faced with the issue of not having safe and affordable drinking water from their taps, not only at home, but at their schools as well. So in this time of despair, we want to ensure that our communities have access to resources, especially resources around water, because it is their human right to have access to safe and affordable drinking water. Due to the lack of an MCL for chromium-6, many communities are in a terrible limbo state between knowing their water is unsafe, yet without the knowledge as to what to do to protect their families from this carcinogen. So we strongly encourage the board to set a more health protective MCL, meaning a level lower than the prior MCL of 10 parts per billion as soon as possible. A more health protective MCL is economically feasible due to the development of new treatment technologies and the implementation of the new SAFER program, which can assist low-income communities that need help to reduce Chrome-6. More importantly, communities are paying the price now with their health. So we need this MCL established to help these communities obtain the same access to safe water that most of us are already, have the privilege to enjoy. So anything that slows down the process would be inhumane to those with toxic Chrome 6 water. And finally, we ask the board to ensure Chrome 6 impacted communities can access interim bottled water now. And we ask that the board work with communities and technical assistance providers to begin planning for the needed long-term solutions projects now, because every year we wait is 1 year longer of toxic water for children and their families. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for the time this morning, Ms. Hernandez, and for your comments. Much appreciated. Next, we have Chris Webb.
So we do not yet have Chris Webb in the participant room. However, I do want to check because we do have a couple phone numbers that did not correlate to any of the individuals who registered. So Chris Webb, if you happen to be on a phone, if you could press *9 and raise your hand. Otherwise, we will move on to the next speaker. Okay, then Chair Esquivel, I would recommend you move on to Andrew Westerman.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Westerman.
Good morning. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Good morning.
So my name is Andrew Westerman. I'm a homeowner and community member in the Monterey Bay area. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I studied geography at UC Santa Barbara. I minored in earth science. I was an operations intern at Goleta Water District, so I have some familiarity with water quality and the issues that we're discussing. I also work for the company that deepened Renaissance High School's water well, which is one of the wells affected by Chrome 6 in the Pajaro Valley area. Most of my life, I lived in the Santa Cruz area, where Chrome 6 is not so much of an issue as it is here. Several years ago, around the time that you guys deleted the MCL level, I purchased a home in the Watsonville area, and I did have my water quality tested for nitrates, coliform bacteria, and the usual basic constituents. Chrome 6 was not detected in this water analysis. For 2 years, I drank, excuse me. For 2 years, I consumed untreated well water from my home, and then later found out, thanks to Community Water Service, that my well was contaminated with Chrome 6. Let's see. So thanks to the test results, I was able to now provide bottled water to my tenants and to myself to consume safe water. So due to recently discovering this Chrome 6 contamination, I would like to just make it known to the board that it is very important and affects community members like myself, and that we do need to establish an MC level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Appreciate you taking the time this morning to address the board. Next, we have Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action.
And Ms. Ventura, we've given you a chance to share your camera and also asked you to unmute. Yeah, Ms. Ventura, I see you're raising your hand. In the lower left corner of your Zoom application, there should be a microphone.
How's that?
That works.
There you go.
Okay, sorry about that because I'm on the phone as well. So thank you for taking the time today to hear me. I'm here on behalf of Clean Water Action and our members throughout the state to also speak on the urgent need to continue work on the MCL for hex chrome. And I just want to say that I've been personally involved in the process of regulating this contaminant for well over a decade. And we continue to be distressed that tens of thousands of people are still being exposed. We appreciate the board's movement on this. but we are very concerned about delay efforts from outside of the board. Most recently, both industry and Aqua have sent letters to this board suggesting that before we reestablish the hexachrome MCL, we need to revisit the PHG. And this same specious message has been heard in the legislature. So let's just remember the history of this situation. The need to regulate hexachrome was so clear and so urgent that in a very rare move, the legislature actually required that the state establish an MCL by 2004. And yet, even with that directive, it took the Department of Public Health until 2014, 10 years late, to establish an MCL, partially because of the pressure and delay tactics from outside parties. So new questions about the visibility or the viability of the current science on which the PHG is based are really tired arguments that go back to the establishment of the current PHG. There was a huge pressure on OEHA at the time over the PHG, and opponents to regulation continually questioning the analysis of one of the most respected scientific agencies in the country. It was with hexachrome that responsible parties started the second peer review request, which is their right, but has also become a knee-jerk reaction to any drinking water regulation to delay further action. And at the end of the day, all this delay does not change the fact that people suffer from exposure to hexavalent chromium. You've heard two speakers already on that, and that we need to protect them. So denial that hexachrome is life-threatening is not any more credible than denials of climate change. And this is not only borne out by OEHA's original analysis, but also by their review of new science that has come out since. And just a reminder that the court did not disagree with the regulation on the basis of public safety in 2017. It simply decided that the Department of Public Health at the time had not made clear in its economic analysis why the MCL should be set at 10 parts per billion. And ironically, environmentalists and impacted communities agreed about the economic analysis, but we didn't understand why the MCL should be so much higher than the PHG. We'll obviously look at that again when the new MCL is proposed, but that means we need it to move forward and to continue work on this. I do want to thank staff for their hard work. We thank OEHA for sharing their thoughts on the most recent data on hexachrome, and we particularly thank those water agencies who prioritize implementing treatment for hexachrome even without an MCL to protect their constituents. Many did that. Since all of California was supposed to be protected by 2004, those who have lagged behind have little excuse for not doing the same, given that they've had a 16-year extension. So we do want to thank the water agencies who have taken this very seriously. I want to end on one last note, and that is yesterday I was speaking to a colleague at the Natural Resources Defense Council. They are unable to participate in today in these comments, but they did wish that I would remind the board that they too did sign on to a letter that included. And we thank you very much for working on this and continuing to make this a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. Appreciate you taking the time today to address the board. Next, we have Michael Claiborne from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I believe at that point, we'll conclude our public forum. Mr. Claiborne.
I will just point out, Chair Esquivel, that Mr. Webb has joined us at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Then it is not, and we will hear Mr. Webb after Mr. Claiborne. Mr. Claiborne.
Okay, I think I got this to work. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and the board. My name is Mike Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'm here representing both Leadership Council as well as Tullyville Mutual Nonprofit Water Company. My comments today are in favor of moving with all urgency to set a new MCL that is as protective of health as possible. And I'm here today because industry, certain water districts, and responsible parties are urging both this board and the legislature to take action to delay this process even more. And that's a position that we strongly disagree with. Tullyville Mutual in particular supports moving forward with a new health protective MCL. As I'm sure many are aware, Tullyville has hexavalent chromium in its drinking water above the MCL that was struck down in 2017. And all indications are this is a natural contaminant in Tullyville. The community has advocated for consolidation with the city of Exeter for the last 2 decades, really since 2001. Voluntary talks to date have not worked and don't appear to be working. And the loss of the MCL in 2017 complicated the state board's authority to order consolidation pursuant to SB 88. Without the MCL, Tullyville residents are exposed to an unregulated carcinogen and rely on bottled water for drinking and cooking. They avoid long showers. We've been told that some parents won't let their kids swim in pools filled with the water during the hot summer. This is really an untenable situation that none of us should accept. I'm not oversimplifying when I say that I believe that if there was a hexavalent chromium MCL today and for the last 3 years, the state board would have ordered consolidation and Tullyville would have safe water today. We urge the board not to countenance requests for additional delay and instead continue to move forward with all reasonable haste to set a new health protective MCL. Thank you for your consideration and for staff's work on this and all the work of this board to protect drinking water for residents.
Thank you, Mr. Claiborne. I appreciate you taking the time this morning. And that leaves us with Mr. Chris Webb. You should be invited here momentarily to share your camera and or unmute.
Okay. Hi, so I am a teacher at Renaissance High School. I'm distance learning at this time. I am in favor of us enacting, or the government enacting, a health protective MCL. In 2015, the issue of chromium-6 contamination in the water at my school was raised, and so we were provided with bottled water. And then when the MCL was removed, the services for the water were ceased, and then but there was no change in the actual quality. So this raised a lot of trust issues with the students and parents in the community. And then we had to fight just to maintain that bottled water service. And it was going to come out of our district, our site funds. So my students would have lost access to resources because of that. Also, the reason I would also want a health protective MCL is because without it, basically the district is saying that we get these annual consumer confidence reports, but the testing doesn't distinguish between chromium-6 and chromium-3. And because the district will say, oh, well, we're following the state guidelines. So because the state guidelines are basically insufficient right now, we cannot get sufficient monitoring. And it's also like, that's just the minimum, getting the monitoring. There's also, like, when it comes to actually fixing the infrastructure issues to have clean water, that's a barrier that without the MCL, they're just going to say, hey, we're following the law. So that's the gist of my comment. Thank you for your time.
More importantly, thank you for yours, Mr. Webb, and thank you for the work that you do as a teacher. You know, as the son of educators, I know it's not an easy job, and so just thank you. Really appreciate it. And that now, I believe, concludes our public forum. And so thank you, everyone, for taking the time to come and address the board. Again, public forum is the opportunity to do so on items not before the board discussion today. So thank you. With that, we can move on to our first board item, which is adoption of the previous board meeting minutes.
We've also held 3 question and answer sessions where members of the public are welcome to come and bring any questions that they may have related to SAFER.
Thank you. Was that Adriana? Oh, okay. Sorry, I think
it was an inadvertent unmuting. But.
Okay, yes. Okay, sorry about that. Then yes, moved on to item number 1 and adoption of the minutes, and I'll take any, yes, I mean, We're undecided now.
I'll move for adoption of the minutes, but I also just want to make a request to staff in follow up to the public forum. If Mr. Bohemus is listening, I would like for a scheduled briefing on the status of the Chrome 6 MCL, please. With that, I'll move for adoption of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And just to briefly touch back on Board Member Dodek's comment, Mr. Polhamus, yeah, we should definitely have an update on where we are on the MCL here sometime soon. And if there's anything you'd like to say further, by all means.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to give you all a quick update. So we are still on schedule for putting out the economic feasibility, the economic worksheets and calculations. It won't be the feasibility determination, but the information that would be used in the economic feasibility determination as a preliminary component of the draft in November, followed by the full reg package scheduled for February. And of course, we would, as we get that ready and have a recommendation for the board, we would begin board briefings hopefully in December, January timeframe leading up to the release of that draft package. So happy to have any other questions you may have, but figured I would brief all four of you instantly right here because that's pretty much all we have to say at the moment.
Perfect, thank you. And I should have allowed you that opportunity after the comments there, but thank you for that. And that brings us to our second item, which is an update on COVID and response.
Which happens to be me as well. So I wanted to run through quickly. Obviously, this is a follow-up to the board's discussion of previous board meetings concerning concern about the COVID emergency as it continues to play out here across our economic and societal landscapes. I figured I'd take a moment to just kind of recount kind of where we've been with COVID as far as drinking water safety goes. There was, in my mind, I've kind of broken it into kind of an initial phase of COVID emergency response, and very, very early in the emergency, there was some initial concerns about the quality of drinking water. And we did a bunch of pains to be clear that we believed, and I think it has now been totally proven that the treatment technologies that were previously in place were able to handle and remove COVID. So there was no security issue, water security issue, or contamination through the water distribution system, and make sure the public was at rest regarding that action and being able to continue forward. And that guise and shelter in place was a key component. Following that, there was then concerns specifically around potential materials being available as the economy kind of shuffled through some initial phases of destabilization. Luckily, California wasn't hit very broadly by those. We were on standby to see if we could assist if that did arise, and pretty much everything was averted. There was a couple of close calls, but everything seemed to be rolling along good. And of course, we were always concerned, and many water systems took action to protect their personnel. That was obviously a threat of consideration, was how their personnel, maintaining healthy personnel, able to operate a public water system takes a lot of experience and expertise. And so making sure that they were available and present was key. And I think every water system has managed that to date very well and done a good job in that regard. Originally, I mean, as the economy started to feel its impacts, of course, I was thinking long-term worries and how it would play out, and everybody's been trying to crystal ball exactly what the economic impacts could be and would be as we progress. And it's such an unprecedented emergency situation and disruption to the economy. It's really hard to know how to do that. There's not other cases we can really follow along that give us some information on how to guess what may be coming. But I kind of always envisioned that this was going to be a second phase, a long-term component associated with the financial capacity and impacts of both water systems themselves, and then particular some of the consumers as the economy and different sectors of it were hugely impacted through closures of different types of businesses and whatnot that have limited employment, and the emergency measures that have been taken at the federal level and state level for addressing the workers and economy. So we do find ourselves at a moment in time where I think we now need to contemplate a little bit deeper exactly, long-term impacts, and those impacts from the economy are starting to show their place. We have anecdotal reports of several water systems, one of them reporting about a 35% non-payment rate in their current billing cycles, and another one reporting as high as 50%. And of course, those are very distressing. I don't know of many water systems that can operate long in that range. And these are not just little tiny systems. Both of these are systems of a reasonable size that you would not expect to see this unless their communities, as their economics, just social economic components and their job sector community lays out is such that it's they're hit especially hard. So one of the key components of all our emergency work we do is both the collection of intel and the planning associated with that. And of course, we find ourselves here at a moment of multiple emergencies running. We are actively, the Division of Drinking Water and Water Board staff are actively engaged in the fire emergencies that are ongoing and the communities that are impacted from those. We've had several instances and bouts now across the state of potential power issues that we had to respond to as well. But I do see now that we should be concerned, and the board expressed this at their last board meeting as well, that we probably need to proceed into further advancement of what we've done. So to date, obviously, just to kind of recap what we've done in partnership with the Office of Public Plan, I'm going to get it wrong, Office of Research Planning and Performance. We did some work associated with a voluntary outreach web type of component or a survey, so that people could respond to us over the web survey and let us know kind of how they were doing with some broad questions and ranges of impacts. On the wastewater side, we've got a reasonable response there that gives us some indication of how they're doing. On the drinking water side, at the maximum after outreach via phones, we were able to achieve 10%, but that doesn't seem adequate to the moment in time. So there's actually now, I think, evolving as we consider this, two main areas or lines of investigation we need to conduct. The first one is some information associated with water systems financial capability and their ability to move forward. And that's kind of at the water system level and proceeding to understand their financial position, what impacts, continued degradation of that financial position may impose and going forward. And then there's a second question, which is more along the lines of what kind of consumer debt potentially could be building up in the water sector. This both has an immediate impact on the society, but I think it has, for our particular purposes and our regulation, a component of understanding what the availability of people's ability to fund water systems into the future, the improvements those water systems will need. We were just talking about CRUM 6, which will take investment from the water systems before us as we modify that MCL. And so there could be long-term impacts associated with that. And those pieces of information, obviously we don't have direct actions that we can take at the moment, but understanding at least some scope of that and whether we need to do some emergency planning around assisting water systems in an emergency basis for inability to acquire materials due to financial impacts, or what it could mean long-term associated with how they will manage customer debt and what that impact could be to them and water delivery as a whole, I think does raise enough concern that we should contemplate proceeding. And the board had asked us here at a previous board meeting to consider multiple options, and staff have been diligently working through a full range of options, everything from obviously continuing the voluntary survey that we were not having much success with, through to possibly on the other end of the spectrum, doing emergency regulations and using our regulatory authority to have information delivered to us specifically in a reporting scheme and or order to try to understand deeper where we're at associated with these two financial questions. So I think today, I should include, we also just trying to figure out what we can do. We looked at what is happening across other states and other areas. So here in the state, the California Public Utilities Commission did take action for their Class A's and B's and has ongoing reporting of some pretty specific financial information associated with that under their authority and jurisdiction, and they manage programs with those water systems appropriately. But I should point out to people that probably don't know that that's 13 water systems in the state. It does represent about 1.5 million Californians, but it is not a very big slice of our water utility sector. Very important one, and enough that we should have that information. And we're working with them to try to gather that information as soon as it can clear some legal hurdles and be made available to us so that we can use that in our assessment and maybe coordinate with what future actions we may do. There's also been some national surveys from AWWA and others that were kind of quick surveys that answered some of these questions in a tentative sort of way, but didn't really provide a lot of confidence or specificity as to how different communities in California were performing. And so it doesn't provide an adequate level of understanding for really trying to deal with a possible emergency response. And then also now announced by US EPA is that they will be conducting a survey. What I know at the moment is that it's supposedly 14,000 systems that include a combination of drinking water and publicly owned wastewater works. So presumably that could be split 50-50 or some ratio, which would be 7,000-ish across the nation water systems. They have said that they will let us know what systems in California will be asked to submit that voluntary survey, and will be let know the questions as soon as we can. So we're working to get those, to also make sure that we coordinate as best we can there. So this all background brings me kind of to a moment of a recommendation on how we might proceed. So following in line with what we have had success doing here in the Division of Drinking Water and our relationships with the water systems we do regulate, for question number one, the financial viability component, I would recommend that the board consider basically putting us on an emergency response posture, which means I will redirect staff to begin conducting a version of a phone survey and filling out our own internal database associated with that. This is a bit short of an order, but we believe water systems will work with us to provide us the information. And of course, we can proceed to other measures if we find that for some reason we're having difficulty with that. But generally speaking, when we're working in a response, and I think when we make the case that this is starting to reach the level of importance as far as understanding what could be coming at us as a society here in California and protecting everybody's water quality and delivery of water, it's important to take this next step and do that. That of course comes at cost to us. We will be redirecting staff from some of our normal work, which happens with pretty much all the emergencies we respond to, like the fires and the power outages this year. So I don't want to diminish the fact that when we do sanitary surveys, that's a very important role we play to make sure that water systems are able to continue to provide a system. So there's some risk at this as well in redirecting from our core task over to it. But obviously it's a balancing need associated with a pending possible bigger disaster. I'd hate to be doing the same old thing, knowing that something could be coming and not preparing for that potential poor or bad outcome. The second question gets a bit trickier. The second question, as you recall, was consumer debt, and that has a broader component. And for that, we're a little more difficult at it. We can obviously incorporate that into some of our planning associated with phone surveys, but I think we would suggest that we might be able to get some broad information in cooperation with entities beyond us, and would like to kind of engage in a bit of some sessions with the different industry representatives and areas that deal with water and have membership and can quickly get at possibly coming up with some information and numbers, and then conducting some type of phone survey amongst all of us to be able to get at that. So we are talking in the range between these two questions, enough of a statistical sample to be able to feel like we've got a feel for what's going on. So we're not going to call all 2,903 public water systems, but a large enough proportion of those that our data would be considered to be statistically significant enough and within enough air bounds that we could have confidence that what we're doing is there. That represents 300-400 water systems, at least for question number one, where we're considering the threat is most likely at the smaller water system scale. So we can trim down our population some that we need. Obviously, the second question of consumer debt load and impact can exist in any community, any size water system throughout the state, and needs to be a much broader reach to understand what that is and what the potential impacts are there. So it's a bigger question and a little bit more difficult to get at in some regards. So we need to kind of work with the water systems and partners to come up with an approach there. So I'll end there and start taking questions from you or suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. Very early on, especially when the moratorium was put into place, we became concerned about what is the outcome or impact ultimately when it comes to mounting debt, knowing that water shutoffs were used and are used previous to the moratorium by water agencies to ensure payment. The voluntary survey, as you outlined, didn't work out. We didn't get the data points we needed, but I think this board has been clear that we need that information. And it's not just out of curiosity. And we know that it is out of a great sensitivity from a number of water agencies to really provide that sort of financial information to a regulator. As we continue to see with the economic crisis, and as we begin to hear from systems, not just smaller systems, below 200 connections or otherwise, but 5,000 connection systems here that are having these 30, 40, 50% ratepayer impacts. That is not insignificant. And so we need to get a better handle on this. We need to just have this data point because it's really about the follow-on discussions as to what we do as an administration, as a legislature that are really critical. So I hope that, and I know we have a number of commenters here, so I'm looking forward to hearing thoughts and perspectives. But what I hope to ensure is that we all see this as a collective effort, a critical collective effort here in the state to simply understand what's happening in our sector and how we can begin to prepare ourselves for the policy discussions that follow on to it. And that this is just a very first step and should be a little easier amongst us. So I think if we can all commit to the criticalness of this data, its importance, but really then the follow-on discussions even then, and create some trust here first in how we ask the questions, how we best craft it, how we get our best sense here and work. And what I would like to see is Mr. Polhamus and staff to work with all of our stakeholders, many that we'll hear from, I think, here today, the water agencies, environmental justice groups, communities, to figure out quickly how best to ask what we need to ask and get the information that we can. Perhaps a deadline by the end of the year to return to this board with that summary would be certainly very beneficial. Other board members' thoughts here. I know that this has been, again, we've discussed this several times over now at board meetings. We directed staff to come back with some options here. This certainly is kind of threads a needle. One side have the voluntary process, which we did a few months back. On the other, a very mandatory or heavy-handed sort of mandatory order around it. I think what we're proposing here is something of a hybrid in the middle. But I think what we need to make clear is that we need this information and we need to be able to acquire it and hope that we have the trust of the communities and the water agencies to explore this with us. Thoughts from other board members here?
Yeah, I'll just add on to that because I know I do think that it's been clear throughout this process that this board is very much recognizing that we're in an unprecedented emergency here with COVID, and that is resulting in really severe threats to drinking water access in the state. And that continues to grow, as we've seen from our limited results to the voluntary survey. There's a significant amount of small systems that are severe risk, sort of teetering on the edge of not being able to operate and provide access to their community, that there's significant deferred revenue for water systems, and that indicates real significant deferred debt burdens on households. So I think it's clear, not just from this, but also from the sort of national studies that have been done, that the extreme and rising water debt burden during the duration of this emergency is continuing to grow, and also that in particular is disproportionately hurting Black and Brown communities. And, given our commitment to racial justice as an agency and as part of this administration, I think that is of particular concern. I think as an agency and as a state, we have the responsibility to understand the California specific realities of how this crisis is mounting throughout this pandemic emergency and resulting economic crisis. And I think we need to do that before systems and households are subject to the severe consequences. I think that's clearly something that this board and staff are recognizing through these efforts. It hasn't been sufficient to date, as we've said. I think staff have done a good job of capturing the two categories. Wanted to also just emphasize from, I think clarifying the practical need and uses of this kind of data is important. So certainly, and most immediately, I think this is needed to inform our own state board responses, including our use of assistance programs and compliance tools and support that go into systems, that are at high risk of failing. We certainly have limited resources, but we do have some, and we need to understand this looming crisis before more communities don't have access to safe drinking water because of this. I think in addition to that, and we've seen some letters from around federal need and to have this kind of information, and both at the state level and at the federal level, we need to get a characterization and handle on what this is, how the characteristics of it. A basic characteristic of that is necessary to be able to craft appropriate different options for recovery and emergency response. So, I think what I would like to see, and I think this is what's being proposed and what Chair Esquivel outlined, and, I do want to hear specifically from all of the speakers here today, obviously, but in a general way, I think that we need to ensure this board directs staff to take the actions necessary to collect data sufficient to characterize these impacts, both on household debt and operations. I also think it's pretty clear that a voluntary survey is not enough thus far. We need to use all of our tools and seek partnerships to ensure that we have this information by the end of the year. We need to empower staff to be working with those partners, but also report back to us on the status of these so that we can keep a close eye on the progress and, take additional actions if necessary, if the progress isn't on track to be able to get this characterization by the end of the year. So I think, lastly, I just wanted to add, before we go into more specifics from public commenters, that I do think this is a real opportunity for us to establish a tone and practices around data collection from water agencies and partnerships with stakeholders working towards our common goals going forward. I think we all want to minimize burdens on water agencies and on our own staff, given that we're all even more impacted these days. And so I think it's incumbent on us to really narrowly tailor, clear and precise and discrete purposes, and then tailor how we collect that information most effectively and efficiently. I do think we do that in partnership with stakeholders to get that most effectively and efficiently, but I also think we need willing partners on both sides to make that happen. And not just both sides, I guess I don't think there's just two sides here. I think there's a collective commitment to ensuring people in the state have access to safe drinking water and that there's adequate access. So I would be looking for ways that a variety of diverse partners are working with us to make that happen as effectively and quickly as possible. And so, I look forward to hearing public comments on this and appreciate the work that staff has done and sort of vetting out options, what they think is going to be most effective, briefing us prior to this on additional options where we can use more heavy-handed methods if necessary. But I appreciate that we all want to not have to, I think we all want to get things as quickly and efficiently as possible. And so we're looking for that. And yeah, just appreciate the commitment from this board already on this and staff and stakeholders that have reached out on it.
Thank you, board member. Yes, other board members.
Yes.
Board member, sorry. I was looking down at board member Dodick.
Was she waving?
Yeah, she was.
Go ahead, board member Dodick.
Oh, thank you. I just actually wanted to follow up on what board member Firestone said. Is there, looking forward as you make these phone calls and collaborate, which I support, is there a checkpoint between now and, shall we say, November, where we say this is not working? I mean, I don't want to wait until it's too late and then we don't have the information we need by the end of the year. At what point is there a check-in to say, this is not going as well as we hoped for, and we might need to reevaluate the method, our process? When does that happen?
Sure. So, I mean,
Fury is asking me to repeat myself.
Yeah. So I think the process we're contemplating is basically in a couple steps. We need to put together in-house kind of our questions in our data set, which we can, and a data tracking system. And then we need to train staff on what those questions mean and get that in place, and then begin the window of trying to check in with water systems. So this will take, through November, most likely, to get those steps in place. We're able to skip a step because there would be normally in contemplating let's say an order from us that would take a couple of weeks to get ready to send out, and then a week or so to actually deliver the order to the water system. So we're trimming off the front of this 3 or so weeks in estimated time, in kind of the best of scenarios, moving as fast as we could. Obviously, if we were to do emergency regulations, it'd be even a little longer time frame to pursue that avenue. But the back end,
can you just clarify one thing on that just before you go on? Is so your suggestion is that or estimate is that it would take through November to actually collect the data through phone calls?
Yeah, I think the goal that was mentioned by the chair of having data by the end of the year would be our kind of goal aspect of it. So I think I would envision this as our first round, and then if we were unable to get response, which I don't believe will be the case, but that would mean, I think, our second round would then need to be, contemplated as then an order. So this isn't going to be a one-time snapshot. Obviously, this is going to continue to evolve as things change. So we're going to have to repeat the cycle anyways, until we believe the emergency's passed. So I would just envision then, if for some reason we were not able to get good results, the second cycle, which would begin around the beginning of the year, would then possibly be where we would take different steps. And so we kind of need to let one pass go through to know what our success rate is in doing it and working directly with water systems.
And then one more question. At this time, Mr. Pohemus, do you have any preliminary thoughts on what core activities will be impacted by this redirection of staff?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, but it's most likely going to be across our main functions. So our sanitary survey work that we do routinely throughout the year, potentially in some districts, the permit writing activities where we're permitting water systems that unfortunately are probably putting on treatment mechanisms to address some of the emerging contaminants like PFAS and others could be delayed. Because those are like our two main core activities. And whenever we borrow for emergency response, those are traditionally where our hits go. And this would be a further extension of that, is my belief.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm appreciative of the ideas, and I know this is not a simple problem. It's one we're all trying to wrap our arms around and better understand. And obviously, as you said, Mr. Pohemus, this is an evolving emergency that we're in, and this is phase 2 or whatever you want to call it as it relates to water systems. And I've been giving a lot of thought to this, and it is, I think, a dire and a critically important question to answer, the two that you framed. And I think, making the phone calls and asking the questions to get a better understanding of what level of financial distress our water system's in makes a good bit of sense. At the same time, I am concerned that even through that process, we might miss some. We can't call all the water systems. There's thousands. Unless you're planning to do that, I just think that's an incredibly high staff workload. And I'm thinking about the fact that this is an ongoing and evolving situation, as we've said multiple times today, that this is one snapshot that we can get. It's very urgent to get this, and maybe phone calls are the best way to do that right now. But I also think we should contemplate different ideas for how do we provide a way to solicit ongoing input from water systems that may need assistance. And that might be through just a survey or some sort of tool that's just always available for them to reach out and let us know what's going on. I don't know, I want to hear from stakeholders today about that thought, but just knowing that this is going to be going on for the next year, I would guess at least, and maybe longer as we look at recovery. So, we need to be thinking long-term as we work with industry partners, as we work with environmental justice groups. Let's think through those different options so we don't need to keep, reinventing this process over and over again. So similarly, did you want to say something on that?
I was just going to just kind of give you a point of kind of where I'm guessing, our time frame. So during the power emergencies, we mobilized and were able to contact over 200 water systems within a day and a half. Obviously, that was a very short conversation, not going to be this nature of quiz, but and we're contemplating, I think, a number around 400 water systems for the survey component to give you some magnitude.
And that's helpful, and that'll be good. And I think you can reach a number of systems that we think might be at the highest risk. But as you said, you've already heard from a couple that are larger in size, and I've got to think that some of these challenges are being felt, with many of the larger systems, that you haven't heard from yet, and they really don't know, as they're in the midst of their, financial year, their budget year, they probably really don't know what those impacts are quite yet, and so. Anyway, this is just something that we need to keep our fingers on the pulse of for sure. The other thing I wanted to mention that hasn't quite come up yet is, like US EPA is acknowledging that the household debt issues, the household debt can be a result of drinking water bills that have accrued as well as wastewater. And so I just wanted to flag that, we've done a wastewater survey and actually had a good response to that. But even that data is now growing a little bit old and stale. And I think we might be able to ask some more targeted questions on that vein too, because I really don't know, what that sort of household debt accumulation is being experienced as it regards to wastewater bills right now. But what I do know is that my wastewater bill is about as high as my water bill for me personally. So I've got to think that folks that are being challenged with employment and other situations now with COVID might be struggling with those bills as well. So I know shutoffs maybe not as quite a critical issue, but when we're talking about household debt and affordability and these types of expenses, I think it's important that we not lose sight of that as well.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member. I'll note that the PUC has been able to shine a light on the other utilities a little more. Again, very different when we talk about privately owned utilities as opposed to public. And on the drinking water side, it's largely public water agencies along with the wastewater sector. So, as I understand it, the legislature actually passed some fixes when it comes to how the electric utilities and other utilities are able to actually absorb that household debt that is accruing, but very different, as we know, when it comes to public water agencies and their abilities to, because of Prop 218 and other considerations, to do that. And because it's a zero-sum game when it comes to a water agency's financial ability to forgive any cost of service that was provided to a home. So it is a very different animal. There's some movement we've seen on the private side for utilities, to your point, because it's not just drinking water, it's wastewater, it's electricity, it's the whole the package that we're seeing as an incredible burden. But we're here to do our part and inform, at least when it comes to this sector, knowing that it is very complicated. There's 3,000 plus water agencies out there that we have to try to think and consider when it comes to how we react as a state and support ourselves here. So thank you for that, board member.
I have just a couple of follow-up questions based on the discussion that we just had, if that's okay. One is, so Mr. Palamas, you mentioned 300 water systems that the board would reach out, our district engineers would be reaching out to directly. I think my understanding is that is just the small systems that we're worried about, being on the verge of financial collapse. That number isn't going to get us the sample we need to get a handle on statewide household debt. If we're going to try to get a sample, a characterization of statewide household debt, that isn't that the 300 sample is not how that was going to happen. And so I guess wanted to ask you to clarify that, and if that's true, just clarify. I think following up on board member Dudek's question, I think we need to figure out how we make sure that we're on track on that second part, or the any additional work if that 300 number isn't that we're reaching out to directly isn't covering the household debt part. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I mentioned it super briefly, but let's give it a little more time here. So the two questions, you're correct that we would be doing a sampling of the smaller systems. So not all of them by any means, because they obviously, when you look at our water systems, simply a half of them, 1,500 are under 500 connections. And so it's a lot of small water systems compared to our 400 larger systems typically that are considered out of our full 2,900 approximately inventory of community water systems. So in order to look at the finance, you're correct, we would focus a bit on the smaller scale, presumably where the impacts would be more severe and they just tend to have less resources to start with. And smaller communities could be impacted in a faster kind of way. So that just going back to my old statistics books and trying to figure out what the sample size set would be to give us a reasonable answer isn't a 300 to 400 number sampling in order to have some confidence in the results we would get. And again, they would be statistical in nature, not every community. And so to Board Member McGuire's point, we probably ought to have an open line as well of like, if you didn't get sampled and you have a problem, you should still let us know via contacting the districts, and this is how you can do it. Or if you wanted to volunteer to fill out, get your information into the survey data, we're not going to turn you away type of scenario. The second question, you're correct, is bigger. That would need to be more on the neighborhood of 800 water systems to be able to have it across the breadth that we think would be able to give us then an answer on the consumer debt question, because it is now focused on a broader population of the state and needs to include the larger water systems that serve our largest populations.
And I think just following up on that, then I think that one is going to, I would like to check in sooner, like even hear back, at the next board meeting or in a couple weeks on how feasible we think it is to get that second sample that's a far greater number, hopefully through various partnerships to sort of accelerate getting that. I just would like to hear progress and some milestones on that pretty frequently to make sure we're on track, because that's a bigger lift and one where I think making sure we're on track with, how partners are able to help us get that is going to be critical to making sure that we're going to have it by the end of the year. The other questions just following up were just on the wastewater side and Board Member McGuire's excellent point on that. For the wastewater survey that we did, which we had a good response on, did we ask about arrears and sort of household debt, or was it really just system level debt? I'm wondering if we got at that sort of second question that we're talking about, or only about the system level finance?
I think it's just system level, but let me ask Mr. Gomberg to comment. He'll have the information at the tip of his head.
That's correct. It was just system level debt on the wastewater side, but I did want to mention, again, going back to Board Member McGuire's point, we do, as you all know, collect data annually electronically from drinking water systems, and that questionnaire goes out in February. And one of the things we are trying to do as part of our data collection efforts there is get a much better understanding of what portion of a water bill is for drinking water versus other services that may go on the bill: wastewater, stormwater, electricity in some cases, taxes and other fees in other cases, so that we can really have a better statewide characterization there. I will note, however, in order to have a good data set, we need to be able to use our authority to collect that data.
Just on the household wastewater side, I mean, I think partly, and I'm not sure exactly how this works, but my sense is that because wastewater, it's pretty hard to shut that off. You don't have the same shut off issues as you do with water. That, the moratorium, there wasn't a moratorium because there aren't really wastewater shutoffs in the same way. And so I'm not sure that the household debt is building up in the same way, but it would be good. It would be good to get a handle on that. If we think about how we continue to update our information as this is progressing. I think as Board Member McGuire said, this has to be updated and tracked over time. And then just lastly, I think if we're reaching, given the anecdotal information we have on, a medium-sized system that has 50% of its, customers behind on water payments, that's really concerning. It's not going to be captured in, if our direct outreach to the 300 size is that's sort of my understanding. And I just wonder if we're, if that's the case, then it seems like as we figure out this broader survey around consumer debt, we should be making sure that there's a question on how those medium and larger systems also are seeing, the overall system impacts, so that we're at least touching on that as well, even though, it's not, our focus as much, because I think we're assuming that larger water systems have more ability to operate despite impacts on, at least in the short term.
Certainly, it's on my mind as well. We'll have to contemplate possibly, creating another category of medium-sized water systems that are known to be in economically disadvantaged areas and therefore maybe more likely, and have a group along that to make sure we're understanding what's going on there as well.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Mr. Polhemus talked about roughly 800 systems to try to get a statewide residential debt characterization, and within those, that includes large, medium, and small size systems, and certainly we can tweak with those numbers in coordination, consultation with various stakeholders, and Mr. Polhemus's staff to figure out of those medium-sized systems, which ones are likely to have more concerning customer debt levels, so we can focus there. And then I would just add, in terms of understanding the interrelationship between the consumer debt and the system financial standing, we can certainly figure out a way to characterize that. If, for example, we have a system where it's 35% or more of non-payment at the moment, what percent of the total revenue that system brings in, that amounts to, so we can get a handle on magnitude.
Sense of that. Okay, and just then following up on that, I think just, as we design the sample size for that larger effort, I think it would be important to be able to characterize or segment that based on disadvantaged community status or kind of household expense burden, so that we can see, is this happening? Are the impacts a lot bigger in communities? I think we would assume the impacts would be a lot bigger in communities where they have a really high percentage of low-income households, for example. So, I think that goes to just how we design how we get a representative picture that can characterize things. So, I think I've heard that staff is, very much thinking about that, but just wanted to reinforce then that that need to be able to not just get a handle on some statewide aggregate number, but also some characterization more broadly on how this is distributed and playing out in California.
Thank you, board member. I'll note we have about 13 folks for comment on this item, so we can begin to get into that if unless there's any other comment from any of the board members. Okay, well, great. Then our first commenter is Michael Prado Sr. And you should be invited here in a moment to share a microphone and or camera.
So Mr. Prado, it looks like you're on a phone and you've been asked to unmute if you press *6, and we might have just worked over each other there, but if you press *6 at this point, you should be able to speak.
Good morning. You hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you. Let me see here. All right. Good morning, Chairman Joaquin and fellow board members. My name is Michael Prado Sr., and I am currently the president of the Sultana-Munson CSD. Sultana-Munson CSD is a severely disadvantaged small water system that serves communities of Sultana and Munson in northern Tulare County. Small water systems like ours are seeing increasing numbers of non-paying customers. We are already down approximately 15 to 20% of revenue and expect that number to increase with the COVID and of course the holidays coming up. If this continues to get worse, it could affect the ability of a small water system to provide safe water. We are also getting questions from the community about what will happen with their water bill debt. People are worried about how they will pay their water bills and if they will have their water shut off. I am concerned about the impacts to drinking water accesses on our communities. That is why I am asking the state board to please take urgent action now to better understand how the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting California's most vulnerable, severely disadvantaged water systems and households. And I'll end with this saying that right now, currently, our services do provide, like Mr. Aguirre was saying, the wastewater bill added with the water bill. It's all combined. Currently, our customers paying $45.85 for water, and of course, you can add probably another $30 to $50 of bottled water that they have to buy at the store. And then their sewer bill, wastewater, is $40.02 currently, and that was since February 1st of 2018. And I'll end saying thank you very much for taking your time today to listen to me, and I hope we can get on and get things taken care of quickly and as soon as possible and very safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. I really appreciate you taking the time today and addressing us here, knowing the challenges that I know folks are seeing on the community level day and day. So thank you for your incredible work and for taking the time today. Really appreciate that.
And I just add a thank you in particular to Mr. Prado, because I know he's really been a leader. You have, Mr. Prado, have been a leader in your community for many years and trying to help not just your own community get access to safe drinking water, but also your neighboring community. And I think really a model of how, you know, water systems can be reaching out to serving outside areas, and the consolidation and extension to Munson. So really appreciate your leadership and certainly your participation today, as the Chair Esquivel mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Laurel. I believe that's Laurel. Thank you. And I'll also add that I am also a member of the Iowa Coalition. I've been since about 2009, and I've been very happy with seeing a lot of advocacy for them and moving forward with a lot of it. And keep up the good work. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you, Mr. Prado. Next, we have Brian Osorio Trujillo, it looks like. So.
Yes. Hello. I don't know why my video isn't showing, but good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Brian Osorio, and I am a council member for the city of Delano, located in Kern County. For those of you who don't know, Delano is the home to a majority Latino population and a significant percentage of immigrants. It is also the home of essential workers, including farm workers, healthcare, and service workers who are in the front line of the COVID response. You know, just like Mr. Prado has already outlined, communities like Delano all across the state are hurting financially, and we will need help paying off water debt or consumer debt, or otherwise face the possibility of having their water shut off. That's something that your board has already recognized, and I'm thankful for that. At the same time, you know, families are already asking what will happen with their water bills. A board member mentioned the wastewater bills because they are joint for us here in Delano. You know, and it's a reality, and it's a fear that people have, and you know, this is why I'm coming to your board now. So I think one of the steps to getting us, you know, in a place where we can start to draft solutions together, Chair, I think I appreciate you saying that, you know, this is going to take a joint effort. It's not just going to be on you, but also on the cities. And so I asked the state board to please take urgent action to understand how the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting California's most vulnerable water systems and households. I think collecting data will help us better understand the problem and lead us to these potential solutions. I strongly believe that no one should ever fear losing access to water, especially during a pandemic. This can be considered a matter of racial and economic justice. And as leaders, we have a responsibility to act before a crisis of a magnitude continues to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for your advocacy and representation. Really appreciate your joining us today. Thank you. Next, we have Jonathan Nelson from Community Water Center.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. My name is Jonathan Nelson, Policy Director with the Community Water Center. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the board taking urgent action now to utilize its authority to collect data on household water debt and needs of vulnerable water systems. And just want to start by expressing our appreciation to this board for this discussion today. Really important and we think really timely. And as we've discussed before, and as we've frankly and unfortunately are seeing with every passing week, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately impacting low-income communities of color on so many levels. And we are seeing that that includes access to safe and affordable drinking water as just one of those impacts. And in short, we are, and I think we have sort of a common understanding of the problem we're trying to solve here at this point, but we are really worried about this rising tide of household water debt for low-income families that we think could really result in a major crisis by next year as protections like the statewide water shutoff moratorium expires. And so just to give an example of what that tangibly looks like and what we want to avoid seeing our families that we know make up a disproportionate share of essential workers receive water bills next year that could range from hundreds to potentially even thousands of dollars, depending, or over $1,000, depending on how long maybe they've been receiving protection. And then be in a situation where their water is shut off because they can't afford to pay that back. And then of course, as already has been discussed, we're worried about our smallest water systems as well and how they could be impacted. So as we look to the next few critical months, we want to, at Community Water Center, offer a few requests, but even before that, our commitment to really work as a collaborative partner, not only with the board, but with all stakeholders on this, because this does impact all of us, and not just communities that Community Water Center works with, but communities across California. So with that, first, and just to reiterate, we do strongly support the board to collect data on both household water debt and revenue shortfalls of vulnerable water systems. And we need to be looking at both the drinking water side and the wastewater side. Second, we do strongly support the board to utilize its authority, including via mandatory orders, data orders if necessary, to make sure that this data is collected in a timely manner. We've tried the voluntary survey approach and we know that didn't work. So we do support the board to utilize its authorities. Third, we do request that the board collect this data before the end of the year. So by December 2020, so that we can utilize that to inform targeted solutions at all levels of government. Fourth, we do think it's really critical that any proposed approach that's either adopted today or in the next couple of weeks really has a clear plan with really defined and transparent interim milestones, so that way, if data isn't coming in for whatever set of reasons, we can see that, catch that early, and then have time to course correct. And then I think lastly, we know there's disproportionate impacts on the ground, but we think it's really important that to the extent possible that the board include as part of its data collection and analysis information that really helps us better understand that disproportionate impact, particularly to Black and Brown communities and low-income communities. So to close, this is such an issue of racial justice, given the disproportionate impacts of this pandemic. And Community Water Center is committed to working with you all, as well as with all the stakeholders, so that we can do what we need to do over the next 2 to 3 months on this issue for preserving access to safe water in environmental justice communities in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Really appreciate you taking the time today and for the constructive and always engaging comments. Next, we have Tracy Quinn from the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Sorry, just going through all the processes of unmuting. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And thank you to the members and of the board and staff for working to develop options for collecting data and having this conversation today. We are in an emergency, and I'm concerned about the lack of urgency in collecting important data that could help to prevent a tidal wave of water shutoffs when California's moratorium ends. And we also need to preserve the financial security of our water suppliers. We are 7 months into this emergency and at the point in the calendar year where we should be developing legislation here in California. But it's very difficult when we have no data to understand the scale and scope of the solutions needed. I'm just going to pause and apologize for the construction noise in the background if you can hear it. They're doing some welding outside. I recognize that data collection is complicated, but others have done this already. Nationally, we have seen utility commissions in several states, including California, collect financial and shutoff related data from investor-owned utilities. And as I have mentioned in previous public comments, our best source of data comes from North Carolina, where they mandated data reporting from their water suppliers during their water shutoff moratorium. The data out of Carolina, a state a quarter the size of California, is concerning. North Carolina customers were between $61.7 million and $81.5 million past due on their water and wastewater bills as of the end of July 2020. And North Carolina utilities forfeited between $23 and $31 million in late fees and penalties from April through July 2020. Several utilities in North Carolina have arrears that amount to more than 5% of revenue and have more than 40%, have more than 40% of their customers with arrears, more than 20% of their customers eligible to be disconnected due to non-payment, and or customers with more than $500 in past due bills. Data from North Carolina also showed that 375,000 people were affected by shutoffs or avoided shutoffs as of April. If the same percentage of people were affected in every state, hypothetically, it would be about 12 million people nationally and about 1.5 million people here in California. And we've had our moratorium in place much longer. As other speakers have noted, this is not just a safe drinking water issue. This is a racial justice issue. We know that communities of color are disproportionately impacted by these issues. We need the board to collect sufficient data to characterize the problem so that the state legislature and Congress is able to develop solutions to protect access to safe drinking water and ensure the financial viability of our water providers. We can't wait until the moratorium ends to understand the scope of the problem and start developing solutions. We need to start that process now. The voluntary approach didn't work, so I would strongly urge the board to use all the tools at its disposal to require the submittal of data on both household water debt and supplier revenue impacts by the end of the year. I also wanted to say I would like to support all of the recommendations made by the previous speaker as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Appreciate the time today. Next, we have Cindy Tuck from the Association of California Water Agencies.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Cindy Tuck with the Association of California Water Agencies. We represent over 450 public water agencies across the state, and they deliver about 90% of the water for the public, for business, and for ag. Aqua really appreciates that the board is having the discussion and all the work that staff has done to prepare for this discussion today. We understand why the board wants to get a handle on the financial impacts and from the suspension of shutoffs, and we have about 4 or 5 comments today. So the first issue or comment that I'm going to make relates to the questions that are asked, regardless of what the approach is. And on the questions, we think it's really important that there be collaboration with the water community. We stand ready to work with staff on the development of the questions. The second comment, and this is something that Board Member Firestone raised, is that we think the questions need to be narrowly tailored. And we think that they should be drafted in a way that the information can be used to help advocacy. As the board knows, ACWA is in a coalition, very broad coalition with environmental groups, environmental justice groups. We're working in DC to try to get funding. So having that tailored so we can use some key data points in that work would be great. Another suggestion is that it's important that the questions be written in a way that makes it possible for the staff at the water systems who are answering it, that they can answer the questions readily. So the questions shouldn't ask for information that the water systems don't have, for example, just, one suggestion. For example, most water systems don't have income information about their customers. All right. Now, as to the approach, we appreciate that staff has looked at different options, looked at, as Deputy Executive Director or Deputy Director Polhemus referenced, the look at a range of options, and that's been very helpful. What we are suggesting is look at this in a two-part or a hybrid approach, and I think this is somewhat tracks with what staff was recommending. It may be a little bit different, but what we were suggesting is that the staff work with the associations on and have the associations conduct a survey, and that the associations, and these are statewide associations, would provide aggregated data back to the state board. So we are willing to do that if that is helpful. We think if that is done, we would want to, of course, have collaboration on what the questions are up front and how data would be aggregated up front so that the information would be helpful. The second part of that kind of hybrid approach would be having the State Water Board work with the smaller systems to get the information. And that's certainly part of what Mr. Polhemus was proposing this morning. But regardless of what the approach is, we stand ready to work with the board and staff on the approach. Let's see. Just a closing note. Before the pandemic, there were obviously shutoffs, and our members, I think, had a good reputation for working with their customers. Water agencies answer the phone, they work with people on payment plans, that kind of thing. And they take working with their customers very seriously. That's something that's very important to them. When the executive order came out, ACWA and our members respected the order. We continue to respect the order. We understand why it's important. And just like the board is having a discussion today, at ACWA, we're starting this discussion about when the pandemic ends, and I knock on wood on my dining room table because we all want it to end, as soon as it can, that we need to be ready for how will the transition happen on the payment issues. So very important questions. We want to work constructively on that, and our members are already thinking about that too. So we're glad to continue this discussion on that topic. And with that, I'll conclude. Appreciate the opportunity to provide input this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Buck. Really appreciate you taking the time. Next, we have Caitlin Kalua from the California Coastkeeper Alliance.
All right, good morning. I'm Caitlin Kalua. I'm the policy analyst with the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeepers throughout California. And today I provide comments on behalf of the Alliance as well as Sierra Club California. Just briefly, just really appreciate this morning's discussion and really appreciate and support the work your staff has done, particularly in light of the pandemic, to collect this information and regarding water affordability, the impacts of household water debt on water access, and of course the overall needs of small water systems that are financially vulnerable and vulnerable to other environmental factors, including wildfire and drought. So as we've already discussed and we've heard today, ensuring water access is an issue of racial environmental justice, and this information is needed to identify where water access is being denied and to develop solutions that help the solvency of both the water system and the end user. The State Water Board has an affirmative duty and regulatory mandate to address water access and affordability under the low income water rate assistance, as well as its distribution of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Overall, we encourage the Water Board to use this authority to collect this information as soon as possible. I'm really heartened to hear the efforts to collect this information this year to actually inform water affordability solutions, with earnest. And on that note, we also encourage the Water Board not to necessarily limit these questions to information that all systems have, just noting that I do believe staff has a fairly simple solution in allowing systems to say, not applicable, or we don't collect this information, because again, this is still very valuable information for us to understand who is collecting what data and not to preclude those that have this valuable information to actually share it. So with that, just say thank you and appreciate this effort.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments today, Ms. Kalua. Next, we have Connor Everts, looking like Mr. Everts may not be in the room here. So I think we're going to Jennifer Capitola.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Jennifer Capitola, Executive Director of the California Water Association. We are the statewide trade association for the drinking water utilities that are regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. You've heard on this item quite a bit of feedback on what the California Public Utilities Commission has been doing to collect data from our members, but I want to just share a little bit more feedback so that you have that background going forward. So in June of 2020, the PUC issued a scoping memo requiring data from our members on COVID-related financial impacts. I'm just going to quickly go through the initial list of what they required in terms of reporting. So number of customers requesting bill assistance, number of newly enrolled customers to low-income rate assistance programs, overall enrolled customers in low-income rate assistance programs, customers that were late or behind on a bill, average, median, and range of arrearage amounts, as well as overall arrearage amounts, and the number of customers making partial payments. So since then, the Commission has revised this biweekly reporting requirement to also include as of October 2020, data segregated by non-residential customers, as well as residential customers enrolled in our low-income rate assistance programs. So we'll have some more data going forward about who specifically is enrolled in our low-income rate assistance programs and how these factors are impacting them. So I just ask, as you consider this order, we are doing a lot. We are submitting quite a bit of data right now to the Public Utilities Commission. I think Mr. Polhemus said, it's 13 systems that are submitting right now, the Class A's and Class B's. But Cal Water, the largest regulated utility, is the second largest utility overall in the state of California. And we are 15% of the state. So it is a fairly good sampling, urban, rural, north, south, different income brackets. So it is a good sampling of what's out there. So I think our request is if we can be excluded from whatever requirement going forward, if you do have an MOU currently with the PUC and the State Water Board to be able to access this data. It is public information though, so it is available. There has been a question about a small piece of data has been submitted by just two companies confidentially. And I think that is tied because we're the ones that did it are publicly traded companies. And so there's a 10K filing that the SEC requires. And I believe that once that SEC filing is made, that all the data can become public, but that is really a unique piece of how we're structured because we are regulated and publicly traded companies. So I think you can imagine we'd rather not submit 2 times. And I do just want to end by saying we have, similar to what's been mentioned, we've really been thinking a lot about how do we address our customers once this pandemic is over. We are very much concerned about our customers on outstanding water bills. We're also very concerned about small companies and helping them get back on their feet. We very much understand that data is important here, and we are working in coalition with quite a few of these people that are testifying here today to really push on the feds to try to come through with some funding to assist our customers. And I'm hoping, hopeful that the feds will deliver, but also hope to be part of a state advocacy effort going forward in 2021 to encourage the state to provide funding for our customers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Capitolo. And sorry for butchering your name there
Oh, no
at the
problem.
beginning. And thanks for the continued collaboration here. I know that when it comes to the continuum between our private and public water systems, yes, the PUC has had, requested exhaustive information here. I think as you've heard, we're not looking to be duplicative in that space. So look forward to that, just fulfilling that need. And just thanks for, as always, the work on the advocacy side, but then just helping create the right trust and space here. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something
yes,
on that is just, I know that we are planning a joint workshop with the CPUC and us on COVID impacts around affordability and economic impacts. And so I just wanted to kind of give a note that that's coming up on October 30th, and it's a public workshop. Encourage everyone that I know is participating in this is of extreme interest, and it's a joint workshop recognizing that this isn't just a investor-owned utility issue. It's something that both agencies are committed to working on, and so I think it's an opportunity for us to be sharing maybe some of this initial data and efforts as well. As you said, the investor-owned utilities are ahead of the ball in providing a lot of this information, and so we have a lot there as sort of a foundation to build on. So I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, board member, and thank you again. Next, we have Crystal Gonzalez from Clean Water Action.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members and Chair Escobar. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Crystal Gonzalez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Clean Water Action. And I'm going to reiterate a lot of what's already been said, and just wanted to echo the need to gain a better understanding of how the pandemic has impacted small water systems, but as I'm hearing, water systems in general and low-income households. Earlier last week, Clean Water Action, along with 40 signing organizations, submitted a letter concerning the need for better information on the size and scope of the current fiscal emergency of our communities. And as mentioned in the letter, and as I'm stating today, we recommend that any data collection effort include the information that establishes the magnitude of the problem, both on the household and water system level, and contains questions that will help us assess the disproportionate impacts of low-income communities and communities of color. This is part of the COVID, emergency, and we've seen that the determinants of risk. This crisis disproportionately impacts low-income communities of color. And again, I really appreciate the discussion that's been, had from the other commenters, public and board members. And yeah, I think it's just important that, we, the board, the public, and other stakeholders have the proper insight on the scope and severity of the issue so that we can collectively, as mentioned, prepare and develop solutions on a federal and state level. And yeah, so just wanted to reiterate that. And I definitely agree that, you know, having more of using that authority, because voluntary responses are just not adequate enough to really gain a statistical level of analysis of what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your contributions and joining us today, Ms. Gonzalez. Next, I have here Ryan Ojakian from the Regional Water Authority. Yeah, it should ask you to unmute here in a moment. It's there we are.
Can you hear me now?
Good morning. Yes,
Sorry.
we can.
I was getting blocked for a minute there, which may have been a good thing. We'll see. So I did want to start off by sort of underscoring what I heard from all of you board members, Chair Esquivel, Board Member Firestone, Board Member Dudek, and Board Member McGuire. I thought you all had really excellent comments and issues to raise. You know, my mind's racing. I don't know which direction to go here because frankly, we're talking about an issue that's foundational. Should have introduced myself. I'm Ryan Ojakian with RWA, Regional Water Authority. We represent 20 water suppliers in the greater Sacramento area, providing water to 2 million people. The reason why my mind's racing, as I just sort of demonstrated by not introducing myself, is that this issue is really sort of foundational to what we are trying to do, right? So our mission statement is to reliably provide high quality, affordable water. And we are sort of at its core, we're talking about how do we do that? How do we pay for that? So, you know, I really want to underscore what I heard from a number of you, that we need to have partnerships here. We're committed to partnerships, that we need to be, in the specific issue at hand, we need to be really narrowly tailored to the questions that we're asking, because that's going to help us build those partnerships, right? It's going to be a lot easier if we have questions that water agencies can readily respond to. We do have a lot on our plate at this time, and asking us to do something that is new and different is challenging at this moment. But we also want to listen to not just the board, but the other advocates, and hear what the questions are that they need to have answered, and that they listen to us so that they hear how we can best provide that information. And then I think couple of things. In the Water Board's low-income rate assistance report, you mentioned one of the things that we've heard come up here in the report. Water agencies don't have a direct relationship with 60% of those who are at 200% of the federal poverty level or below. That's a real challenging issue that we're going to have to work forward on this. And it's also an indication of what some of the limitations are on the information that we have available. So I just wanted to put a reminder on that. I also want to put a reminder on the fact that local agencies bear 85% of the cost of delivery of water, according to DWR and PPIC. So I also want to underscore what we've heard a couple of times with federal action and partnerships at the federal level, because I think, you know, what we've seen over time was the federal government was 35–40% of that contribution 40 years ago. They're now 4%. And that those chickens sort of are coming home to roost to some extent on where we are today. One other thing that I do want to underscore that Board Member McGuire mentioned is that this is an evolving situation. So day after the governor's executive order came out, Regional Water Authority put out a press release supporting the shutoff moratorium. That's where we were at that point in time. We can't stay there forever. We have to have some sort of plan to move forward. And so we want to partner with all of the stakeholders and the board member to find a path forward there. And I think that that's a good place to wrap up my comments, but looking forward to working with you all as we move forward and stand ready to help develop those questions as needed. Thanks.
Thank you. Really appreciate that and appreciate the partnership. And yes, definitely to your point, and I think has been said a few times here, we need everyone to see this as a collective effort, that it's an important data point for all of us to understand, but then to move forward to then the policy questions, to your point, Mr. Ojakian, that are really there before us, which is what do we then do? How do we transition, you know, after Currently the moratorium is tied to the COVID emergency. It's looking like we're still in this still yet for, at least a few months longer. So let's have these conversations now. Let's understand that we do need to transition ourselves to a post-COVID space. And that includes understanding this issue of debt at the household level and the issue of ratepayer impacts at the system level. So just thank you. We really appreciate that. Next, we have Nicole Heel. And hopefully I am pronouncing your last name correctly.
It was close. Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Nicole Heil. I'm a research and policy analyst at the LA Alliance for a New Economy. We're an advocacy organization in Los Angeles, and I'm calling in today in support of our colleagues across the state, some of which you've heard speak really eloquently about this issue, just to urge the board to swiftly collect data on customer water debt and the impacts of the shutoff moratorium. It's a huge issue, obviously, as people have been stating in rural communities, but here in Los Angeles too, it's also really important that we have transparency around the magnitude of utility debt. Really, because without this understanding, we know from our own community organizing here that we're going to see a massive wave of disconnections once this moratorium is lifted. So these disconnections and crippling utility debt here in Los Angeles are going to be, and as others have lifted up, disproportionately felt by low-income communities of color. These communities, as we all know, are doubly burdened by the health impacts of COVID-19, as well as the economic crisis that we're seeing here, and just not to mention historic environmental injustices and disinvestment. So just uplifting all the other points that the other organizations have already proposed to the board. It's really important to move quickly to collect this data, and also to provide support to small and disadvantaged water systems who may not have as much ability to collect some of this data, so that we can move forward with a just recovery and avoid low-income ratepayers falling through the cracks. I really appreciate your leadership on this important issue, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Heil. Really appreciate your comments and contribution today. Next, we have Alessandro Najera.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Alessandra Nahara, and I'm a program officer at the Water Foundation. The Water Foundation is an intermediary foundation supporting nonprofits working on water across the West, and our Healthy Communities portfolio supports several of the organizations who have been testifying here today about the increased data collection needs. We really appreciate the Water Board's increased efforts on this issue, and just would like to offer our support in convening interested partners, including NGOs, water agencies, and elected representatives, to partner with the board in successfully meeting the very important December deadline that was discussed here today. We have heard from other states who are watching California's efforts on data collection related to COVID impacts with interest, as they have mentioned to us multiple times that California really sets the standard for the rest of the country. So we would like to offer our support in ensuring we continue to lead on the human right to water and ensuring all Californians can access safe and affordable drinking water despite this crisis. So thank you again for your attention to this important issue, and please do reach out if there's any help that we can provide.
So much, and thank you for your leadership here as well. Next, we have Michael Claiborne from Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Good morning again, Chair Esquivel and the board. Michael Claiborne, an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I don't think I'm alone in expressing frustration and disappointment with the results of the voluntary survey. We expected, honestly, better participation from water systems. And we expected to have data that we're looking for today. So we're disappointed, we're frustrated. And I agree with prior commenters that this is both an issue impacting access to drinking water and a racial justice issue, given the disproportionate impacts of the pandemic and lack of access to affordable drinking water. We urge the board to take action to require mandatory reporting of revenue loss and arrearages to give the board, the public, and policymakers the information they need to develop policy to respond to both increasing arrearages and household level debt, as well as revenue loss for small water systems. There's an urgent need to understand the problem. We're only a couple of months away from the beginning of a new legislative session. And I'd note that discussions at the federal level have been ongoing for months around drinking water funding So this is really data that we need now. Policymakers are already beginning to think through solutions to utility debt and revenue loss impacting especially small water systems serving disadvantaged communities and communities of color. And we need this data to tailor those solutions. The voluntary survey that went out early this year made sense at the time, and we supported it at the time. It was important to give the voluntary approach a try. Unfortunately, it didn't work. And we don't have representative data to understand the scope of the problem. As a result, the board should take a mandatory data collection approach. The best approach appears to be mandatory data orders to a representative sample of water systems that requires reporting of revenue loss and on water arrearages of especially low-income households. We support a tailored approach to minimize, to the extent possible, the staff time required to implement, as well as the administrative burden on water systems to comply with the reporting requirements. This is very important and a key priority for us. We need to have data to understand and proactively respond to this crisis. Without it, as noted by other commenters, we fear that we'll start seeing small water systems begin to fail. And when the water shutoff moratorium is lifted, we worry about a wave of disconnections. It will be less costly and less of a burden on the state board staff to get a handle on this problem proactively before it becomes a broader crisis. I'd also pose a question as I wrap up. It seems to me that it's not necessarily less of a burden on staff to make 400 phone calls and follow up and help water systems with a survey as opposed to a mandatory order. That also seems very burdensome and not as sure of a thing of getting usable data. So in our view, a mandatory reporting approach is what is required, and we urge the board to move in that direction quickly. And we'd also say that we look forward to working collaboratively with the board and with stakeholders. Several prior commenters noted that we have good relationships with many water systems and their representatives, and we expect those relationships to be collaborative going forward. And thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours as well, Mr. Claiborne, and for your comments today. Thank you. Next, we have Erin Rodriguez.
Good morning, board chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for all the work and collective discussion this morning. This is Erin Rodriguez, California policy advocate on behalf of Union of Concerned Scientists, commenting in support of the board collecting water affordability data on household water debt and needs of vulnerable water systems. As we've heard from many other speakers this morning, this is an issue of racial and environmental justice, and we need the State Water Board to act now so that we can better understand the scale of the problem and develop proactive solutions before an even greater crisis around water access and water shutoff occurs. We request the board utilize its authority, including the use of mandatory data orders to water systems in order to collect this important data. And we ask that this data be collected as soon as possible and before the end of the year so that we can use it to start to develop proactive water affordability solutions. Thank you again for your leadership on this important issue.
Thank you as well. And last here we have Connor Everts.
I'm trying. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can. Good morning.
All right. Thank you for coming back to me. My name is Connor Everts, and I'm speaking today for the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, the Southern California Watershed Alliance, the Environmental Water Caucus, and Food and Water Watch. The reason so many groups is there's so much concern that we're on the edge of a huge cliff, and people are just piling up, and they're already anxious and worried about concerns, whether they're renters or homeowners, about this huge water debt that's accumulated during this time. We have seen what happens when mandatory data collection works successfully, as during the last long drought or accumulation of climate change, and water shortages were turned around by serious levels of conservation because we had real numbers. We need that more than ever for affordability now. I've attended the Metropolitan Water District remotely on discussions on rate increases, and huge numbers have participated, saying, please don't raise the rates. They're being raised at 3% instead of 5 or 8. Nevertheless, people are aware of what the impact could have on this community across Southern California and across the state. The smaller water agencies, and there are many across all of Southern California. People think of the large wholesale agencies, but we have small retail agencies, small cities who are going to be unable in the midst of their own budget crises to deal with this issue. So I insist that you do mandatory data collection and come to a conclusion sooner than later, and not a long process as we have tried to do on these issues before. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Everts. That concludes the comment period, or the commenters today, rather, on the item. Any further thought from board members or direction? I think we have heard from Mr. Polhemus, a pretty good path forward here. To board member Dodek's point, wanting to hear a little bit of a check-in here sooner rather than later to understand how our discussion's going, where are we? But it sounds like we have a pretty strong plurality rather of commenters here in support and looking to collaborate and ensure that this, again, I think we're very definitive here. We need this data, we need to gather it, and the board is moving forward to do so and putting its own staff resources and time, and again, looking to make sure that we target these questions, that we appropriately ask the right questions, and ensure that it isn't overburdensome, and we get a good response in participation. And so just thank everyone for their good comments today. We've had a good 2 hours here of discussion around this. But really critical, and so committed to making sure that we get the data, and thanks everyone for their advocacy. Mr. Polhemus, anything would like to help sort of wrap up on?
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up.
Otherwise.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I suggest something just before you talk? Sorry. I think given the kind of the urgency on this and following up on that, commitment to ensure that we can move forward in partnership and, don't have to use a mandatory, more aggressive pathway. I think it would be great to hear, a pretty quick response from staff. Like, I would love to see, staff have already done a lot of development of what the questions could be and what the study design could be from the information we have. I would love to see that, shared with stakeholders, getting feedback, and then coming up with a deployment plan on how we do that really in the next couple weeks, and reporting back to us at the next board meeting on just the progress on that. You don't have to have it signed on the dotted line, but at least getting back to us quickly on, we don't have much time to pivot here. So figuring out, is that going to be on track? And then, what is the plan when we would have, regular check-ins after that on milestones so that we can make sure we're on track on that. So, I think this is a good moment, commitment moving forward, but it would be great to hear back, at the next board meeting about what the milestones realistically should be in terms of checking back with us and making sure we're on track to get that by the end of the year.
Yeah, so from my standpoint, and what I'm interpreting as far as the board's direction to go, is I'm going to be putting us into basically emergency response mode. So this isn't going to be like a normal policy or project you normally work on. So it will have high priority, and we'll go into our command structure associated with dealing with an emergency standpoint. Again, that means we're basically stopping a lot of work and putting it aside knowingly that that's the case, but that we'll be able to respond quickly. So I'm going to have to go off and make assignments here later this week and put team members in place, and we'll get a schedule together very quickly. You're right, we have a head start on some questions and stuff, and we'll be moving with great haste to address this as quick as we can. And we will definitely report back routinely as different steps progress along. I need to get a little bit better of a schedule together before I can commit to those, but we'll definitely make that the board aware of that, and the public.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, because I think this was shared by a lot of the commenters, that I think for us to be most effective, putting out there, like, as soon as possible, what the questions are and what the study design is, the sampling design is, and getting some collaborative feedback on making sure that that's going to be effective as quickly as possible is really key. And, I think in order to especially collect data where we're not calling directly, but we need, 800 something systems, sitting down with the variety of stakeholders that were here today and others to nail down both the questions and how we're actually going to collect that collaboratively. I think that's sort of, what I'm hoping we can just get a report back on, at the next board meeting or as soon as possible thereafter, but at least a check-in on that.
Understood.
Thank you, board member. Anything further, Mr. Polhamus?
No, I was just kind of include my wrap up there in response to Board Member Firestone. So we'll get going on this. We'll definitely report back and try to make stuff available to the public on our website, even in between board meetings so that people can see our progress.
Perfect. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for their participation in the discussion in that item. That wraps up item number 2. Let's go ahead and take 10-15-minute break. It is already 11:30. It means we'll have probably a late lunch at around 1 after we get through item number 3, which is the perchlorate detection limit change. So just kind of hoping to game out what the afternoon here is looking like for folks. So let's go ahead and take a, let's just say a 10-minute break, and we'll come back here 11:45, nearly 15 minutes. So, okay, we'll see you guys here in a moment, and we'll continue on to item number 3 at that time. Hello, everyone. It's 11:45. I think we're ready to start coming back. And again, we'll be moving on to item number 3 now, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting revised detection limits for purposes of reporting for perchlorate.
Yes, unfortunately, it's me again. So,
fortunately, very fortunately, good to have you again. Good to see you, Mr. Wilhamus.
yes, thank you. I'll just very briefly introduce this and turn it over to staff right away. So this is our item on lowering the DLR, the detection limit for reporting requirements in our regulations for perchlorate. Just very briefly, we set these limits so that we have information to understand what's going on below the MCLs and consider future action. So it's while some people may not think it's as important as an MCL, it certainly is very important when it comes to understanding what we have to deal with and how it's throughout the state. So you've seen this item before the board. We had a workshop and had some good public comments, and I'll have Melissa Hall come on and present our item for you today quickly, how we've adjusted from those comments and what we propose going forward. So Melissa, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Wilhamus.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Next slide, please. Since not all of the staff that are involved with this have video or will be speaking this morning, the slides just to show you the faces of the staff who under non-COVID conditions would be sitting up at the staff table or in the first row and available to answer questions. So clockwise from the upper left-hand corner, we have Dr. Eric Nivolino as the staff person who completes our MCL reviews and prepare the rulemaking package for this proposed regulation. Me in the middle. Mark Bartson, who supervises the Division of Drinking Water's Technical Operations section, is my supervisor. Robert Brownwood, who is our branch chief for the Division of Drinking Water's Program Management branch. Kim Niemeyer is the attorney providing legal counsel on this item, and Darren Wilhamus is the division's deputy director. Next slide, please. Today's public hearing is to consider a resolution to adopt regulations reincorporating 2 definitions and to lower the perchlorate detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR. Next slide. In this presentation, I'm going to briefly recap the rulemaking timeline so far, then describe the proposed regulations and how staff came to the current proposal, and finish up with a summary of public comment. Next. The notice of proposed rulemaking for the initial proposal of a perchlorate DLR of 0.002 milligram per liter was published on March 6th of this year. Public comments on the initial proposal were received at an Administrative Procedure Act hearing held on April 28th and through written comments received through the close of the comment period on May 1st. Upon consideration of comments received, staff revised the regulation proposal to add a further DLR of 0.001 milligram per liter 2024 and provided notice of that change on July 20th. Comments were accepted through August 18th. We're here today adopting the proposed regulations, and depending on the submittal date of the rulemaking record and contingent upon administrative law's approval, we're expecting the regulations to take effect on or before April 1st of next year. Next. While not making the title of the proposed regulation, the proposal does incorporation of 2 definitions for source water assessment and possible contaminating activity that were to following options of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund policy back in 2014. These 2 definitions were located in portions of the regulations that were primarily used for funding purposes, but are also still referenced by other non-funding regulations and are still needed. The definitions are identical to those removed. Next slide, please. The primary purpose of this rulemaking is to revise the current perchlorate detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR, which is what the rest of this presentation will be focused on. Next, please. California's Health and Safety Code Section 116365 requires that the State Water Board establish primary drinking water standards, which includes maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, at levels as close to the public health goal as is technologically and economically feasible, while placing primary emphasis on the protection of public health. Subsection G requires all MCLs to undergo review at least once every 5 years to evaluate whether there is materially different health risk or whether technology permits materially greater protection of public health, and if so, to revise the MCL accordingly. Next slide, please.
So following the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessments, or OBHA's, establishment of the original perchlorate public health goal of 0.006 milligram per liter in 2006, the California Department of Public Health set the MCL at the same value with a corresponding DLR of 0.004 milligram per liter. In 2015, OBHA revised the public health goal to 0.001 milligrams per liter. In conducting a subsequent MCL review, staff determined that there were insufficient data in the range between the new public health goal and the current DLR to make an adequate determination regarding revision of the MCL. In 2017, the board directed staff to revise the perchlorate DLR ahead of and to prepare for a potential revision to the MCL. Next slide, please. The regulation proposed for your consideration today would amend the perchlorate DLR from its present value of 0.004 milligram per liter in two stages. The 0.002 milligrams per liter whenever the approved regulations are filed with the Secretary of State sometime early next year, and then to 0.001 milligram per liter as of January 1st, 2024. Next slide, please. To adequately determine whether we can lower the perchlorate MCL, we need a lower DLR. Right now, while there are several analytical methods available to report to lower concentrations, most water systems and laboratories are reporting only to the DLR. As a result, staff are unable to evaluate how many sources have perchlorate occurring at concentrations greater than the public health goal, but less than the DLR. That means we don't know how many people might be drinking water with perchlorate in that concentration range. And without knowing how many sources might require treatment, staff are also unable to determine the economic feasibility of moving the MCL closer to the public health goal. So for those reasons, staff are proposing to lower the perchlorate DLR. Next slide, please. To take a step back, the DLR is defined in regulations as the designated minimum level at or above which any analytical finding of a contaminant in drinking water resulting from monitoring required under this chapter shall be reported to the state board. In other words, findings of contaminants at or above the DLR must be reported. DLRs have historically been set at concentrations at which the drinking water program has found there to be sufficient laboratory capacity and to which laboratories could confidently quantify. As with the MCL, these are intended to be widely feasible concentrations. While some laboratories may be able to do better, it's expected that laboratories providing drinking water regulatory analyses can reliably quantify to a concentration that is at least as low as the DLR. Next slide, please. The initial proposal for perchlorate DLR of only 0.002 milligram per liter was based on a survey of ELAP accredited laboratories currently submitting drinking water perchlorate results. Based on perchlorate data submittals to our data system and responses to the lab survey, staff determined that capacity at the 0.001 milligram per liter level is currently insufficient to support all required analyses for existing water system monitoring frequencies. For that reason, staff initially rejected the 0.001 milligram per liter DLR alternative. Next slide, please. The table shown here summarizes the results from the laboratory survey. The methods listed were in widest use as of late 2017 and early 2018 and are assumed to be representative of current conditions. I want to note that at the time of the survey, staff were not contemplating a delayed effective date, so questions and evaluation were focused on laboratory responses regarding capabilities at the time of the survey, rather than what we might want them to be in the future. Next slide, please. Based on comments received, staff revised the initial proposal. The proposal for your consideration today is for a DLR of 0.002 milligram per liter for now, based on apparent current capacity, and a DLR of 0.001 milligram per liter as of January 2024. This revised proposal recognizes that it is technologically feasible to analyze perchlorate to 0.001 milligram per liter, while allowing time to increase laboratory capacity to process perchlorate samples so that water systems are not put in a position of potentially having monitoring and reporting violations due to factors outside of their control. To decide how much time to allow, staff consulted with the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee, or LTAC, and with staff of the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP, regarding the time required for laboratories to acquire the necessary instrumentation, to train analysts, and to gain accreditation to perform methods identified as capable of reliably quantifying to 0.001 milligram per liter. The responses indicated approximately 18 to 24 months for a large municipal laboratory and 4 months for a large commercial laboratory to work through all of these steps. To allow for variability in financing, approval, where we are in the budget year cycles, and procurement processes across commercial and municipal laboratories, and in consideration of the current economic uncertainty associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, Staff are proposing a 3-year delay in the effective date of the 0.001 milligram per liter DLR to allow adequate time for the laboratory industry to develop sufficient analytical capacity at that level. That works out to about a 1-year buffer beyond the longest time required for those processes, and conservatively assumes that EPA methods 331.0 and 332.0 and associated instrumentation purchases would be necessary. Next slide, please. The underlying assumptions regarding cost increases remain the same for the revised proposal, with consumer and water system cost impact based on a combination of source monitoring frequency and cost per analysis. For a DLR of 0.002 milligram per liter, there is expected to be no increase in per analysis cost, as the methods reported in the lab surveys being currently able to achieve this concentration are already in use by more than 80% of the labs currently submitting drinking water perchlorate results. For a DLR of 0.001 milligram per liter, assuming current lab charges for the use of methods shown in the survey to be currently and reliably capable of quantifying to that level, per analysis costs are expected to quadruple. For perchlorate, regulatory monitoring frequencies are based on whether perchlorate has been detected in the source. A lower DLR is expected to result in more detections. Staff assume that new detections will be most likely for sources near to the other sources where perchlorate has already been found. Cost impacts were calculated assuming that all sources located in counties with prior detections, the counties shown in blue on the map, would eventually detect perchlorate under the new DLRs. Staff believe these to be conservative assumptions. In particular, method development, analytical and instrument maintenance refinements, and market conditions may result in more methods and less expensive analyses than projected. Next slide, please. I'm going to move on to public comments now. Next slide. For the original proposal of 0.002 milligram per liter, we had 4 commenters speak at the April 28th Administrative Procedure Act hearing and later received 4 written comment letters. The proposed change is effectively a compromise between the original proposal of 0.002 milligram per liter now and the originally rejected alternative of 0.001 milligram per liter now, as described in the initial statement of reasons. As such, it's considered to be a sufficiently related change and falls within the scope of Government Code Section 11346.8C for a 15-day notice. In response to commenter requests, however, the comment period deadline for the proposed change was extended to August 18th. We had a much larger turnout on the revised proposal, including approximately 130 form letters expressing support for lowering the DLR. Next slide, please. We did have some comments from water systems and laboratories in particular that expressed concern that some costs were not considered and that we might be restricting the analytical methods that can be used. Next slide, please. There were concerns that, based on some commenters' reading of the initial statement of reasons, that we would no longer allow EPA 314 to be used once the DLR of 0.001 milligram per liter took effect. In particular, there were concerns, especially from the laboratories, about if that were the case, about the instrumentation costs. These instruments are running about $250,000 to $300,000 and are a significant investment for many laboratories. From the water system side, there were concerns about increased analytical costs, because if methods 331 and 332 were required, that would mean a 4-fold increase in their per analysis cost. And there were comments that EPA 314.0 is capable of measuring to 0.001 milligram per liter already, so why would we take that away? Next slide, please. The proposed DLR is a performance standard and neither prescribes nor prohibits any specific method. The proposed regulations are silent with respect to analytical methods and do not state that EPA method 314.0 or any other analytical method cannot be used for analysis of perchlorate in drinking water. Any method proposed for use by a laboratory in analyzing required monitoring samples to a specific concentration would need to be demonstrated to be capable of reliably quantifying perchlorate to that concentration. This allows continued flexibility for the regulated community and decreases staff resource requirements to continuously update regulations with respect to method developments. The initial statement of reasons, which is where the methods are discussed, includes an assessment of analytical methods and laboratory capacity currently available for the analysis of perchlorate in drinking water. As stated in that document, the findings are for the time of the survey, which started in September 2017, and are considered reasonably representative of current laboratory capabilities. At the time of the survey, there were a limited number of laboratories that, in practice, were reliably achieving a reporting level at or below 0.001 milligram per liter. The discussion of the different methods and their availability and performance was included in the initial statement of reasons to demonstrate a feasible option to achieve compliance with the regulation and as a basis of the cost estimation. Next slide, please. We received comments that water systems that are already treating for perchlorate might be subject to additional costs not considered in the rulemaking files. Specifically, some water systems may have operational requirements tied to a reference to the DLR without referencing a specific concentration. A change to the DLR concentration in the regulations might then trigger requirements that are part of system-specific permit conditions or operations plans, such as changing out treatment media when perchlorate is detected above the DLR, whatever it might be. Next slide, please. Staff have consulted with the field operations branches regarding permit and operation plan conditions referencing DLR. Field staff will consider, upon request by the water system, modifications of permit and operations plan conditions to reference a fixed concentration, such as the current DLR of 0.004 milligram per liter instead of to DLR, or to consider other modifications that would allow the purpose of these conditions, which is generally to ensure continuous compliance with the MCL, to still be achieved without incurring additional operational costs of the water system. Next slide, please. We received requests, particularly from water systems, to consider splitting the DLR rulemaking into two parts, to resurvey laboratories in 2024, and then revisit the possibility of a DLR of 0.001 milligram per liter after that. Next slide, please. As you can see, we're not proposing that change. Well, State Water Board staff will continue to review perchlorate results submittals over the next few years as an indicator of changes in laboratory capacity at the 0.001 milligram per liter level. No changes to the proposed regulation are proposed at this time. Establishing a regulatory deadline gives water systems and laboratories the confidence and certainty of a fixed target to work and plan toward, and encourages them toward that, while allowing a compliance schedule as they work toward that goal. This approach also provides for more efficient use of board staff resources relative to rulemaking. Next slide, please. We received comments suggesting that the regulations should describe the limitations for use of the various methods available and that we should caution laboratories against deviating from method protocols. Next slide, please. Staff agree that adherence to method protocols is a hallmark of good laboratory practices, but disagree on the need to incorporate that requirement into this rulemaking. Statute and regulations already require that analyses be conducted by an ELAP accredited laboratory, and to be accredited or certified for a given analytical method, a laboratory must, among other things, pass full proficiency testing requirements and an on-site assessment demonstrating capability with the method. And while existing ELAP regulations require a quality assurance program of accredited laboratories, ELAP recently adopted new regulations for laboratory accreditation that increase the emphasis on quality management system requirements for consistent and uniform implementation by the laboratories. Although laboratories are not required to fully implement those new regulations once they're approved until 2024, the quality control requirements the laboratories may follow in the interim also include quality assurance objectives. Next slide, please. We received comments suggesting that perhaps as a cost-saving measure, we should require monitoring of only sources not already testing or most likely to see new detections of perchlorate, and that we could then require monitoring of the 0.01 at the 0.001 milligram per liter level immediately. Next slide, please. If the proposed regulation were to be modified to require only the systems identified to monitor sources to the 0.001 milligram per liter level, the occurrence of perchlorate above the PHD or public health goal but below the current DLR and water sources outside the identified systems, along with which sources of those might require treatment, would remain unknown. As described earlier in the initial statement of reasons, at the present time, there doesn't appear to be sufficient laboratory capacity to analyze samples and quantify perchlorate to 0.001 milligram per liter should the State Water Board require all of those water system sources subject to perchlorate monitoring requirements and not currently being treated for perchlorate to monitor to this level. Sources which are already treating or blending for compliance purposes are the sources for which the most sensitive analytical methods are most likely to already be in use, and it's unlikely that there would be a reduction in demand for lab capacity from them. This proposal would add to the existing demand on lab resources without the benefit of time to develop additional lab capacity or over which to spread the demands on the laboratory industry. Next slide, please. We also received one comment that we had failed to consider the principles of toxicology and asserting that the potential health risk from perchlorate exposure was unsubstantiated and that therefore this is all unnecessary as a cost burden to impose. Next slide, please. Consistent with Health and Safety Code Section 116365C, the public health goal is established by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard and Assessment. The public health goal identifies concentration levels of contaminants at which there are adverse public health risks. State law requires the State Water Board to set MCLs as close to the public health goal as is feasible. The public health goal technical document is scientifically peer reviewed and is publicly available. Next slide, please. This is going to close the staff presentation here. Additional information about the rulemaking package is available on our website at the address listed on the slide. For more details, the proposed regulations, the initial statement of reasons, the supplemental documents, the complete rulemaking package so far are available at the link that's shown on the slide and in the notice of proposed rulemaking. All of the information relied on to develop the proposed regulations is available there. Next slide, please. That's the end of the staff presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Hall. Anything from my fellow board members? I don't have any questions off the bat myself. Great, thanks for the good presentation, Ms. Hall. It looks like we have two speakers on the public speaker card here. So we'll start with Andrea Ventura from the Clean Water Action.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for staff for working on this and for working with us over this process. I'll be brief. Our basic concern is that we have a public health goal of 1 part per billion or 0.00 milligrams per liter. And as staff just really did a good job of explaining, it is the responsibility and the law of the state to try to set drinking water standards as close to that public health goal as possible. And that means at the public health goal, if possible. We know that technologically this is feasible, as you just heard. So we initially had suggested that the 2 parts per billion was not appropriate, that would set an actual barrier that the state was putting in place to allow us to ultimately protect more Californians from perchlorate at the level that a WEHA has determined should be the public health goal. We were able to meet with staff. They were very clear on their thinking about lab capacity. We also understand that we are in circumstances right now that are unprecedented for labs to be taking on greater investment. We were able to discuss that with them, and we think that the proposal they've come up with of setting it at 2 for now so that they can start collecting data to consider a revision of the MCL makes sense, but that they can automatically move into the 1 part per billion DLR and not have that barrier of setting an MCL if it is determined that it is necessary to be revised at 1 part per billion. So I want to really applaud that willingness to think about this, to hear our comments, to commit to protecting more people in California. This is not so much a matter of revising what water systems that are already treating for perchlorate have to do. It is basically a way to ensure that we protect all people that are being exposed by being able to look for this contaminant, see it accurately, and setting the proper rules for treatment when it's necessary. So we want to thank the staff for being willing to listen to us. We've heard them as well. We think this is a good compromise. We certainly would oppose having to come back and revisit this in a few years to determine whether it should be 1 part per billion or not. We think that this, the way it's written, is the way to go, and we support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today, Ms. Ventura. Next, we have Patty Avila Garcia from the Community Water Center.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Patty, and I'm calling from Community Water Center. And I just call in support of the proposed plan and in agreement with Clean Water Action's comment to first establish the detection limit of 2 parts per billion to allow them to collect basic information needed to determine if there needs to be a new MCL or consider a new MCL later, and then set it at the 1 parts per billion so that if that determination is made, we would not be precluded from setting the MCL at the public health goal. That is all. Just wanted to call in support. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated. And that's all we have for public comment on this item. Any further thought from fellow board members on thinking here? I do appreciate the way the Division of Drinking Water has staged this detection limit implementation, acknowledging and using the expertise from our environmental laboratory accreditation program to understand if there's the laboratory capacity to even do what we're requesting, to not frustrate ourselves in that space, and acknowledging that it may take a little time. And so building that in, I feel comfort voting on that today in this process. I will note, though, that I think it will be important, perhaps the year before the 2024 deadline hits, just to get an assessment and understanding of how things have progressed. I mean, that's 3 years out from now, so we'll see the board constituted then as what may be coming up and discussed. But I think it's important to check in. So I'm sure we'll have some check-in even as the policy moves forward. So with that, I don't have really any further question. Fellow board members, any thoughts? Okay, well, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is a really prudent approach and appreciate staff's, thinking through this, and perhaps we can use this with other drinking water standards in the future. This type of approach when we're thinking about laboratory analytical capability and doing that balancing, which I know is challenging and not an easy thing to do, but it seems like we've found a way through that here. So I appreciate that. So with that, I don't have any other comments, but I will be happy to make a motion to adopt.
I will ditto and second the motion.
Great. Yeah, and sorry, I know we're gonna do roll call, so I could say this afterwards, but just I just really appreciate the ability to forecast what to expect for water systems, because I think them being able to plan is really key. So I think I appreciate staff's work on this.
Great, thank you. Ms. Townsend, would you call the roll?
Yes. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Dodick.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the vote carries and the item is adopted. So thank you everyone for the good work and on that. So, it brings us to 12:15 here. We have the next item is an update on the Safe and Affordable program and fund. I'm tempted to say, let's go ahead and just transition to that discussion and see if it brings us to about 1 o'clock and we can take a break for lunch and then move on from there. If that sounds good with folks, I think we can go ahead and do so. All right, well then let's go ahead and move on to item number 4. Which is, yes, again, an update on the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience program. And so, good afternoon, Ms. Oaxaca.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca, Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer from the Division of Financial Assistance. Also presenting today are Michelle Frederick, Supervising Engineer in the Division of Drinking Water, Adriana Renteria, Director of the Office of Public Participation, and Russell Hernandez, Branch Chief in the Division of Information Technology. Together, we will be providing an update on the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, or SAFER program. Next slide, please. I wanted to take a moment to provide an overview of the SAFER Drinking Water Program. SAFER stands for Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, and the SAFER program's overarching goal is to provide safe and affordable drinking water in every California community for every Californian. The SAFER program, a term coined after the passing of Senate Bill 200 last year in July, formalizes work which the Water Board has already been doing for a long time. The creation of the new Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund with $130 million per year for 10 years towards drinking water projects, primarily in small disadvantaged communities or DACs, was intended to fill funding gaps in that pre-existing program. At the Water Board, the SAFER program is primarily implemented through the Division of Drinking Water, the Division of Financial Assistance, and the Office of Public Participation by working with drinking water systems, funding short and long-term solutions, and engaging with the communities served by those systems along the way. These efforts are supported by our Office of Chief Counsel, Division of Administrative Services, Division of Information Technology, Division of Water Quality, and the Office of Information Management and Analysis. The SAFER Advisory Group, with 19 members representing various parts of the stakeholder community, was formed late last year to bring their local expertise to the table to advise on the SAFER program, specifically each annual fund expenditure plan. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the SAFER program's goal of providing safe and affordable drinking water will be accomplished by identifying high-risk systems and areas, promoting consolidation and regional solutions, accelerating project timelines from application through implementation, providing comprehensive solution assistance, building local capacity through community engagement, and providing interim solutions. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide an update on this fiscal year's $130 million for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. As a reminder, this fund is primarily funded by transfers from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF, which gets its revenue from quarterly cap and trade auctions. For the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, we will receive quarterly deposits of $32.5 million to make $130 million per year. The timing of these deposits are expected to be October, January, April, and July. Since the last deposit of the year is not until July, there will actually be only 3/4 of deposits available to go towards projects and staff costs during this fiscal year, or $97.5 million. The good news is that starting with this fiscal year, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund will be continuously appropriated. So for the next 9 years, there will not be this gap, and there should be $130 million available to use each fiscal year moving forward. The August cap and trade auction generated over $400 million, which is significantly better than the May auction. And the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund will receive $20 million from the GGRF for this first quarterly deposit. The recent baby budget, SB 115, allows a quarterly transfer from the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund as a loan to the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund to make up any shortfall from the GGRF. As such, the first quarterly deposit into the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund will be in full, expected in October 2020, with $20 million from the GGRF and a $12.5 million loan from the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund. Next, please. While SB 200 established the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, this fund is just one part of the larger SAFER program. This slide shows an updated estimate of funds available to achieve the SAFER program's goals this fiscal year for drinking water projects in small communities, totaling about $492 million. There is $80 million from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Again, this is based on 3/4 of deposits being available minus staff and implementation costs. 31 million from the general fund allocation and 35 million from Proposition 68 groundwater. These three sources are available to fund both capital and non-capital projects. For capital projects only, there is 151 million available from drinking water bonds, 85 million from the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund grant, and 110 million from the Proposition 1 groundwater. This is an estimate of funds that are available to us to go towards drinking water projects in small disadvantaged communities. We are working on training up our new staff, streamlining our processes, and using our technical assistance resources to commit as much of these available funds towards projects as we can this fiscal year. Next, please. These are our target expenditures for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund by type of solution for the current fiscal year, as adopted by our board in the fiscal year 2020-21 Fund Expenditure Plan. I want to emphasize that although we won't be able to commit the full 130 million within this fiscal year due to the timing of the deposits, that does not change the work that the SAFER program is doing to line up and commit projects towards these targets. Next, please. The Fund Expenditure Plan established performance metrics through a few specific numeric goals. This slide shows our past year's accomplishments, new goals, and how we're doing so far in the new fiscal year. Our goals are to provide interim solutions to 150 communities and schools, executed or completed planning assistance projects to 150 communities, and completed long-term solutions to 100 communities. As our new interim water agreements and technical assistance agreements are put in place, we expect these numbers to improve significantly in the coming months. Next, please. I wanted to share a few things that we are working on towards implementing the goals of the Fund Expenditure Plan. We are working to identify projects to commit to the various SAFER funding sources. For those to be funded by the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, this needs to be timed with the availability of the funds as they are deposited. We are having discussions with EJ groups on how we can partner to provide interim water supply assistance to the 250 plus eligible systems that are out of compliance or potentially at risk. We are developing new technical assistance agreements to increase our capacity. One example is with the California Urban Water Agencies. And we are looking to our other SAFER funding sources for the capital projects to reserve safe and affordable drinking water funds for the other types of projects. Next, please. The Fund Expenditure Plan also established a few numeric targets for the short and long term as part of the stated narrative goals. This slide provides a glimpse of how work is progressing towards these goals. A few to mention here are that 95 out of 182 systems with chronic maximum contaminant level violations are implementing at least one solution. 4 systems have been consolidated since July 1st of this year, and 41 out of 300 plus systems have returned to compliance. Next, please. I'll be showing a few maps on these next slides with the intent of showing the volume of work towards the SAFER program goals already going on throughout the state. This map shows executed drinking water capital projects in communities serving small disadvantaged communities over the last 5 years. Blue represents planning projects and red represents construction. As planning is completed, projects transition to construction if there is capital funding available, generally in the form of grants. And an active project is one with an executed funding agreement with work that has not yet been completed. Next, please. This map shows the active drinking water planning and construction projects in small disadvantaged communities, but also as in the 500 technical assistance projects we have going on. Those are the green dots. Next, please. And lastly, this map shows the 200 plus emergency and interim assistance projects we have funded since 2014. And now I will be passing on the presentation to Michelle Frederick from the Division of Drinking Water. Next slide, please.
Hi, this is Michelle Frederick. I just wanted to thank you first, Jasmine, for your part of the presentation. As Jasmine said, this is Michelle Frederick, and I am with the Division of Drinking Water to share our SAFER updates. The Division of Drinking Water has initiated 9 administrators to date. We have also created an administrator website where the tracking of these systems can be followed and where our new administrator FAQ can be found. We are currently preparing an administrator request for proposal process to allow people and organizations that are interested in becoming administrators to apply to be part of an approved administrator candidate pool. And we expect that RFP process to be out by November 2020, and we'll send out notifications on our SAFER subscription email list to solicit interest. Next slide. We would like to share also our work that the SAFER unit of DDW has begun. One of our biggest efforts has been around human right to water system consolidations. We have changed. Originally, we were working on consolidations focusing on all types of water systems, but we are sort of focusing in on those human right to water systems, looking at mandatory consolidations, working on reviewing everything from the beginning piece, looking at preliminary engineering reports to ensure that they are comprehensively looking at consolidation and are not excluding that. We are also looking at supporting water systems throughout the funding process. These include lots of times our larger receiving water systems are concerned about liability that may be related to the funding, terms and conditions, things like that. So we're working through that. We're also working to make sure that we're including state smalls and domestic wells and tribal systems as we're looking at those projects. Our engagement team is also working on the administrative program, which you saw. We're also working on human right to water, non-consolidation tracking and support. This includes coordination of meetings between the Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance to ensure that projects are moving forward on those non-consolidation projects. We're also reviewing preliminary technical reports for new water systems, particularly those where consolidation may be an option, and really, viewing that as the other end of the spectrum of by preventing a water system through consolidation, we're actually creating a much more sustainable and holistic environment. So, and also working on interim water supplies for some of our systems that may need additional support and aren't getting those either through technical assistance or potentially through TFA and helping to connect people. So we are looking at consolidation efforts. There's about 41% of the human right to water systems are consolidation is being considered. For the other 59%, there is either point of use or new sources or treatment that's being utilized as another alternative. Next slide. So we also wanted to share a success story. Ceres West Mobile Home Park was a mandatory consolidation project that started in August of 2017 due to arsenic and 123-TCP. After 6 months of voluntary negotiation period and 2 public meetings that ended in October 2018, the City of Ceres agreed to voluntarily consolidate with Ceres West Mobile Home Park under their own terms and conditions. And as part of that voluntary consolidation, the City of Ceres provided a schedule of proposed milestones, which were generally met. The owner of the Ceres West Mobile Home Park self-funded and constructed a 4,500-foot pipeline to the city. And the construction consolidation was completed in August 2020, and the residents are now obtaining water from the City of Ceres. And with that, I would like to thank the parties that were involved in making this a successful project: the City of Ceres, the mobile home park owner, the Stanislaus County staff and their LPA, and also the Stanislaus County LAFCO, who also played a big part in this. We also have a website there where you can see other partnership success stories. So, and with that, I will pass the mic to Adriana. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. So my name is Adriana Renteria. I'm the director for the Office of Public Participation. And today I'm going to be giving an update on the SAFER Advisory Group and on outreach and engagement efforts. So this year we will have held 6 SAFER Advisory Group meetings. Each advisory group meeting includes an update on our SAFER efforts and also focuses on 1 or 2 discussion topics. The meeting for our last advisory group was focused on our drinking water needs assessment, and we discussed feedback on risk indicators and on measures of affordability. The last meeting that we're going to be having this year is taking place on December 10th. And at this meeting, we're going to be reviewing our 2020 accomplishments and progress made on the Fund Expenditure Plan metrics and goals. We'll be highlighting key milestones for our 2021 timeline. And we're also going to be announcing our newly appointed advisory group members. So the application period to join the SAFER Advisory Group has closed, and there are currently 11 openings for the 2021-2023 term. So in addition to our SAFER Advisory Group, we've also begun doing a number of general presentations across the state to raise awareness about the SAFER program and to encourage participation. So on the slide, you'll see we have names of some of the groups that we've done initial presentations to. We've had presentations and discussions with the California Environmental Protection Agency's Tribal Advisory Committee, specifically about how SAFER can support tribal water systems. And in addition to these discussions, we've also sent out our tribal-specific frequently asked questions document to tribal environmental directors and tribal partners throughout our state. We've also held 3 question and answer sessions where members of the public were able to come and ask any questions related to SAFER that they had. So State Water Board staff has also held a number of workshops and webinars to create opportunities for stakeholders to engage in the SAFER program. As part of these engagement opportunities, 3 of these webinars have been focused on the drinking water needs analysis, 3 on the groundwater aquifer mapping efforts, and 1 on the process for applying to join the SAFER Advisory Group. So next slide, please. So in addition to these webinars and workshops, we've also developed a number of resources to help the public learn about SAFER and to learn about safe drinking water in their community. So this includes a number of different frequently asked question documents that we've developed on specific topics, such as funding, drinking water solutions, or specific considerations for tribes. And the updated SAFER website also includes a visualization tool where members of the public can select their water system and learn about current funding and on progress being made to achieve drinking water solutions in their community. So all of this can be found on our updated SAFER website. And lastly, we just wanted to highlight a couple of upcoming events, but we'll go over these in a little bit more details when we review the overall program timeline at the end. So now I'm going to pass the mic to Russell Hernandez from DIT, who's going to be sharing an update on the SAFER Clearinghouse. So we can go ahead and move to our next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to share our progress in developing solutions for this program. Again, I'm Russell Hernandez. I'm the IT Business Operations Manager. Just a little background, the SAFER project development team is tasked with developing services that will automate the SAFER program processes and tools to conduct analysis smarter, faster, and more accurately. Our focus is delivering the SAFER clearinghouse functionality and related system automation in 5 phases, as you'll see shortly. In IT, we hit the ground running with our new dedicated SAFER project staff, and we made great progress with the completion of phase 1, which ended in July. In these early phases, we're making time and effort investments now to ensure that our data is accurate, timely, usable, and relevant. The information that comes out of the SAFER clearinghouse is available to the public through visualizations. This information sharing ensures that our work product is transparent, and that makes us all accountable for the work that we do on this project. So we laid the foundation for building out the SAFER clearinghouse solution, which for phase 1 included designing, populating, and implementing the SAFER data model. We also designed the Water Board's data sharing strategy, which includes the SAFER data lake. This effort has enabled information sharing with the public through report visualization. Next slide, please. All right, for phase 2, which will be ending in March 2021, the following activities are being analyzed for consideration, and some are under construction now. We're developing essential SAFER functional needs in the area of data management, which includes batch data uploading features. And this will give our program the ability to capabilities to intake data from various sources, formats, resulting in more complete data sets, better internal tracking, and the ability to automate tasks. Secondly, we have plans to implement a portal for counties and LPAs to submit state, small, and domestic well data. And there's many other proposals for enhancements on the table listed there. Next slide, please. This timeline gives you an idea of the upcoming work. Among other features under review for phase 3 and beyond, for phase 3, we are targeting the development of portals for the public and water systems. We are planning to automate the calculation of new data fields for risk assessments, affordability assessment, and cost estimates. Moving on to phase 4, we plan to launch the public-facing portal. And in phase 5, our plan would be to integrate system-level data from new data sources. Many are under review right now. At this point, we have about 5, but it will be growing. We'll be developing new system APIs, application programming interfaces for system sharing of system-level data with our modified Drinking Water Watch program. And there's many other enhancements that are on the list and automation tasks. This concludes my update on the SAFER clearinghouse workload.
Thanks, Russell. And this is Michelle again to share our collaborative efforts on the drinking water system status page. Thank you for advancing the slide. Hopefully my camera is working now. The drinking water system status page is a collaborative effort between different divisions inside the State Water Board. And this slide shows you sort of what this looks like. It also provides the link at the bottom for where that is and where that can be found. It gives information for water systems that have MCL violations and are on the Human Right to Water list. It shows violation type, the impacted population size, an estimated median household income, and different funding efforts. for the water system. So you can search for using various filters, including county, water system name, whether it's school or not, and also by the funding category. These web pages are being updated quarterly, and the next update is expected this month. Next slide. And then this is just to give you a specific example of a slide that shows where this could be utilized. Los Molinos Community Service District is an example of a small DAC water system that serves about 1,500 people, that has arsenic over the MCL and is located in Tehama County. This project is in the construction phase and has received approximately $2 million in funding to install treatment for Los Molinos Community Service District, and also includes two consolidations. One is New Orchard Mobile Home Park and Millstream Mobile Home Park. Both of those also have arsenic above the MCL. We anticipate that the consolidations will be completed this fiscal year for those two, followed by completion of the installation of the water treatment itself for the community service district this year or in the next. So this just gives you an opportunity to see how these status pictures work. And then next slide. And then the SAFER program timeline. We just wanted to share some of the upcoming events. In October 2020, between the 8th and the 14th is Ensuring Equitable Engagement in Water Management. That's a virtual interagency conference that's being held, looking at regional solutions. And then on October 9th is the Aquifer Risk Map webinar presented by the Division of Water Quality. On the 13th is a follow-up risk assessment webinar brought through the Division of Drinking Water. And then on the 30th of October, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill will be sharing sort of our pilot financial database presentation. And we anticipate releasing the administrator FAQ in October, which actually was released a few days ago, so we're on schedule there. And then in November 2020, we're anticipating on the 20th, a cost estimate webinar related to the needs analysis. On the 30th, we anticipate another SAFER advisory group, the SAFER advisory group member selection, and the release of the administrator RFP. Also, we anticipate there will be probably 2 administrator public meetings during the month of November. The first one will be for North Edwards on November 9th. And then in December, we have an additional risk assessment webinar where we're going to talk about thresholds and scorings on the 14th, followed by additional public meetings for administrators. And then in early 2021, we anticipate there'll be a POE public workshop and a few extra administrator and consolidation public meetings.
Sorry to interrupt, Michelle, but POU and POE, you might want to spell those out for folks.
Okay, thank you, our board chair Esquivel. POE is point of use, and POU is point of use, and POE is point of entry. So those are treatment techniques usually at individual households. And I think with that, we will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Frederick, and thanks, Ms. Oaxaca and Ms. Renteria for just a really comprehensive and great update. Really appreciate the incredible work that we've been able to do in this first year as the program has stood up. And as we see from the timeline, an incredible amount of work and engagement here stacked up in the months and the year ahead. And so just incredible thanks to all the staff that have done, and stakeholders when it comes to the communities, our advisory group, and the water agencies, everyone. Again, very much a state effort when it comes to getting our hands around the challenge of Californians without access to clean and safe water. Very complex challenges. And as we heard even from some of the success stories, each project unto itself unique circumstances, relationships, contaminants to address, and responsible parties, and sometimes not. And how we all fit that together requires a tremendous amount of time and resources. But critically, we have them here now, and we're very fortunate to be in this space, and just feel very thankful for it. I don't have too much question further, just again, a lot of recognition and thanks. We have 3 commenters here, but would open it up to my fellow board members for any reflection or sort of thought. And then hearing none, we can move on.
Sorry, I do have a couple of questions.
Don't be sorry in the least. Yes, by all means.
And I retract my apology. If we could go to slide 6, please. Which should be the fund target expenditures plan for the year. I heard some, I think to me anyway, some somewhat surprising news this morning or this afternoon about that first quarter in particular of funding that the program is not anticipating to receive now for this year. And that's a significant hit in my mind. That's $32 million. That's it kind of floored me actually. And so if you go back to this slide. So, I mean, I think there was a recognition all along that there was going to have to be some adjustments as time went on. I mean, obviously we didn't know, how with COVID, how the GGRF auctions are going to go, and we still don't. And it's good to hear that there's some contingency for that now with the ability to take a loan from the underground storage tank fund. But I'm concerned really about this year still. And given that first quarter news, Ms. Oaxaca, have you thought through what changes are going to be necessary to this fund expenditure plan that I'm looking at right here on the screen, and how we're going to adjust going forward for this year?
Thanks, Board Member McGuire. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, we will still receive that last quarter deposit, except that it will likely be in July when that happens. And so it doesn't mean that we won't be getting the $130 million for the year. It just means that we will not receive all of it by the end of this fiscal year. So we would still be targeting all these same expenditures, and we are working to commit and line up projects. Again, we have to kind of go through our list by the amount we're anticipating each quarter. So for example, this month we expect to get the first 32.5, and we'll be trying to commit those as soon as we can. And then when the next quarterly deposit, we'd be doing the same. So I guess it doesn't mean that we're not working towards these same goals. It just means that we won't be receiving all of the money within this fiscal year. Hopefully that helps. That's
a very helpful clarification. So it's kind of a lagging fund then. So at the end of the 10-year period, after that final fiscal year, there will be one last payment potentially in that July.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. So it's just this first year where there's this little gap in the beginning, but we will catch up.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand that a little bit better. And then my other question actually has to do with that column under administrator. So some other good news was that that we heard from Ms. Frederick was that there's now, I think, 9 administrator processes in play here. And I noticed a 0 for that column. And so just wondering how that's going to work for this year as well.
Okay, sure. So I'm sorry, I've explained this in previous presentations, but didn't go into detail today. But for the administrator fund, we did have a general fund allocation, AB 72, I think from 2018 or 2019, and that had 10 million in it towards administrators. So we do plan to use that first before we start using safe and affordable drinking water fund towards administrators.
Thank you.
And that amount did get reappropriated, I think, until 2021 as far as being committed, and then 2024 for liquidation.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that maybe wasn't on your pie chart of funds, so that's helpful though to be reminded of where that money is coming from. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good questions. Thank you, board member. And thank you for the clarifications, Ms. Oaxaca. Not hearing any further comment, then we can move to the public comment. And the first individual we have is Patty Avila Garcia from Community Water Center.
So we had 3 speakers who were interested in this item. However, only one is presently on the call. Ms. Avila Garcia was on earlier and did drop off, and Ms. Evelyn Wendell was on and dropped off. So Kristen Johnson is our only speaker on this item.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lawford. And so Ms. Johnson.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Kristen Johnson with Coachella Valley Water District, and really just wanted to take the opportunity after hearing the update to really echo what I heard from the chairman and say thank you really to the staff for the incredible effort everyone has done over the past year in standing up this program. It has been Herculean, and the efforts do not go unnoticed. And also to piggyback on Ms. Frederick's note about, a success story, I did want to come in this public forum and share that Coachella Valley Water District just this morning broke ground on a consolidation project that is being funded through the SAFER program at the West Side School in Thermal. Currently, this school serves 500, yes, thank you, 500 K through 6 students, and their current on-site well has no redundancy and no backup power. And so this construction grant that we've received will be installing a 1,350-foot pipeline that will improve water supply reliability and fire flows for these 500 kids at this school. So we're so excited to be moving forward with this construction project. It took a while to get all of the funding agreements in place, but we're very happy to be making progress. And thank you to Chair Esquivel for his participation in our virtual groundbreaking video. So if you want to go to the Water District's Facebook page, our video, the virtual groundbreaking video, is uploaded there. It's also on YouTube. If you just search for Coachella Valley Water District, you can see a nice video presentation with some comments by our elected officials as well as the chairman on this great milestone. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Really appreciate it. And thanks for the leadership of Coachella Valley Water District and continuing to be a really strong partner in consolidation and continuing to connect communities to more certain and affordable and secure water supplies. So, these projects don't happen but for local leadership, and so it goes acknowledged and thanked. So I appreciate you coming today. And those videos are very hard for me to do. I'll just note that, for as much as I have to be here before this camera, sometimes those videos can be very interesting and hard to do, I feel at least. But anyway, glad to do it. And just thank you so much again for the leadership. It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
And that's our only commenter for the item at this point. Any further thoughts, board members?
I'll just add a couple things. Definitely, first of all, I'm so grateful to staff that have really taken on this Herculean effort, and I, been gracious enough to work with me through this process, because I know that all of us at the board and board members are really committed to making sure that this is successful, and so just really appreciate that, and just acknowledge, like you said, Chair Esquivel, that we've come a really long way in this first year of getting, our systems and staffing and sort of program stood up. And I do feel like we're now at this pivot point where we have more ability to really focus on the outcomes. We have a lot of ambitious outcomes we're trying to achieve. Not that we weren't focused on them before, but I think we have the opportunity to really accelerate on those. And I appreciate the really transparent way that staff are putting up those metrics, are consistently helping us all reflect on how we're going to achieve those and how we're on track, and sort of learn throughout this process, because it's going to be difficult to get the kind of outcomes we all want to see. And so really appreciate that. Relatedly, and I think just wanted to highlight, because the series Mobile Home Park was a great example in that and Coachella Valley Water Agency are both great examples to me of kind of common situations we're in, where we really need local leadership is what actually implements all of this. I think continuing to reflect on how we support and accelerate areas like the Coachella Valley Water District and the various communities there, where they have a plan, very, a collaborative joint vision, and we just need to accelerate the outcomes. And then also just how our tools played out in the example of the Ceres Mobile Home Park. So my understanding is that we actually did initiate or show, take the first steps in a mandatory consolidation process. And that really helped in ultimately accelerating and achieving what we all want, which is a voluntary consolidation where the groups can sort of have more self-determination about the terms and how that's done. But I think just, continuing to learn from how we get to these places faster, how we use our tools, how we continue to, reflect and learn together, and sort of recognize the range of local partners and the role that we play within the state. So really appreciate all of the work, and it's great to get this regular update and look forward to the continued progress.
Thank you so much, board member. Well said, very well said. And just to kind of connect us back to the discussion this morning, when it comes to then, these data gathering exercises, these understandings of, what is out there, what are our water districts facing, particularly those in disadvantaged communities, the real focus of the Safe and Affordable and Safer program. We need to get a sense, because we know this 130 million wasn't enough, we'll say, even before the COVID crisis and the economic downturn, and so are sensitive to really big expectations when it comes to this limited amount of dollars. And as the board member rightfully highlighted, we're trying to do this best in a transparent way as possible, so everyone can see what our sort of decision making is with these very limited funds, and invite everybody to come and help us have a better program and better product in the end. So just thank you, everyone, for the continued good work. Well, with that, then we'll conclude this item. And again, appreciate everyone's good work and thoughts today on it. That does leave us quickly for board member reports, so that we can go off to lunch. And what we'll do is then hit the workshop on item number 6, which is a public workshop on the draft water quality order reviewing the Los Angeles Water Board's executive officer's approval for MS4 running. So we'll just start that workshop right after lunch, and quickly then transition to board member reports. Any reports my fellow colleagues would like to make?
I don't have a lot, but I would just note that board member Dudok and I got to conduct water rates proceeding that I was my first one. So I was on College Lake and Pajaro Valley Water District, and I think important project, and it was good to be part of that as a hearing officer. And And then I think just, looking forward is later this week, as I think was mentioned in the last presentation, there's this equitable involvement in regional water management summit, getting the names right, but it's I think a multi-day effort. I know our staff is participating. I'm going to be one of the keynote speakers and that to help kick it off. And it's, I think, a recognition that we need it to be successful in regional management. We need to be looking at equitable involvement, how we get all of the stakeholders to really be part of developing and implementing those visions. And I think, I think that's my report.
Thank you, board member. Anyone else?
I'll just add one thing, following up on, I guess, Mr. Chairman's direction to us during the fees discussion. Vice Chair Diadamo and I connected on the issue of cost of compliance. We also talked with some staff. I discussed with some stakeholders on how we might proceed in a strategic, focused manner on this issue. And without getting into a lot of details now, I think we're going to, after some discussion with stakeholders and staff, focus a little bit on stormwater, since it's a priority for us, it's a priority for many of the regional water boards. It's an area where we have the potential to have a lot of information, data on cost, as well as the effects of our regulations and requirements the last 10 plus years. So I think that's a good area for us to potentially focus on and perhaps do some strategic efforts concerning cost of compliance. So I just want to just give that really brief check back. We'll probably discuss more when we convene to have our priorities discussion at some point in the future.
Fantastic. Really appreciate that, board member, and the follow-up and the good work that I know you and the vice chair are doing to move along that discussion, hearing during that fees item the need for it. And so really appreciate that follow-up and leadership. And so look forward to hearing what starts to come back there. Board member McGuire, anything to touch on?
Sadly, no. No update for me this time.
The only thing I would just mention is that I, along with Secretary Crowfoot, did provide some testimony before Congress on the Salton Sea. Talked a bit about certainly the history of liability going back and forth between the state and the feds, but the need for real implementation from a local perspective, because it's who is lost out when it comes to the inactions that we've seen decadally on that project. So appreciated the opportunity and the invitation to reflect both as my current capacity, I think, and also given some of my historic, I wouldn't say historic, but prior serving roles. So anyway. And other than that, don't have too much more by way of board member report. So I think that wraps up that item number 5, and will clear us then to be able to take up item number 6 right after lunch. Let's go ahead and say we'll 55-minute lunch. We'll come back. Well, do we want a full hour or do we want to do 30 minutes? I keep forgetting I don't give ourselves a full hour for lunch at this point. Let's go and do a 30-minute lunch. We'll come back. We'll just say at 1:35. Give ourselves a full 30. Thank you, everyone, for a productive morning session, and look forward to the workshop here when we come back after lunch. And we'll see you soon. Thank you.
for those of you who are in the Zoom meeting for the lunch break, if possible, we ask that you leave your line open just to facilitate getting people into the meeting. If for some reason you do have to drop off, that's fine. We'll get you back in, but do come back in at least 5 or 10 minutes beforehand in case we end up with a lot of individuals who need to rejoin the meeting.
Hello, everyone. It's 1:35, 1:36 actually, so we can start getting back here. And we will be moving on to item number 6, which is a workshop. And I have an opening statement here. So this item concerns a proposed water quality order reviewing the approvals by the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board's executive officer under that region's municipal stormwater permit of 9 watershed management plans and 1 enhanced watershed management plan. These plans were developed by Los Angeles regional municipalities as alternative methods to comply with the permit's water quality-based requirements. And the approvals were petitioned to us by a group that includes the Natural Resources Defense Council, Heal the Bay, and Los Angeles Waterkeeper. We'll begin with a staff presentation. We have here Chief Deputy Director Jonathan Bishop and Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles, as well as Ryan Mallory Jones, an attorney from our Office of Chief Counsel, and Ali Dunn, a senior environmental scientist from our Division of Water Quality. They will be giving a short presentation to introduce the proposed water quality order in more detail. Following the staff presentation will be public comment. If there are any elected representatives wishing to give comment, we will make an effort to allow them to speak first. We then have 2 panel presentations. The first panel representatives will be the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, and it will feature the Executive Officer, Renee Purdy, along with Executive Officer, Jenny Newman, and Assistant Chief Counsel Jennifer Fordyce, and attorneys Sophie Froelich and Adriana Nunez. They have requested 20 minutes total to speak, and so the next panel after that represents the petitioners with Corinne Bell from the Natural Resources Defense Council, Annalisa Moe from Heal the Bay, and Daniel Cooper from the Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and they have requested 15 minutes to speak in total. So after those 2 panels and previously any comments from electeds, we will then open up the comments to anyone who wishes to speak. If you wish to speak but have not yet completed the virtual speaker card online, please do so as soon as possible and make sure you receive the information to join us here on the Zoom meeting if you are watching currently via the webcasts and have not yet joined us here. So more information is available through our agenda and is available online as to how to provide comment here. So before I turn it over to the staff presentation, I want to remind everyone that this is just a workshop today. This is not an action item, and there will be no final board action on this item today. We on the board and our staff will be taking in the comments provided today and considering them prior to taking action, which would occur at a future and noticed board meeting. All that said then, we can proceed to the workshop, and I think I'll hand it over to our Chief Deputy Director, Jonathan Bishop.
And thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn it over to staff to start us off, and I'll provide some comments further on in the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, can everybody hear me? Chair Escobar, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to present. To everyone tuning in today, thank you for participating in this workshop. My name is Ryan Mallory Jones. I'm an attorney here with the Office of Chief Counsel. I'm going to try and probably fail to be brief. This is a long order with a lot of technical detail, and there will be issues I won't touch on in this introduction. What I'm going to try and do is give an overview of our recent history here at the State Board with the concept of alternative compliance in municipal stormwater, which is sort of the base issue here with these petitions. And the water quality order, an overview of the contents of the order itself, and a brief discussion of the comments received and changes made or not made in response. So for some background, in 2012, the Los Angeles Regional Water Board adopted a municipal stormwater permit, an NPDES permit under the Federal Clean Water Act for most of Los Angeles County. This permit contained a novel approach for complying with water quality standards, where traditionally municipalities under California's Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, or MS4 permits, are required to comply immediately with water quality standards, the requirement to not cause or contribute to an exceedance of water quality standards in the receiving water, and to engage in an iterative process and escalating series of responses where they are in violation. The Los Angeles 2012 municipal stormwater permit offered an alternative to this approach, what we've referred to as alternative compliance, which allows municipalities to be deemed, so a sort of legal status, allows them to be deemed in compliance with water quality standards and TMDL specific limitations. So considered in compliance even where not actually achieving those standards, in exchange for engaging in a rigorous technical planning process that would result in implementation of a long-term plan designed to achieve water quality standards. The permit offered two paths. The first is the watershed management programs, which allowed permittees to devise a long-term plan underpinned by a model-based, localized analysis meant to give us and the public confidence that water quality standards would be ultimately achieved and that legal benefit of deemed compliance was earned. The other option, enhanced watershed management programs, is largely the same, except that it allows permittees to bypass that underpinning reasonable assurance analysis in drainage areas where they could retain the 85th percentile 24-hour storm event, the basis being that we were so confident that such a DMP would result in attainment of water quality standards that the reasonable assurance analysis was not required. Enhanced watershed management programs also allowed, in contrast with the watershed management programs, deemed compliance with final TMDL milestones for a limited time in areas addressed by one of these large-scale DMPs. In 2015, the State Water Board adopted Order 2015-0075, reviewing these alternative compliance paths generally. With some modifications, we upheld the permits approach. Among other things, we inserted a requirement for permittees engaging in these approaches to redo their reasonable assurance analyses and plans in 2021, following 5-ish years of implementation and monitoring. We recognized that the pathways, the WIMP and EWIMP pathways, may not be appropriate in all MS4 permits, but in order to provide guidance to regional water boards preparing phase 1 permits, phase 1 MS4 permits, we laid out several principles to be followed in developing these compliance alternatives. They should, 1, continue to require compliance with water quality standards, 2, allow compliance with TMDL requirements to constitute compliance with receiving water limitations, 3, and these start getting more specific to the alternative compliance paths here, provide for a compliance alternative that allows permittees to achieve compliance with receiving water limitations over a period of time, as described above. 4, encourage watershed-based approaches, address multiple contaminants, and incorporate TMDL requirements. 5, encourage the use of green infrastructure and the adoption of low-impact development principles. 6, encourage the use of multi-benefit regional projects that capture, infiltrate, and reuse stormwater. And 7, require rigor, accountability, and transparency in identification and prioritization of issues in the watershed, in proposal and implementation of control measures, in monitoring, and in adaptive management of the programs. We said we expect the regional water boards to follow these principles unless there is a specific showing that application is not appropriate for region or permit specific reasons. At the time this 2015 order was adopted, the plans at issue here were newly approved, and we declined to extend our review to include the plans themselves, but we committed to following up and keeping a close eye on their development and implementation. So that brings us to this water quality order, which is intended to fulfill that commitment of oversight and ensure the plans contain the level of sort of rigor and accountability needed to justify the benefits they provide. So with an eye particularly on those principles from outlined by this board in the 2015 order, we took a close look at the 9 watershed management programs and 1 enhanced watershed management program whose approvals were petitioned to us. So to this order, this consolidates 3 petitions. In these petitions, there were specific claims of defects identified in the plans. Well, we considered those claims in our review, those identified claim defects. Ultimately, our review was intended to determine whether the plans lived up to the standards we set and that the Los Angeles Water Board set in its permit. So again, due to the detail in this order, I'm going to try and cover this in broad strokes. We reviewed the plan with our eye, particularly as it developed, on three primary components: the level of rigor put into the development of the plans, the sufficiency of the limiting pollutant approaches, which I'll talk about later, used by the municipalities, and the sort of accountability provided by the schedules. On the development side, we looked particularly closely at the source assessments that were performed. Generally, we found that they lacked sufficient detail, and by this, we do not necessarily mean that municipalities failed to actually consider relevant data, but that in many instances, there was no real clear narrative explaining how those source assessments impacted the development of the plans themselves. So it's more of a level of detail put into the narrative of the plan rather than necessarily an issue with the underlying analysis, which we did not get into too much in regard to the source assessment. We emphasize that the program should discuss what data was used, what was relevant, and how it either substantively impacted program development or why it was not used. And where gaps in important data were identified, we required that the programs identify the assumptions made in their place and commit to a plan for obtaining that data. Next big category is the limiting pollutant approaches. Almost every plan we looked at here used what they generally referred to as a limiting pollutant. In concept, what a limiting pollutant is, as was used here, is the pollutant with the highest needed reduction in the watershed management area. So they analyzed the water quality issues in their area, and the pollutant with the highest needed reduction was chosen to be limiting. The assumption behind the limiting pollutant in general was that a schedule designed to treat this pollutant would inherently drive reductions in other pollutants. The goal of this is to focus compliance schedule implementation on as few pollutants as possible, to reduce the analytical burden, reduce the cost of implementation, reduce conflicting implementation priorities, and to just generally streamline the approach. We support these goals, but we found that the limiting pollutant approaches were generally insufficiently justified. Essentially, by finding that simply assuming that addressing the pollutant with the largest needed reduction would drive reductions in other pollutants does not necessarily provide the assurance required that the other water body pollutant combinations would achieve compliance with water quality standards, and that assurance is necessary for the deemed compliance benefit. And part of this was driven by observations made in many of the plans themselves, where, for example, they would acknowledge that the schedule that they identified was insufficient for some of the water body pollutant combinations they intended to address through the plan. So we identified a variety of elements that we think are necessary at minimum to provide this reasonable assurance when putting a limiting pollutant approach together. They need to look, where relevant, at the similarity of the fate and transport mechanisms of the pollutants at issue, whether the pollutants to be addressed are addressable via the same best management practices, and lastly, whether the pollutants are addressable via the same schedules. We felt that we really need to see that affirmative consideration of whether the BMPs selected would be effective for all the pollutants to be treated. Whether the placement of BMPs pursuant to the schedule would actually effectively address runoff containing the pollutants to be limited. Variety in sources, for example, may make a limiting pollutant approach unworkable in some instances. And again, we recognize that the municipalities may be working with incomplete or imperfect data, and where that's the case, we don't have a problem with them making assumptions, but want those assumptions documented in the schedule provided to fill in those blanks. As we went through the plans, we identified the water body pollutant combinations that we felt were addressed appropriately, for which reasonable assurance had been provided. Those that municipalities intended to address through a limiting pollutant approach, but we feel needed more justification. And lastly, those that they did not address at all through a limiting pollutant approach or a compliance schedule at all. And I'll talk a little bit more about the relevance of those categories. later. Lastly, we looked at the schedules of each plan going up to the required redo of the plans and reasonable assurance analyses in 2021 that I mentioned earlier. We generally found, though not in all cases, that the plans provided enough clarity and detail to be accountable to the progress to which they committed. That is, we could tell that they would be making progress and we knew what that progress was tied to. In this area, we really tried to review the plans with an eye towards maximizing flexibility, which is one of the key draws of these programs. So long as the milestones were supported by control measures, even if the control measures were not yet specifically identified, we generally found that the plans provided the level of accountability required. For example, several municipalities provided volumetric capture or treatment milestones and specified sub-watersheds. They did not yet identify the exact BMPs that would be implemented, but they provided sort of a category that was discrete and justified by the reasonable assurance analysis that we thought was detailed enough. Obviously, as implementation was coming up, they would have to choose a site and identify that. This and others, identified specific BMPs in specific places, and we were supportive of that as well. This draft order does propose one important clarification to how deemed compliance works. Generally, whether a permittee is deemed in compliance is measured by implementation of control measures. The control measures are tied to generally achievement of a water quality goal, but where that water quality goal isn't achieved, as long as the control measures were implemented, they continue to be deemed in compliance, though of course adjustments will need to be made to the plan. We identified one exception, that where the milestone to be met was based entirely on non-modeled controls and therefore not supported by that underpinning reasonable assurance analysis, the actual water quality improvement must be demonstrated. One last element of the schedules that I want to address is that we disavowed, as did the Regional Water Board's executive officer when the plans were approved, any language that made implementation of the schedules contingent on obtaining funding. We recognize, of course, that funding may be a reason to submit a request for an extension or to engage in adaptive management, but it cannot be something that is built into the schedule itself. Again, we're trying to maximize the level of flexibility the permittees have to build their own schedules, but wanted to ensure that once they are written, they provide something that we can actually track and identify. And where adjustments are needed, the permit provides a process for that. So on moving along, we identified two important timeframes in the proposed order. The first is 6 months from the date this order is adopted. By that point, the permittees need to demonstrate, and they may have already done this with the regional board, that they have done all the work they committed to by that. All their work associated with their past milestones. If they have done that, they'll remain deemed in compliance for all water body pollutant combinations they intended to address in their plans, even if we found that they were addressed by a flawed limited pollutant approach. This is essentially us saying that we recognize that time has passed, they've relied on their plan approvals, and that so long as they've done what they said they were going to do, we're not going to interrupt their deemed compliance status at this point. If they haven't done that, then they shouldn't be deemed in compliance regardless of our work. That's just how the programs work. This continued grant of deemed compliance continues through the required program updates that must be submitted to the Regional Water Board on June 30th, 2021. It can last for up to a year from that time, at which point the updates must be either approved or disapproved. Following that point, they should only be deemed in compliance with water body pollutant combinations addressed sort of in conformance with the standards we set out in this order. There's one other aspect of this order I'll mention that's not really tied to the watershed management programs and enhanced watershed management programs directly, and that is our discussion of areas of special biological significance. These are areas along California's coast for which special protections were adopted by the board in 2012. And one of the, two of the petitions, the petitioners argued that in some instances, one of the groups here, the EWIM group, the North Santa Monica Bay Enhanced Watershed Management Program group, had not appropriately reacted to alterations of natural ocean water quality. The ASBS protections require that municipalities not cause or contribute to alterations of natural ocean water quality. In this case, we agreed with the petitioners that for purposes of ASBS requirements, ultimate compliance is required in the receiving water. The ASBS standards do put up some design standards for outfalls, but that meeting those design standards is not necessarily sufficient, that where there's continued alterations, there needs to be a analysis of whether or not the municipalities are continuing to cause or contribute to that, regardless of whether or not their outfalls meet design standards. On the other hand, where there was no alteration of natural ocean water quality, the petitioners argued that permittees were still nevertheless required to meet those design standards for the outfalls. We agreed with the petitioners in the initial draft, but following comments and a review of our discussion, we changed our conclusion in this new draft and concluded that no action was required pursuant to the ASBS requirements where no actual alteration of natural ocean water quality is occurring. Again, emphasizing that ultimate compliance is required in the receiving water. So turning to a brief discussion of the comments we received, we released our initial draft order in December of last year, and the written comment period ran until April 3rd, 2020. Many of the comments were related to process in response to comments about the LA Regional Board's permit renewal process. We removed language that directly amended the LA Board's permit from the draft and instead directed the board to either update its existing permit or renew its permit with the requirements we identify. We initially granted a year for the for the permittees to redo their plans or to address the issues we identify in our order. We received a lot of requests to align that requirement with that June 30th, 2021 date for submittal of the updated programs, and we made that change. We received a lot of comments on the discussion of limiting pollutant approaches. In the initial draft, we had tied the elements we felt needed to be addressed explicitly to permit requirements. After hearing from the LA Board and other stakeholders, we corrected the discussion, and this is acknowledged, this is discussed a lot directly in the draft order, but we corrected the discussion to make clear that these requirements don't derive from explicit permit language, but we concluded that those are the elements that we view as necessary that represent the minimum of what's fundamentally necessary to provide reasonable assurance through a limiting pollutant approach. Essentially, this represents a change in process, but not outcome. I also described that there are some additional requirements we view as necessary for milestones based entirely on non-modeled controls because they're not supported by the reasonable assurance analyses in the same way that other milestones are. Initially, this discussion applied to not just non-modeled controlled, but also non-structural controls generally. In response to comments, we changed the draft to allow for to acknowledge that non-structural controls can be modeled, that they can fit into this reasonable assurance analysis, and change the discussion to just apply to non-modeled controls. We also removed language due to the amount of time that has passed since these plans were approved that raised the possibility of retroactive loss of deemed compliance in response to comments that emphasize the level of effort expended in good faith reliance on the approvals of the plans. This essentially means that this order does not take a position on the past deemed compliance status of the permittees if they should have lost deemed compliance pursuant to the permit. This order doesn't change that. If they should currently be deemed in compliance based on the way their plans were written, they will continue to be deemed based on the way their plans are written. We additionally made a variety of smaller scale specific changes to different aspects of the order based on the comments we received. And lastly, one important comment note, we received comments that this order amounts to enforcement of the permit's numeric effluent limitations in a way that's inappropriate in light of pending litigation. Phil Wiles, our Assistant Chief Counsel, will be discussing that litigation more in a few minutes, but I want to draw out a distinction between actual enforcement of the numeric effluent limitations and what this order does. This order is not an enforcement order. It simply reviews the plans to ensure that they meet the standards for rigor and accountability we set in our 2015 water quality order. If the underlying water quality based requirements change, the plans will change as well. Regardless of our order, the status quo is that failure to comply with the requirements of the plans means that the permittees have to comply with the baseline requirements of the permit. This order does not change that. So I'm finally going to wrap up. I just want to say that more broadly, we're aware of the broader financial struggles that these municipalities are facing right now, particularly in light of the ongoing pandemic. Compliance costs are always an issue, and as we develop this draft order, that was in our minds. We're supportive of methods like the limiting pollutant approach that, when properly implemented, help reduce the cost of compliance while providing assurance that water quality standards will be met. To talk more about compliance costs and funding, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Deputy Director John Bishop. I'd like to thank everyone here for their participation, and I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is John the Bishop. I'm Chief Deputy Director. As you heard from Ryan, this order is focused on determining how well the WIMPs and EWIMPs were at implementing the requirements of our 2015 order. As such, staff doesn't actually think that this is new requirements on the permittees, but actually it's really a reinforcing the rigor and accountability that the board imposed in 2015. But we are cognizant that the cost of meeting their requirements under the Clean Water Act and the State Port of Cologne Act are high for municipalities under the stormwater permit. And as such, as Board Member Dodak had hinted at earlier today, we're proposing a strategic approach of looking at the cost of compliance for stormwater in the upcoming years to focus our efforts on gathering the data that we need to understand the true costs and to devise a methodology for the permittees to submit that a standardized approach to cost accounting, and then guidance for our staff on how you utilize that in developing permits as we move forward. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles to talk about our timing a little.
And good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Phil Wiles, I'm an Assistant Chief Counsel with the State Water Resources Control Board's Office of Chief Counsel. And I just have a couple of notes. I'm actually just going to be speaking about the context in which the board is considering this order, that is the litigation context, because with this order, as with the underlying 2012 municipal stormwater permit and the State Water Board's 2015 order, there is litigation that's currently pending. I wanted to just briefly explain that and explain how this fits in. So there were two cases brought against both the LA Regional Board and the State Water Board challenging the 2012 permit and the 2015 State Board order. The first case brought by two of the petitioners here, NRDC and Los Angeles Waterkeeper. That case is currently back in Superior Court on limited issues, remanded from the Court of Appeal. In fact, there's a hearing tomorrow on that case. The issues that are in front of the board in this draft order very tangentially related to that litigation. That litigation is primarily at this point about anti-degradation issues. The second case is actually it's cases brought by both Duarte and Gardena separately. They've been consolidated. And in that litigation, the state board and the regional board are currently at the Court of Appeal. We are appealing a judgment from the Superior Court, which essentially required that the permit provisions that pertain to numeric effluent limitations, specifically pertain in any way to any and all numeric effluent limitations in the 2012 permit, be essentially set aside and replaced by the LA board. Rather than doing that, we filed an appeal. That appeal is still pending at the at the Court of Appeal. And in late 2019, the Court of Appeal issued an order determining that despite the Superior Court's judgment, the public interest would be best served by maintaining the status quo, which the Court of Appeal pointed out was that the 2012 permit had been fully in effect and therefore should remain fully in effect while the matter was pending before the Court of Appeal. And the Court of Appeal also observed that part of the status quo was what it termed a lack of aggressive enforcement of the numeric effluent limitations in light of the pending litigation. And so the Court of Appeal expressed its expectation that that lack of aggressive enforcement would also continue pending the resolution of the matter at the Court of Appeal. So our view, Mr. Mallory Jones just touched on it a few minutes ago, is that this draft order is not at all related to enforcement. And it also is not related to numeric effluent limitations. Rather, it's all about the alternative compliance approach. As we've kind of described in a little bit more detail in footnotes 2 and footnote 31 of the draft order. So again, as Mr. Mallory Jones and Mr. Bishop just now explained, this draft order in front of the board today, it really is just affirming the principles of the board's 2015-0075 original order, which laid out the board's principles and expectations for both this permit and also for any other municipal stormwater permits that included an alternative compliance approach. So with that, if there aren't any questions, I believe it's time to turn it over to the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles. Hearing no questions, at least, or seeing no hands waving, we can go ahead and move on to the panel then, and thank you. And I believe this first panel then is consistent of the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. And there we are, Executive Director Renee Purdy. Good to see you. Good afternoon. It should invite you here in a moment to unmute.
Great. Just a little bit of a delay there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair and members of the board. My name is Renee Purdy. I'm the Executive Officer of the Los Angeles Water Board, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the second proposed order today. I will dispense with doing introductions since thank you, Chair, for doing that for me. I am going to try to keep my comments to 20 minutes. There's a possibility I may go a minute or two longer than that, but I will try to be efficient with my comments. I'm going to be focusing on just a few key comments in 5 key areas of the second proposed order, and I'll identify each of these as I move through our comments. I first want to thank State Board staff and express our appreciation for their consideration of our written comments that we submitted on April 3rd, as well as our June 19th response to their request for some clarification of our written comments. The first key area that we want to comment on are findings regarding the reasonable assurance analyses and the limiting pollutant approach. We appreciate State Board staff's consideration of our comments and clarifications regarding the limiting pollutant approach. And we support the finding in the second proposed order that State Board agrees generally that the limiting pollutant approach may be appropriate and that it welcomes its explicit incorporation into the next iteration of the permit. Nevertheless, despite this new finding, the second proposed order continues to repeatedly refer to a flawed limiting pollutant approach. It's our understanding that these references are really intended to refer to shortcomings identified in specific watershed management programs. And we understand the ease of referring to it in this way throughout the second proposed order, but we believe using this phrase, particularly in Part 6, the section titled Order, suggests that the State Board doesn't support a limiting pollutant approach at all. And it seems inconsistent with the finding that I just mentioned earlier. As I'll discuss in subsequent comments, there's growing interest in reasonable assurance analysis beyond just the Los Angeles region. And as we gain more experience with it, it is evolving, as it did even through the Technical Advisory Committee that was formed following adoption of the 2012 LA MS4 permit. And the role of that TAC was to advise and participate in the development of the initial WIMPs and EWIMPs, including the reasonable assurance analyses. The development of the limiting pollutant approach was a part of that technical evolution that's happening. We therefore request revisions to the final order to clarify that the limiting approach is not conceptually flawed, but that in certain cases, the analysis supporting its application in specific WIMPs and EWIMPs was inadequate. We have one other comment related to the second proposed order's finding regarding the limiting pollutant approach. On page 70 of what I'm referring to as the comparison version, meaning the track changes version, the order still ties pollutant classifications to the limiting pollutant approach, suggesting that the same analyses underlying the pollutant classifications are also necessary for a limiting pollutant approach. However, in the subsequent paragraph, the order acknowledges that similar fate and transport may not be necessary to justify a limiting pollutant. As we explained in our written comments, we agree that a pollutant may not need to share the same fate and transport characteristics with other pollutants to be used as a limiting pollutant in the reasonable assurance analyses. To avoid any misunderstanding, we request that the newly added language on page 70 of the comparison version is deleted and that the second sentence of the first full paragraph on page 70 is revised as follows, and I'll quote, "This requires at a minimum an express justification in the WIMP for any limiting pollutants. This justification may include, but is not limited to, a discussion of the pollutant's similarity of fate and transport mechanisms, or why fate and transport differences are irrelevant, rationale for how the proposed BMPs will adequately control the other pollutants, and support for the contention that all the pollutants are treatable via the same schedule," end quote. And then corresponding changes would need to be made elsewhere in the order, including, for example, the bottom of page 65, continuing to page 66 of the comparison version. With regard to the RAA findings, the Regional Board requests a change to the second proposed order's requirement that the RAA guidelines be made part of the Los Angeles MS4 order itself. And this discussion is on page 66 of the comparison document. The field of RAA is highly technical and it's rapidly evolving, as I just discussed. And having spearheaded this approach in the 2012 LA MS4 permit, the Regional Board is now working with additional agencies, including US EPA Region 9, as well as State Board through STORMS, that are interested in advancing this analytical approach to support the use of alternative compliance plans in other MS4 permits. While the Regional Board appreciates that the RAA guidelines contain important guidance that is relied upon by permittees in developing their watershed management programs, it would be a significant administrative burden to update the RAA guidelines by reopening the MS4 permit. This change could constrain the ability of the board to efficiently update the RAA guidelines in response to improved analytical tools and guidance, and then undermine the utility of the RAA guidelines in the long run. The regional board supports making any such guidelines available for public review and comment, particularly if developed by the Los Angeles Water Board. And we did so with the 2014 REA guidelines through the technical advisory committee that was formed under that permit. I would also note that the current draft of the tentative regional MS4 permit, which you probably all know that we released in August and when adopted will replace the LA MS4 order, incorporates by reference a couple reasonable assurance analysis guidelines or guidance documents that could be used by permittees, including Region 4's guidelines, as well as newer guidelines that have been developed by the US EPA in 2017. This is consistent with approaches for other highly technical documents that are relied upon in NPDES permits, such as EPA's Technical Support Document, or TSD, and laboratory analytical methods. Permits typically reference these types of documents or an equivalent, but do not make them a part of the permit itself. So moving on to the second key area where we have a couple comments, this relates to the order's direction regarding deemed compliance status for specific programs. Our first set of comments in this area pertains to the second proposed order's specific and general findings about non-modeled controls, which you heard Mr. Mallory Jones speaking about, and permittees' deemed compliance status. As we stated in our written comments, non-structural controls are an important part of a multifaceted approach to achieving compliance, and we do not want to devalue or discourage implementation of these types of controls. We appreciate replacing the reference to non-structural / non-modeled controls with a reference to only non-modeled controls, but we do remain concerned that the direction in the second proposed order still penalizes the use of non-structural controls. Generally, the second proposed order requires that, and I'm quoting, where the requirements for achievement of an interim compliance deadline consist entirely of non-modeled controls, permittees must not only demonstrate implementation of the controls, but also actual achievement of any applicable water quality-based milestones. That's at pages 82 and 83 of the order. The second proposed order suggests that non-model controls are insufficiently reliable to warrant deemed compliance status because they are at best educated guesses. However, we disagree that deemed compliance status is only appropriate for modeled controls, as it is possible to conduct a quantitative analysis of the projected pollutant reductions from non-structural controls without modeling per se. Therefore, the regional board is requesting clarification in the final order that this demonstration is required for controls for which there is no quantitative analysis of the projected reductions, instead of using the term non-modeled controls. And I want to give one example of this type of quantitative analysis, which is the work done by CASQA to estimate reductions in copper as a result of legislated restrictions on copper content in brake pads. In this case, brake pad copper releases were estimated from vehicle reduction studies or emission studies, and also from information on brake pad debris distribution data from laboratory tests. And watershed models, which we rely on largely for the reasonable assurance analysis, unfortunately are lagging in terms of their ability to predict as model output pollutant reductions such as this that can be achieved through non-structural controls. Our second comment on this is that we read the second proposed order as allowing deemed compliance retroactively for all past milestones, but not prospectively. We agree with this approach since decisions about these non-modeled controls were agreed to by an RA subcommittee of the TAC, which was, as I said, formed as a requirement of the LA MS4 order. We do request, however, clarification and possible changes to the second proposed order for some specific WIMPs where the order seems to contradict this general direction about looking just prospectively. Two examples of this are with the Alamitos Bay Los Cerritos Channel Group. The discussion in question is on page 122 of the order, and also for the East San Gabriel Valley Group and the discussion in question is on page 110 of the order. We also request that the State Board strike the newly added sentence at the top of page 89, which seems to conflict with the order's general direction that it will not require retroactive demonstration for non-modeled controls. While we understand that the order is trying to treat all milestones the same, we don't think it's practical for past due non-modeled milestones. And the difficulty here is that the monitoring programs associated with the WIMPs and EWIMPs were ramping up over the course of several years, since a significant number of new outfall and receiving water monitoring stations were being established under the 2012 LA MS4 permit. Therefore, there's limited outfall and receiving water data to demonstrate on a watershed scale that the early water quality outcomes anticipated from initial implementation of non-modeled controls were achieved. An example of this is a 10% pollutant load reduction using non-modeled controls by 2017, for example. So moving on from our comments on non-modeled controls, I have one other comment on the deemed compliance findings of the order. And that is specifically about when and how watershed management groups may retain deemed compliance status when using the limiting pollutant approach. For specific watershed management programs, the order parses out which pollutants or pollutant classes were intended to be addressed by the limiting pollutant approach. However, it's not clear to the regional board that permittees necessarily had the same intentions as those ascribed to the groups in the second proposed order. To the extent that there may be some discrepancies in this, we request that the permittees have the opportunity to clarify which pollutants or pollutant classes are addressed by their limiting pollutant approach, and that permittees deemed compliance status for these pollutants not be disturbed at least until they have the opportunity to update their RAA and watershed management program by the June 30th, 2021 deadline, consistent with the final, or I should say the proposed, at least as proposed in the order right now. Moving to the third key area where we had a comment, this is regarding the order's finding and direction regarding compliance schedules in WIMPs and EWIMPs. Namely, we request that the second proposed order acknowledge interim TMDL deadlines as appropriate milestones in watershed management programs. We bring this up because the second proposed order seems to take issue with the legitimacy of a 2018 deadline in the North Santa Monica Bay EWIMP. This milestone date was included in this EWIMP as required in the LA MS4 order, which requires that schedules incorporate all interim and final water quality-based effluent limitations and schedules associated with those, referring to the TMDL provisions of the permit. And that 2018 deadline is a deadline that's set forth in the Santa Monica Bay Beaches Bacteria TMDL. Additionally, while the EWIMP sets forth a, quote, proposed implementation schedule and states that the proposed schedule may be altered, the regional board wishes to clarify that we took this proposed schedule as the group's commitment regarding milestones, and any change would need to be handled through an extension request by the group, and then approval of that request per the procedure that's outlined in the LA MS4 order. So to summarize, we don't believe TMDL interim milestones should be disregarded. And we want to clarify for the state board that whenever permittees presented a, quote, proposed schedule, including in the North Santa Monica Bay EWIMP, these are treated as milestone commitments unless a request for extension is submitted and by permittees and the request is approved by the regional board. The fourth key area we have some comments on are regarding the proposed deadlines for complying with the state board's order. First, we request that state board consolidate the two deadlines in the order into one, since the two will likely be very close to one another. One is 6 months from adoption of the state board order, and the second is June 30th, 2021. At most, these dates will be no more than 2 months apart. Consolidating the deadlines is cleaner, it's less of an administrative burden, and would not appear to result in any practical difference. And board staff would be hard pressed to review all of the 6-month submittals prior to 30th, 2021, since, as I said, they'll likely be at most a month or two between the two deadlines. Second, we appreciate State Board's efforts to align the deadlines in the proposed order with the existing deadlines in the 2012 LA MS4 order. We did want to verify that the permittees will retain deemed compliance status for the entire duration of the regional board's review and approval of the updated WIMPs and the associated reasonable assurance analysis. We don't interpret the order as intending for permittees to lose their deemed compliance status on June 30th, 2021. And I think I heard Mr. Mallory Jones say that that deemed compliance status would be retained for up to a year. I think I missed that in the second proposed order, so perhaps that could be pointed out to us when we get into some questions and discussion, because it does seem as though there might be some potentially contradictory language. And I think that given the permittees' longstanding and good faith reliance on the regional board's approval of the watershed management programs and EWIMPs, that allowing deemed compliance until the regional board approves or rejects the updated watershed management programs and associated reasonable assurance analysis would be appropriate. The final thing that I wanted to comment on is the precedential nature of the State Board's order. The second proposed order clarifies that it is precedential in all cases for those implementing the WIMP-EWIMP provisions for the LA MS4 order, including future iterations of the Los Angeles MS4 order. Generally, we agree with the direction to address specific aspects of alternative compliance plans consistent with the State Board's order, and the regional board will comply with the specific directives outlined in the order section. However, the alternative compliance plan of the LA MS4 order, which is embodied in our WIMP and EWIMP approach, is evolving based on the experience and lessons learned that we, along with the permittees and stakeholders, have acquired under this first permit term of employing this approach. We want to ensure that the Los Angeles Regional Board is afforded the same flexibility as other regional boards to change and adapt the alternative compliance path in future MS4 orders in the Los Angeles region when appropriate, provided that these changes conform to the general principles that are articulated in the State Board's order. Since there might be specific findings in this State Board order once finalized that become inapplicable to future iterations of the permit, we request a small change to the second proposed order. We suggest adding where applicable to the end of the first sentence under section 4 on page 164. This change, I think, is consistent with the proposed order's general sentiments that the order is not intended to curtail the flexibility of the regional water boards to adopt alternative compliance plans that best fit their particular regions. And it also is consistent with the practical reality, as I said, that the Los Angeles Water Board's alternative compliance plan is evolving as we gain experience. In closing, I just want to say that we appreciate State Board staff's recognition of the value of watershed-based approach to MS4 permitting, and State Board staff's optimism that permittees in the Los Angeles region are on the right path. As the second proposed order acknowledges, the WIMPs and the EWIMPs contain aggressive goals and ambitious plans and real projects that, as implemented over time, are going to improve water quality as well as provide other environmental and community benefits and support local water resiliency. We appreciate that it's not State Board's intent to undermine these efforts. We also agree with the need for rigor and transparency when employing alternative compliance approaches in MS4 permits. And as I've noted, the approach that we spearheaded in the LA MS4 order has growing interest across the state, and I think even beyond California, and is benefiting from these broader conversations and also the ensuing advancements that we're seeing. With that, we're of course available for any questions. The rest of the panelists are here to help support me if there are questions that I won't be able to answer. So we're happy to entertain any of those now or as the conversation continues this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Purdy, for your work and continued leadership, certainly, in this whole space. I would just flag that when it comes to your concern around just the deemed compliance portion of this and wanting to make sure we have some clarity there from staff, given that Mr. Mallory Jones did bring that up. I'll just flag that I'm interested in getting clarity on that for you. We don't necessarily, I don't know if we have to do it now. We can just wait, I think, perhaps, and we can go to our next panel. But just a flag for Mr. Mallory Jones that I'll be wanting to hear a bit more. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think then we can, well, and fellow board members, anything you'd like to flag or ask here before we transition to the second panel? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Next we have, I believe, the petitioners here as our panel, and would then call up, I believe here it's Corey Bell, Annalisa Moe, and Daniel Cooper. And it looks like perhaps Annalisa Moe will be kicking us off.
I will. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. We'll jump right on in. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe with Heal the Bay. I'd first like to thank the State Board and your staff for the thorough work in reviewing these watershed management plans. Stormwater is the primary source of pollution in our rivers, lakes, and oceans, particularly in the heavily urbanized Los Angeles region. It is therefore imperative that our management plans are adequate to drive meaningful action to reduce the stormwater pollution and achieve water quality standards. So we generally support this order. We agree that the challenged WIMPs and EWIMP do not satisfy the standards of rigor, accountability, and transparency that the State Board established in its 2015 order. We also agree that the WIMPs and EWIMPs lack clear enforceable commitments. Currently, permittees that enjoy deemed compliance status and therefore are allowed to violate water quality standards must show their work. But so far they have failed to do so, yet no enforcement action has been taken against them. The effect of this is tangible. Recent analyses by the regional board itself shows that there are many areas where water quality is stagnant or even declining across the region, including in areas covered by the programs challenged in our petition. Additionally, areas of special biological significance, also known as ASBS, are the jewels of California's coastline. However, the incorrect interpretation of the permit terms results in pollution control by permittees, meaning that ASBS are awarded less protection from polluted municipal stormwater than the Los Angeles River or Bayona Creek. Now, because water quality is suffering and therefore public and environmental health is suffering, we urge the board to promptly finalize the order with the current proposed 6-month and 12-month deadlines. Petitioners challenged the WIMPs and EWIMP over 5 years ago, so a final order is long overdue. And we remind the board that the draft order outlines requirements for permittees to comply with the existing MS4 permit. It doesn't create new requirements. So I would like to thank board again for all the work that has been done on this matter and for the opportunity to speak today. And with that, I will pass it over to my colleague, Daniel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. You should be invited to unmute yourself here.
There we go. How's that? Can you hear me? Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'm Daniel Cooper. I'm here on behalf of LA Waterkeeper. And I think a little context for the petition would be useful. So the permit was adopted almost 8 years ago at this point. And it created safe harbors for the first time where permittees, where they engaged in the WIMP and EWIMP process or development of those documents, they were then insulated from enforcement where they were violating water quality standards in the receiving water. In response to NRDC and LA Waterkeeper's challenge to the safe harbor concept, the state board issued an order and specifically stated that the process for us to ensure rigor in the WIMPs and EWIMPs and real progress toward water quality standard compliance was via the petition process, what we're looking at right now. that we would challenge those documents and they would be promptly acted on. The WIMPs and EWIMPs would be corrected by state board oversight and then implemented as appropriate. And in fact, here we are now, 2 years at least, more like 3, after the expiration of the permit term, and 5 years after our original petition on the WIMPs and EWIMPs, and we still don't have a final order. And those WIMPs and EWIMPs have been implemented for the entire life of the permit and beyond that were inadequate. And that's what has been going on during that period. And I guess it's also worth noting, as Annalise pointed out, that a survey of the data in the receiving waters by NRDC and LA Waterkeeper and a parallel survey by the regional board has confirmed that the receiving waters for these MS4 permits have not improved. They've in fact declined since the permit was implemented. And so these failed WIMPs and EWIMPs simply aren't working from any objective measure, meaning, water quality protection and human health protection in the receiving waters, including LA area beaches. So any idea, any concept, any argument by the dischargers that this order shouldn't be issued immediately so that we can get on the track toward correcting those EWIMPs and WIMPs is misplaced. In fact, the 6-month and 1-year schedule continues to cause us heartburn, but we're prepared to accept it so we can move on and get this stuff going. So we support the existing schedule and the existing order. I'd like to respond to a couple things that Ms. Purdy said quickly about what was going on with this order. I guess the first one is she seemed to assert that the detail and specificity in this order could potentially undermine reference to RAA guidance documents issued by other regional boards or US EPA. And that's simply incorrect. All of those guidance documents I've seen simply provide less specificity than what's in this RAA. And so rather than creating conflict, this order provides detail and rigor, which is what's appropriate here, and are in fact consistent with those other guidance documents, not inconsistent. So we simply disagree, and I would support staff providing this level of specificity. She also suggested that the non-model BMPs with just assumptions, such as the brake dust report from CASQA, should be fine, and that's problematic. I think the problem is there's no modeling. So how can you make the assumption? They're just guesses. She also seemed to say that there's inadequate data to evaluate the effectiveness of these assumptions. Well, again, that's the problem. Since there's no data and there's no modeling, to have people be deemed in compliance with water quality standards while they're making, at best, educated guesses for initial programs is inappropriate. And again, I'll point to the sampling data showing that receiving waters are degrading, not improving, during the life of this permit. So with those comments, I'll pass it on to Corey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Corey Bell, an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm going to focus on the lack of additional costs associated with the timelines in the draft order and incorporation of the order into the next MS4 permit. I'd like to remind the board that the second draft order outlines the bare minimum that's required for permittees to comply with a permit that has been in effect since December 2012. Additionally, the board's June 2021 deadline for submitting a new RAA lines up perfectly with permittees' existing obligations. Therefore, correction of the deficient analyses by June 2021 is already required by the MS4 permit and imposes no additional costs. This is simply what permittees already must do. Whether the analyses themselves require additional work or costs is to be determined and will be addressed after the analyses are completed in roughly a year. As for the draft order's 6-month deadline, the information requested of permittees should be easily at permittees' disposal if they have been properly tracking and reporting their compliance with the permit. Further, permittees have known of the draft order's requirements since at least 2015, when the State Board issued its clarifying order on the permit, and permittees were notified of these requirements again when the first draft order on this petition was issued almost a year ago. Finally, when adopting the final order, we request that the State Board again makes clear that the order must be incorporated into the next MS4 permit. 2 drafts of the MS4 permit have been issued to date, and none of them have fully incorporated the draft orders requirements, even though the permit drafts were issued after the State Board released their draft orders. This is yet another reason that the board should act quickly and issue a final order so that it can be promptly incorporated into the permit currently being drafted for LA. That, in addition to the fact that finalizing the order will help ensure that water quality does not continue to decline because of inadequate WIMPs and EWIMPs. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bell. Any questions for the panel from fellow board members at this moment? Okay. Then with the 2 panels having now proceeded, we can start moving on to our individual speakers here. And so I have first on my list, which I think is the same as a scrolling bar here. Let me just make sure. Yes, Ms. Karen Cohen. Good afternoon. Should be invited to unmute here. There we are.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Karen Cowan, and I am the Assistant Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. For quite a few years, CASQA has actively worked around the state on compliance pathways for MS4 permit limitations. So we're commenting today from a statewide perspective with a particular focus on ensuring the decisions made on the order do not set precedent beyond the LA region, either from a legal or practical precedential perspective. As always, our approach is to provide comments that are constructive with the goal of collaborating to identify solutions, which is a good transition to note our appreciation to Water Board staff for considering our written comments and addressing 5 of our 7 primary concerns in some way. In particular, we appreciate the new language explaining that the order does not curtail the flexibility of other regional water boards or require modification of programs adopted by other regional water boards, and the clarifying language regarding data assessment requirements for source assessments. There's one area of our written comments that we would like to highlight, though, and that's the concept of non-structural controls, which includes what we call true source control, which is essentially eliminating a pollutant at its source. I'd first like to echo and support all of the comments that Ms. Purdy made on this issue. As you see, I'm highlighting it here, so obviously it's very near and dear to our hearts. So for context, what you've heard already so far are the work that CASQA has already done on eliminating copper from brake pads. The concept is eliminate it from the source rather than trying to take it out of the system once it's already there. Another example would be working with DPR to ensure that they can prohibit the registration and re-registration of pesticides that cause aquatic toxicity. So the revised order did make some changes regarding the use of non-structural controls in watershed management planning. However, as Ms. Purdy also noted, the order appears to continue to diminish the usefulness and value of non-structural controls as tools for water quality improvement, based simply on the fact that they are harder to enforce and assess. For example, the first paragraph on page 88 of the order states, many of the non-structural control measures are difficult to enforce, further diminishing our inclination to rely on them for deemed compliance purposes. We continue to stress that such language is counter to the goals of achieving sustainable stormwater management. It establishes a system that is focused on incentivizing and requiring the use of structural controls over non-structural controls, based on ease of enforcement rather than identifying the most effective solutions for the protection of beneficial uses. As identified in our vision for sustainable stormwater management, non-structural controls are fundamental to improving water quality, and opportunities to address pollutants through non-structural controls should be supported and encouraged, not minimized in watershed management planning. Of the remaining issues we raised in our written comment letter, there's one issue that was not addressed that we would like to request your further consideration, and that is to remove the discussion in the order regarding cost considerations, as it is not directly related to the issues being addressed in the order. I'd like to clarify that that is a legal procedural comment, not a comment based on the need for addressing cost considerations. I agree with all of the comments today on why that's critically important, and would like to note, particularly for Mr. Bishop, as you work on that, CASQA obviously would like to be partners with you in all of those conversations. My last thought here is more of a big picture thought, is taking a step back on sort of what MS4 permits are trying to achieve. And a lot of what we're talking about today, of course, is based on compliance, and stating the obvious, compliance is critical, both from the water board and the public's perspective. as well as permittees who are looking for feasible compliance options within the permit itself. But Casco spent a good portion of the last year taking a step back and looking at, again, revising our vision for sustainable stormwater management, which I greatly look forward to talking about with everybody in the coming months and year. And one of the concepts we have in there is to think about permits again from what they're trying to achieve, focusing on the desired outcomes and the actions necessary to achieve those desired outcomes, both in terms of the overall goals of the permitting process in general, as well as what could be achieved within a permit term. I think it's just a general statement of, as we talk about compliance, not to get lost down procedural paths so far that we kind of lose sight of where we're trying to go and desired outcomes and the actions needed to achieve them. With that, I can conclude my comments and say thank you very much for consideration of our comments here today.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Just a quick question. When it comes to the sort of objection of having that cost of compliance data and work within this order, what is the real, you acknowledge that yes, it's important to do it, but what is the rationale for not wanting to see it in this order, I suppose? Just wanting to be able to better understand.
Yeah, well, unlike Ms. Purdy, who was smart enough to bring her team to answer the more particular portions of questions, I will acknowledge I am not the attorney, so that it is more of a legally procedural based question or comment on what this order is addressing versus how we want to address the issue of cost of compliance and cost considerations.
I appreciate it. And we'll just acknowledge, you may have heard earlier in the board meeting that during the board member updates, board member Dodek did mention, we have been having a conversation around cost of compliance, that whole space that I think we can do better around to understand and ensure that we're able to implement better. So, I think there's a couple of places where, cost of compliance, stormwater discussions are taking place.
Excellent.
I do have a follow-up question now that the chair pointed out that particular issue. I too now don't understand your request for removing that, because one of the things that I think will be so critical in what Mr. Bishop proposed is not only looking at the issue of cost, but providing guidance on how costs would be considered going forward in future permits. And so to me, that links to this particular permit and to the petition that we're considering. So perhaps you could provide a little bit more, if you can. If not, then no. But in terms of why it is that you're requesting that be removed.
So what I can do for you is I'll give you the practical non-legal answer, and I can also
So and
what I'll commit to do is I'll talk to our attorney and I can give you a follow-up on the basis of why that request is being made, particularly for this particular order. From a practical consideration on cost of compliance, absolutely. I mean, it's again baked into the vision that we're going to be rolling out and talking to everybody about here, hopefully within the next couple weeks. We recognize it's critically important. We want to work together with State Water Board because, as you know, with municipalities, every municipality is structured differently. They track things differently. So just coming up with even determining how you track it within your own program is very convoluted and complex. So we've been talking even internally of, having some municipalities even serving as sort of the trial balloons of how would this work? What would you really require given the breadth and differences of how every single MS4 program works throughout the state. And we also know that understanding the cost of compliance is critically important to the other issue we have, which is funding. Because right now, as you all know, we're funded out of the general fund. And this year just emphasizes even further of how that's not feasible or sustainable to achieve all of the goals that we want and all the things that we want to do, because stormwater just can't be funded out of the general fund. So yes, we very much want to work with everybody on understanding the cost of compliance, because when we can put a dollar amount to it, we're hopeful that it can help us make the case of why we need the funding to do what we need to do to achieve our ultimate goals. But I will get back to you on the legal side, because I certainly appreciate the fact that it sounds like I'm asking for the opposite. So I'll get an answer and we can provide that.
Much appreciated. And
I'll commit that we'll reach out to Casco and figure this out. I do want to, emphasize that this order doesn't discourage the use of non-structural controls. What it's trying to say is that they need to be accountable. You can't just say you're going to get a 10% reduction, never monitor for it, never check to see if you actually got that, and build that into your models in the future, that you start with 10% less because of non-structural controls. We totally support non-structural controls, but there needs to be monitoring associated with that to show that the reduction that you're expecting from that is achieved. And if you achieve more, then you refine it as you move forward to account for that. If you receive less, you refine it to account for that, as opposed to just assuming it and never looking at it.
And sorry, I'll just add on to that because I was going to ask that question, Ms. Cowan, is just, you know, I think as you're continuing to be constructive in developing proposals with us for how to strengthen this, you know, I think the goal here is we would all love the, you know, source reductions, non-structural controls. That is, it's better to prevent it than deal with it later. But there is a real challenge in, you know, ensuring that we're holding accountable to the outcomes we're all trying to achieve. So, and I think, you know, if we can get more specifics from, you know, ideas and proposals for how we can include those accountability measures for outcomes while, you know, maybe further incentivizing the non-structural source protection controls, it'd be great to see what those are.
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, and I think in some ways it almost comes down to a question of time and authority, because for some of the non-structural solutions, you know, for example, toxicity, you're talking about working with DPR, which is all completely feasible and doable and is the right approach, and the time for that to happen, you know, and there's lots and lots of different ways that we can work on source control solutions with other folks who have sort of the power to make those actions occur. So I certainly hear you. And I think that's something we can continue to work on, and just sort of noting I think that's sort of the challenge when it comes into a permitting context, as you're noting, is sort of the accountability on it. And some of these non-structural controls, they just do take more time, but they're ultimately better than trying to build BMPs in a structural capacity throughout all of the watersheds in California.
Yeah, they're certainly more durable insofar as if you can prevent it from getting into the watershed to begin with, you don't have to then, you know, consider the ongoing cost of its removal. And so I appreciate that. And certainly what comes to mind is zinc and tires as well. And there is a role with DTSC and their petition process around, you know, safer products. And so I think that it's trying to be mindful of those opportunities for those non-structural, but I think the common thread is how do we build rigor into and ensuring that it does build to the outcomes that are either modeled or not because of insufficient data, and continuing to just focus on, and to your point, Ms. Cohen, as well, it's helpful to remind ourselves of those outcomes ultimately in here and stay you know, focused there. And I think that certainly looking at the proposal and the where we are now when it comes to the petition response, I think it strikes that balance, and it is trying to build and ensure that that rigor is there. And so appreciate the continued collaboration on that.
Thank you.
Anything further from board members? And if not, we can move on to our next speaker. And thank you again, Ms. Cohen. And that would be Paul Alva from the County of Los Angeles. Mr. Alva, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Paul Alva. I'm an Assistant Deputy Director with Los Angeles County Public Works. I oversee the MS4 permit implementation for the county and incorporated areas of LA County, as well as the LA County Flood Control District. By implementing the 2012 MS4 permit, the county is closely aligned with the governor's water resiliency portfolio and the goals of addressing climate change and water resiliency. The 2012 permit has produced water quality projects that embody the administration's priorities, including multi-benefit approaches towards water issues, the utilization of new and existing infrastructure, and watershed-based efforts. Nowhere else in the world have municipalities developed such detailed and rigorous water quality improvement plans. The modeling efforts undertaken has called for world-leading expertise to tackle the number of pollutants, the size of the watersheds, and the expansiveness of BMP networks required to achieve permit requirements. The EWIMPs and WIMPs are unprecedented and have been a huge success for our region. For example, the county will be spending over $100 million this year alone to construct 5 regional multi-benefit projects. The EWIMPs and the WIMPs have provided technical information to support the passage of the Safe Clean Water Program by voters in 2018. The program, which is managed by the district, generates approximately $285 million a year in perpetuity towards water quality and multi-benefit projects for the benefit of all 84 cities, stakeholders, and all 10 million residents countywide. The district just completed the first round of Safe Clean Water Program, and over 50 projects were recommended for funding. Over the next 5 years, these projects are expected to receive over $400 million from the program, not to mention other sources of funding such as grants. The total construction cost for the projects is close to $800 million for the first year alone. Despite this incredible effort and the robust implementation of the 2012 permit, the state draft order does not reflect an understanding of the massive construction of public projects required under the EWIMPs and WIMPs. Based upon our experience of constructing projects, including 5 this year, and currently developing an additional 25 projects, it is our experience that it takes 5 to 7 years to complete a project, an additional 2 to 3 years to optimize it. Simply stated, the draft order does not reflect the current economic and political reality of our region. Thus, I urge the state board to consider this unique opportunity with the Safe Clean Water Program and the progress made over the last 8 years. We, along with the Regional Water Board, permittees, and other stakeholders, can continue this path to improve water quality while protecting public health and the natural resources for the present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kralova. Just to clarify though as well, is there any particular portion of the order as contemplated that you find particular disagreement with, or is it just the entire order in of itself insofar as feeling it doesn't recognize the progress that's been made? I'm trying to just make sure I understand the request here.
The entire order. We want it to be more aligned with the new permit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, follow-up question. I'm seeing Mr. Board Member McGuire maybe have some follow-up question there.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, in light of some of the statements that were made by the petitioners actually about their concern that water quality is actually degraded over the permit term, I'm getting conflicting messages here. And so I'm trying to better understand how that's going. I appreciate, as an engineer who's designed and built projects, I understand how long they take and how difficult it is often, especially in the stormwater world, to procure funding. But at the same time, this was a permit issued in 2012. It did have these plans developed with an intentional purpose to achieve water quality improvement. And so it does seem reasonable to expect that we would have seen some improvement over that time. So I guess my question to you is, what are you seeing? Are you seeing the same sort of degradation that some of the NGO groups are noticing? And what do you think about that?
Well, I would say that the regional board recently released a report a few months ago taking a quick look at the water quality conditions in the region. And for the most part, certain pollutants have been reduced. In other parts, it hasn't. But I would go back to, yes, the permit was adopted in 2012, but it took a couple of years before those plans were adopted. I believe they were adopted in 2015, around that year. And it takes time to implement it. It also takes time to obtain the necessary funds, as well as to develop these projects. Like I said, it takes 5 to 7 years under the most expedited track. And so here we are roughly 4 to 5 years after those plans have been adopted. And we're now seeing the benefit of those plans by having 5 regional projects being completed this year alone. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 25 more in the queue that we're currently developing and going to be implemented in the next few years. So we're starting to realize the fruits of that labor. And so it just takes time. It takes time raising the amount of capital that is needed. We're seeing the cost per acre foot roughly being about $1 million an acre foot. It's quite expensive. And so, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, we're relying on the general fund to fund these projects, especially for the county and incorporated areas. You know, we don't have a dedicated funding source other than Safe Clean Water Program that we have to compete just like with any other city for those funds. So funding is an issue. It takes time to secure this funding. Going through the environmental process takes time. Going through the community to get their buy-in and feedback on how these projects should look like and how it should be constructed. So yes, I imagine that water quality will continue to increase or improve over the next few years as more projects come in line. As I mentioned, 50 projects were approved by the Safe Clean Water Program for funding. Once those projects are in the ground and fully operational over the next few years, I imagine the water quality will improve even further. So we're starting to see this wave of projects, and it's a good time in our region to start seeing a lot of the investments that our voters actually support, with almost a 70% passage for the Safe Clean Water Program. Nowhere in the country has there been a similar initiative to raise over $250 million a year for water quality projects. So it's something that we're proud. It's something that we're starting to implement even more projects. So it's an exciting time. And I would hope that the State Water Board would reflect that in the draft order, that we do have funding in place. It takes time to implement these projects. And so with that said, I hope I answered your question, Board Member McGuire.
It's helpful, yes. I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. Bishop.
I just want to reassure the board that this order actually supports the permit and the alternate compliance. It just puts accountability into it. It's not discouraging it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely that right balance we're looking to strike here. And so thank you, Mr. Alva, for your time and response today.
And just Mr. Bishop, I'm sorry, I apologize. Mr. Bishop, just to clarify, as you know, we recognize that these projects can take long periods of time to implement, and sometimes longer than expected, even in the most conservative planning efforts. There are sometimes unforeseen barriers to implementing, and so aren't there provisions though, in the permit through the regulatory mechanisms, like through time schedule orders, for regional boards to consider extensions to compliance periods as needed? And
I also remind that we in 2015 or today haven't opined on the time that the permittees requested to come into compliance. That those are part of their own planning, and they reflect the TMDL schedules that were already adopted. And there are mechanisms, time schedule orders, amendments to TMDLs. There are other mechanisms for adjusting the time if things take longer. And the process itself has a iterative approach of coming back to the plan, the reasonable assurance analysis and revising the plan. We inserted one for next June back in 2015, so that they can look at what they've learned and acknowledge that there are going to be changes that are needed and that the plans need to be revised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Alva, it looks like you have a follow-up, yes?
Yes, just one quick follow-up, Chair. Just to follow up on Board Member Dodek's comment earlier about costs, I just wanted for the record that the county and incorporated areas, we spend $100 million a year. That is my current budget for the foreseeable future. And that's how much we've invested in implementing projects. So the draft order needs to recognize those jurisdictions that have heavily invested in compliance efforts. You know, that budget has steadily increased since 2012. It's now at $100 million a year, and it's something that, you know, it should be reflected in the draft order, that we are doing as much as we can. Beyond that, we are also implementing the Safe Clean Water Program, which is an additional funding source for not just in incorporated area, but for all 84 cities. So there is a lot of stuff happening. So thank you for the opportunity for me to provide comments.
Thank you, Mr. Alva. Next, we can move to Travis Van Ligton, who's with the City of Duarte.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, fellow board members. Thank you for your time today. I will attempt to keep this brief, and I will limit my comments mostly to the revisions or lack thereof that are incorporated into this proposed order, just to spare some of the details, as some of the prior comments in my prior comment letters, as well as the comment letter submitted on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments are already in the record, and those comments, in my opinion, still stand and should be addressed in the final order. Very quickly, I apologize. I should say who I'm here on behalf of. My name is Travis Van Ligton. I'm here on behalf of the City of Duarte, and I represent the City Attorney's Office. Very quickly, just three broad stroke issues, and I think one of these issues is going to respond to some of the questions that were raised earlier by some of the board members. Our first comment is that this current proposed order should not be adopted right now, mainly because of the fact that of the ongoing litigation between Duarte and the boards themselves, and as seeing how some of the conclusions from that final decision, whatever it might be, will inform some of the legal standards and analysis that should be in this proposed order. And there is a concern, at least on my part, that no matter how that case turns out, you know, we might be setting up a scenario where we have conflicting authorities that could have been easily addressed if we had just waited, you know, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it's going to be, tops. Along those same lines, I think one of the big issues that will be resolved by the litigation that should be incorporated in this proposed order, to the extent the proposed order goes forward, is the fact that the WIMPs and the EWIMPs as currently drafted in the permit that are at issue in this draft order are really tied directly to the implementation of the numeric effluent limits that are at the core of that lawsuit. And the Court of Appeals decision in that regard will ultimately have a strong bearing on what this board can and should do in the future. That's just something I think you should keep in mind. The second point I wanted to raise was, and this is to respond to some of the questions that were raised by some of the board members today, is that the proposed order's discussion of the California Water Code 13241 factors is fundamentally flawed. And I guess as the lawyer, I can opine on some of those legal issues, at least from our perspective, obviously. Essentially, the current discussion of the 13241 factors, and specifically the economic considerations analysis, is flawed primarily because it's directly at odds with the trial court's ruling and its assessment of what the regional board and ultimately the state board did when it approved the 2012 MS4 permits, including the underlying NEL terms at issue in that case. And what we're proposing is, at a minimum, I think including a discussion of cost is a very good idea. And I think it's a good way to view some of these issues at a minimum, because really we can see what's doable on a societal scale, I guess. But ultimately, the current cost discussion should be revised to reflect what the board should actually have considered. And you can even look at, for instance, what the regional board is doing currently with their tentative permit for the new MS4 permit in the LA region, where they have attempted to address some of the costs of complying with these NELs, which using, for instance, the cost estimates associated with these WIMPs and EWIMPs, totaling as high as about, I think, $31 billion over a 20-year period. And that doesn't include everything such as the acquisition of real property or operation and maintenance at all instances. So I guess the ask in that regard is to revise the cost analysis to look at what should have been looked at back in 2012, if that's what the board, if that is the direction the board wants to take. And the last comment is kind of more of a procedural issue and really a fairness issue too, which is that this proposed order is the result of specific petitions challenging specific WIMPs and EWIMPs. And essentially not everyone had the same seat at the table about bringing comments forward from the very get-go of this. The proposed order, as multiple parties have said today, will have long-ranging, as currently drafted, will have long-ranging impacts on the entire LA region and frankly, the entire state of California. And we feel that any type of order of such a magnitude should be, frankly, subject to a separate, broader process that from where everyone can get in on the kind of the ground floor, I guess, to get their comments in. And so to the extent this proposed order is going to go through, we would request that it be revised to reflect that the direction and admonitions therein are more specifically tailored to the specific programs that were challenged at issue in this specific case. And with that, I'll be here for any questions if there are any, but thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the good comment. Would flag as well, though, that that's the purpose of this workshop. This is just a workshop. It isn't a decision point, and are looking to have everyone be aware of the discussion here, read the order, provide good comment, and allow us to understand what concerns may be out there. And so, you know, the petition process is a different process. It isn't under our own steam that we came to, you know, having the petition to begin with. Your point on keeping it sounds to, you know, subject to the plans that were first called on the petition is noted. I appreciate that. So thank you for your good comment.
I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Any questions from fellow board members? Okay, thank you again. Next, we have up Samantha Matthews, San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Samantha Matthews, and I am speaking on behalf of the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, which represents 30 cities, 3 water districts, and the unincorporated areas in the San Gabriel Valley. We submitted a comment letter on the draft order in March, and with the release of the second proposed order, we continue to have many of the same technical concerns as well as procedural concerns. So procedurally, while we recognize that this is the second proposed order, 30 days to review and provide comments is an extremely short comment period, and not accepting written comments is problematic. So it's been common practice in various governmental bodies, local, regional, and state agencies to accept written comments, whether by email, snail mail, or other means, while holding a public meeting with COVID-19 guidelines in place. We feel it is more efficient and to our mutual benefit to accept written comments. Our primary technical concern is related to the adaptive management process and the reasonable assurance analysis. And as others have commented, including Ms. Purdy, the second proposed order seems to indicate that the existing analysis strategy has been deemed inadequate or flawed. And this is a major concern for our cities and puts another financial burden on cities to develop new modeling, requiring time and funds that we feel would be much better spent implementing stormwater projects. So we strongly ask that you reconsider your challenge of the limiting pollutant strategy of the reasonable assurance analysis. And we ask that the final order does not indicate that the limiting pollutant strategy is flawed. Moving forward, I know you're not taking an action today, but we strongly ask that you allow cities the ability to implement their approved watershed management programs and enhanced watershed management program. To date, cities have already committed to implementing their WIMPs and EWIMPs and have begun utilizing funding available under Measure W, the Safe Clean Water Program, to plan, design, and construct a considerable amount of infrastructure in the region. Please take into consideration the amount of time and resources spent both from a local city perspective, as well as a regional board and staff perspective in developing, reviewing, and approving the existing WIMPs and EWIMPs. So with that, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you as well, much appreciated. Next, we have Richard Watson, and would note, I believe Mr. Watson is requesting 7 minutes, and I believe he's representing a number of agencies, so 7 minutes it is. Good afternoon, Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon. Do you have my PowerPoint to show? There it is, okay. So what I'd like to do is make a few introductory comments. My name is Richard Watson. I am a consultant. I'm a planner, not an engineer. And I happen to be basically our firm is the author of one of the watershed management programs, namely in the Los Cerritos Channel. And we're also involved as sub-consultants in the lower Los Angeles River and the lower San Gabriel River. In addition, I've been involved with stormwater issues, I guess, actually since 2 months before the federal regs were promulgated. And I've been actively involved in the California Stormwater Quality Task Force and its association and its predecessor task force since 1991. I'm not going to speak for CASCA because Karen obviously did that earlier, but I was very much involved with the discussion, the brake pad bill issue, and was on the consulting team or negotiating team. And that study that CASCA did was actually an outgrowth of one that we did for a watershed group in Los Angeles County and expanded on that. And as Member Dodak knows, I've been rather actively involved in the petition to DTSC to try to control zinc oxide, or the source of zinc in tires. In fact, she got me together with the tire industry and the International Zinc Association. So we've been working at that for some time, and our petition has been in abeyance essentially at DTSC for over 2 years. So let me go to the next slide. I'm going to change what I'm saying a little bit on some things here because of the comments that were made. I particularly learned quite a bit from Renee Purdy's comments about where the regional board's headed, and I appreciated Karen's comments and also Paul Alva's, because we share a number of the same problems. One of the things I would point out here that is timing is kind of an issue right now, and it's been 10 months since the draft order was issued. And I do regret that somehow I wasn't able to maybe educate the state board staff and the attorneys better, because there's some issues in this particular order that are actually incorrect pertaining to us, partially because, since we wrote the plans in 2014-15, they were approved in 2015. We've now had, for those of us in watershed management programs, we've had 2 adaptive management reports. The last one accompanied our annual report in December, and I was rewriting 95 pages of the WMP, because we've been aiming for that target at the end of June. One of the things that I thought everybody should recognize, because I know the state board has got this problem too, and that's the whole impact of COVID-19. We've actually had a TMDL, which I'll talk about in a minute, delayed because of that. And one other thing, there's just several related issues that have already been slated to be addressed by the regional board, and others that really should be addressed before the order is adopted. One of those is the timing of the MS4 permit. We're not sure about that yet. I do really appreciate the 45-day extension we got today for making comments. Another is there's some consideration of basin plan amendments related to deadlines, and those relate to some of the TMDLs with kind of short fuse deadlines. And we probably need to have those discussions and maybe get that pretty well underway before we make a lot of other changes. And then there's some metal standards that are actually being considered for change. The Los Angeles Regional Board is actually about to be working on a basin plan amendment to adopt the biotic ligand model for copper, and some of us are hoping they will do something also about zinc. There's some discussion about pathogen approaches. As I mentioned, we had a bacteria TMDL. In fact, there were 2 bacteria TMDLs delayed because of the impacts, I think, of COVID-19 primarily. And so we don't know what those requirements are going to be. So we've been updating the WMP and the RAA, but basically we need to know, really, we now see with the tentative order, but we don't know what's going to be in the final order because we don't know the reaction to some of your orders. So there's a timing question there. Also, I think that there's a mistake in the order personally, where staff asserted this, or the attorneys asserted this earlier, but it's not, that it's not related to numeric effluent limits. The revised order, the second order, added a whole bunch of data in their examples from sub-watersheds in the different cities in our region and our 35% milestone date. But the numbers that were in there were derived actually from the waste load allocations in the 2012 permit and the TMDLs, and then some assessment of how much rain we're going to get and how much water we have to collect. So I think we're really talking about stuff that are at least indirectly numeric effluent limitations in some cases. And this affects this business of the non-structural control measures too. There's been a lot of discussion about that today. We happen to be one of those groups, and we were one of the first ones to encourage the 10% first, assumption that we would get a 10% reduction for non-structural, mainly the breakback bill that was mentioned. And we've actually demonstrated that. In the annual report, we put forward a graphic demonstration because we're fortunate we've got 20 years of monitoring results at the mouth of our watershed, and that happens to be the compliance point in the TMDLs. So I was able to demonstrate that we made both the copper and the zinc reductions that were required at more than 10% level, copper just barely, but we actually did it. And staff doesn't recognize that, partially because they, weren't able, we didn't talk more about what was missing in the draft permit or draft order. Another thing I want to talk quickly about is this milestone focus, and I've mentioned that a little bit already. I mentioned we did demonstrate we met the 2017 milestone, but now we're getting into taking prior and current. And as far as I can tell, we don't have all the evidence yet, but as far as I can tell, we probably just missed our September 30th, 2020 milestone. But I can't say that definitely yet, but I think we did. And then the proposed order also talks about this idea of completing all work associated with prior and current milestones. I think I understand that better today, given the comments from both the regional board and from Mr. Mallory Jones, because I had actually communicated with people before trying to understand what that means. Because in our watershed, we've been fortunate. We've actually, we're not quite done spending the money, but we've spending almost $62 million in the last, since 2015, on 4 water capture projects, which capture a little over 62 acre feet. But in what the attorneys added to the discussion of our watershed, they took all this stuff from the sub-watershed areas and sort of treated them as if they were requirements. And that basically, when I added it all up, was 208.6 acre feet. So we've done a lot, but we certainly haven't accomplished that many acre feet. And we've spent a lot of money in the last 5 years. And we've also done a mile long, one of our cities did a mile long green street. So I think we've done quite a bit. And one of the things that I think should happen is this whole 6-month requirement thing should be removed from the order, and I'll say more about that. And there has been discussion of that already. Basically, I think the whole thing is a mess right now, and it's not the state board's fault or anybody else, but as I say, some of the metal standards are being updated right now, and we have 2 metals TMDLs. The regional board, as I mentioned, is considering one. US EPA is actually working on looking at all the metal standards right now, an agreement that was signed in 2017. They're supposed to be done in 2022. The state board actually has a program in the storms unit looking at changes in metal standards, basically using the biotic living model. So there's a lot of effort to really get to better science. So this, as I say, the whole thing's a mess. I'll go on to my final slide. I just think the adoption of the order should be delayed. I think all this discussion about the deemed compliance processes should be just left out of it, and should be left to the regional board to do that. And where I was a big supporter of the June 2020 date for watershed management programs and the RAAs, I'm now thinking it should be at least 6 months after the effective date of the new regional MS4 permit. So we know we put everything into our WIMPs, and that our RAAs reflect that based on the adopted permit. Thank you very much. available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Much appreciated. Next, we have Caitlin Kalua from California Coastkeeper Alliance.
All right, good afternoon. Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I am the policy analyst for the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeeper organizations throughout the state. And it is in that capacity that I provide comments today, and that the final determination made by the state board has potential to inform other regional board actions. And we largely support this final order to hold dischargers accountable for interim milestones to achieve water quality objectives. Overall, we strongly support the State Water Board's conclusion that failing to meet interim milestones results in a loss of deemed compliance and is subject to enforcement, that essentially enforceable deadlines and interim milestones are needed to ensure that permittees are using, the permittees that are using a WIMP or EWIMP actually meet receiving water limitations. And that for over 5 years, the watershed-based planning approach in Los Angeles has allowed permittees to violate these interim deadlines with no legal consequence due to a safe harbor provision. And as stated, it's the only time I'll provide a quote in my comment today, as stated in the order, and I quote, "Deemed compliance is not a right. It is an accommodation based on the time and effort required to undertake the complex planning and implementation efforts needed to improve water quality. It is meant to encourage significant investment in collaborative regional and water-based BMP implementation, leading eventually to all receiving waters meeting final receiving water limitations." And as was previously discussed, to date, the analysis by the regional board itself has shown that water quality is not only stagnant, but declining in some areas. And that permittees implementing NEWIP have achieved less than 10% of stormwater capture and treatment targets since the beginning of 2012, and with many permittees completing even less at 3% of these targets. And so we see the 6 and 12-month timeframes provided by the order as both appropriate and should be retained, in that the current additional 6 months timeframe to demonstrate compliance is generous given the original deadlines passed over 3 years ago, and that this process has taken 7 years, which is longer than the life of the permit. And any further extensions truly are entirely inappropriate. We further support the State Water Board's finding that disallows financial capability as an excuse for failing to achieve interim milestones. And that, again, given that permittees have known of these requirements since at least 2015, we urge that the final order make it clear that its requirements should also apply in the next MS4 permit for the region. And so in conclusion, I leave you with my final ask, in that, well, first, we appreciate and support the State Water Board's findings in this order, and that the State Water Board, and as you move forward in this process, we urge your board to adopt a final order with no new extensions and with the explicit requirement that the final order be applied in the next MS4 permit adopted by the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Kalua, for the comments today and your engagement. Much appreciated. Next, we have Nicholas Girelli, and then we will conclude with John Hunter.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Nick Girelli, and in connection with this proposed order, we represent the cities of Agoura Hills, Beverly Hills, Covina, Culver City, Hidden Hills, La Mirada, Manhattan Beach, Maywood, Monrovia, San Marino, Vernon, and Westlake Village. Each of these very diverse cities is a permittee under the current Los Angeles County MS4 permit, and is participating in either a WIMP or EWIMP, and cooperating with the regional board to implement those programs. On April 3rd, we submitted a comment letter in connection with the initial draft order. In those comments, we argued that it was prejudicial to act on the petition and put at risk the deemed compliance status of these cities, especially after so much effort has gone into developing and implementing them. We reassert those arguments and ask that you can carefully consider our comment letter. As a policy matter, the proposed order acknowledges that the state board is really not in a position to micromanage every model input in each regional board decision. Yet, at least in part, this is what the proposed order seeks to do. We again encourage you to avoid upsetting the deemed compliance status of our cities years after the WIMPs and EWIMPs were approved, in reliance on technical guidance provided by the regional board. Sections 3 and 4 of the order on page 186 of the red line now state that WIMP and EWIMP groups have 6 months after the order's adoption to demonstrate compliance with their milestones, and by June 30th, 2021 to submit updated WIMPs and eWIMPs. We assume that the addition of the term eWIMP in each of these sections is intended to address only the North Santa Monica Bay group because it is the subject of the order. The next sections make clear that they are referring to all of the eWIMP groups. So we ask that for your clarification that the eWIMP groups referred to in sections 3 and 4 is only the North Santa Monica Bay group. As Ms. Purdy stated, we also request clarification that that after they have submitted their updates by June 30th, 2021, the WIMP groups maintain their deemed compliance status until the executive officer has approved their updated programs. This period of deemed compliance must include any period of time in which the groups are refining their WIMPs to address the regional board's comments. Revisions should be expected because the WIMPs and RAAs will require collaboration with the regional board to fine-tune them. We didn't see the provision of the second proposed order that purports to extend that deemed compliance status for 1 year, but I'm open to being disabused of that. Next, item 3 at page 187 of the red line improperly requires the executive officer to evaluate the deemed compliance status for each WIMP and eWIMP group following adaptive management. This is really a blunt directive. The purpose of adaptive management is intended to produce changes to the WIMPs and eWIMPs that leads to full compliance. The group should not be punished if their plans are improved through adaptive management. Turning to the WIMP milestones, the failure to demonstrate completion of all work associated with prior and current milestones should not result in a loss of deemed compliance, stretching back to the original milestone date, as this would be unfair to groups that were unsure of their obligations. The retroactive loss of deemed compliance status should begin no earlier than the adoption date of this order. Next, the standard for all relevant available data used in preparing a WIMP and an RAA should be more clearly defined. The language proposed on page 53 of the red line merely states that it not be irrelevant. However, we suggest a limitation that the data at least be useful and informative in the source assessment and estimate of pollutant loadings. The groups must have guidance on explaining whether data is going to be relevant. Turning to the ongoing litigation involving the LA County MS4 permit, footnote 2 to the proposed order now affirms that litigation is unrelated to the issues before you because the proposed order only addresses the alternative compliance path applicable to receiving water limitations and is not related to the permit's numeric effluent limitations. So should that mean that the second proposed order does not affect WIMPs and eWIMPs to the extent that they provide alternative compliance for numeric effluent limits and the way that those effluent limits are addressed through the WIMPs and eWIMPs? Again, we would seek clarification on that point. Page 33 of the red line now states that funding concerns may not be a sufficient basis for the LA Board's executive officer to approve extensions and modifications of deadlines, as long as such extensions do not extend any underlying TMDL's final compliance deadlines. I realize that that's an issue that's going to be considered thoroughly going forward, but we see no reason for such a restriction on TSOs. While imperfect enforcement tools, TSOs may be intended to address TMDL compliance when funding is an impediment. In sum, this order effectively requires more expenditures that do little to actually achieve water quality benefits through project-based BMPs. It is the implementation of those projects that have already been modeled and identified in the WIMPs and eWIMPs that will achieve those benefits. So the order unnecessarily shifts resources away from those projects potentially. Thank you for your consideration of our comments today.
Thank you, much appreciated. Next, we have John Hunter.
Good morning, everyone. Or I guess it's a good afternoon now. Thank you, board chair, members of the board. I'm going to be purposefully brief on my presentation, but I might ask for 30 extra seconds if I run into it because I want to address one other item that has come up. First, I'm the lead consultant for the Lower Los Angeles River Watershed Management Group, and for the record, there are the cities that comprise this group. So if we could move on to the next slide. We were one of the watershed groups that had the honor of being specifically addressed in the order. we do appreciate the fact that the state board took some time to look at the comments that we submitted in March and addressed a few of them. Regarding this second draft, I'm going to limit my comments to two primary ones, and then I'm going to ask for that a few moments to talk about limiting pollutants. I'm going to talk about the reasonable assurance analysis, which is being updated. And I'm going to talk about the Safe Clean Water program and how it impacts the program. And I'm going to suggest some very few changes to the program or to the order. So if we could have the next slide. First off, the reasonable assurance analysis, and we could talk for hours on this one slide by itself, so I will be purposefully brief. It basically says that, and I'm quoting from page 5 of the redlined order, this additional 6 months for demonstration will provide an opportunity, et cetera, and then it says, will allow the permittees until at least June 30th, 2021, to continue receiving deemed compliance. Similarly, in the conclusion of the redlined order, it says, it is appropriate to allow the WIMP and EWIMP groups 6 months to determine whether they've completed all work associated with the prior and current milestones. Okay, now if we can move to the next slide. June 30, 2021 is when a new and much more accurate RAA will be submitted to the board. And this is important because we're not going to have the RAA ready around January 1st, where we have 6 months to sit around and figure out, well, how are we going to implement this? No, the RAA honestly will probably be finished around June 15th, and then we will spend the next 2 weeks frantically assembling it and getting it ready to submit. We have a new and much more improved modeling system that we're going to be using. We have much more monitoring data. Prior to the first WIMP, we had one station, one permanent station at in the lower LA River, and that was basically for all of the LA River. Now we have 12 stations in our watershed, and if you include the upstream watersheds, we probably have 50 or 60 other monitoring stations. So the data that we have available in running the next RAA is phenomenally increased. We have many more low impact development projects. So what we want to do, what I'm requesting is any demonstration should be at least 6 months after the regional board accepts the new RAA. Now, I realize that's going to be a much longer process to turn this around, but if we don't do that, we're going to have this brand new state-of-the-art RAA that we can use, but we're going to be using the data from 2015. So why base compliance on a 5-year-old data when new, more accurate data is just months away? Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Sorry, Mr. Hunter, can you just clarify so I make sure I'm tracking with you? When you say demonstration of compliance, you mean demonstration of compliance with milestones?
Oh, yes.
Previous milestones, or?
Yes, demonstration of compliance with the milestones. And quite honestly, they will probably change significantly because we had to make a lot of assumptions development of the RAA because we simply didn't have the data. It just didn't exist. There was no Safe Clean Water Fund that we could utilize. The regional projects didn't exist. There are some getting underway now. So yeah, it will change. I can't say whether it will change for better or worse, but the RAA is going to be significantly different than what we had submitted previously. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I'm tracking with what your comment is, so you can keep
going. Basically, we've got a much more accurate document coming in on June 30th. Let's use that document rather than relying on the initial documents back in 2015. That's my basic point.
Thank
you. And then I had mentioned that the Safe Clean Water program has a huge amount of of funding that has come in that we just, this dwarfs anything that we had envisioned back in 2015. Now, we have to go through multiple committees to get these projects. There's a watershed area steering committees, scoring committees, oversight committees, and not all of the projects that we want to get funded will get funded when we want, because there's a lot of competition for those funds, but they will eventually get funded. So interim compliance should be based upon the award and distribution of the Safe Clean Water funds. I mean, if we've got a $20 million project that is ready to go and funding doesn't get awarded to that for a year or two, we shouldn't be held accountable for that. So it's very important that award and distribution of those funds are taken into account. If we could have the next slide, please. On page 182, and this is a minor one, but I think it's important, of the redlined order. Again, failure to demonstrate completion of all work associated, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, it says we will have to submit a plan to the regional, to Renee Purdy, the executive officer. I would just like to get the board's direction for her. I think it would make it a lot simpler if you could clarify that this plan could be through the adaptive management report or supplements to our annual report. Let's make this easy. I mean, this is a complex program. We're all moving forward on this. It's actually, I've been doing this for 35 years now. This is really exciting. For the first time, I've actually got money available to do things. So let's work together to get this moving forward in the best way we possibly can. So I think if we could have the next slide. That's going to be my thank you. But if I could just take 30 seconds, I've heard a lot of talk about the limiting pollutant today. And I just want to mention that, we've read the previous orders, and we have already signed the contracts for the RAA. The watershed modelers are already doing their work. It's too late to go back and change anything. But we went ahead and we told the modelers, no, the state board wants to see limiting pollutants. Our modelers have assured us it will not make any difference. We'll see if they're correct, but we went ahead and we included that in our scope of work. So we will have the limiting pollutant analysis available with the RAA that we are turning in on June 30th. So with that, I will say thank you, and I'll certainly be available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Really appreciate your constructive and good comments here. That brings us to conclusion on our commenters on this item. Mr. Mallory Jones. I'll just, again, we've obviously heard quite a bit about the deemed compliance components of the order and, feelings a number of different ways. Just wanted to provide you an opportunity to maybe clarify what changes are we not sort of making in that space, and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few things I've made notes of to address here, and I think I will hopefully touch on all of those that you're wondering about, but obviously feel free to follow up with more questions. So on the first point that you had flagged earlier about the deemed compliant status while the programs are being updated, assuming that a permittee has their deemed compliant status at the point that they enter that update phase with the updates due on June 30th, 2021, it was definitely our intent it was our position that would last, and the permit provides 1 year for those updates to be approved or disapproved, and it was our intention that that status would last through that process. So it's not as if they submit the update on June 30th and then lose that status for a year. I don't know that we explicitly identify that 1 year deadline in the draft order. I don't think we do after looking through it, but we can certainly make sure that our intent is clearly expressed in the order. Let's see, I'm gonna try to address all the deemed compliance notes together. There are several comments, I think, about the impacts that this order would have on deemed compliance going back to past milestones. Again, it's not our intent with this order to do anything that shouldn't already happen under the normal operation of the permit provisions. That is, under the existing structure of the permit, if a past milestone was not met, the permittee loses deemed compliance for the water body pollutant combinations associated with that milestone until they get back on track. So this isn't intended to offset that. There may have been times in the past where permittees under one of these programs lost their deemed compliance status for a time and then regained it. And so we didn't go, it's not our intent to change anything about that. That to us is, regardless of our order, that's the kind of thing that would be happening as these go.
Can I ask a question on that? And this may be just, I was trying to follow the comments and concerns of many, but I think this goes to some of the comments around timing and workload of determination of whether you've met the milestones. So is there already, is this adding a piece of work to the regional board to make that determination, or is it fitting already in a determination that the regional board was already going to make?
So it's actually something that they should have already turned in to the regional board on their annual reports. And so, but we don't get all that information. So this was just to clarify that they have that period of time to gather that information that either they already submitted or were supposed to submit to show that they were in compliance with their previously, their previous milestones that they suggested in their plans.
Yeah, and so I don't know, Ms. Purdy, maybe I'm remembering wrong now, but was that part of the 6-month workload concern in terms of being able to review that, or was, am I getting mixed up and there is a different issue that you brought up related to that? Workload. I think there was like a workload around 6-month review.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Firestone. What I was referring to was that 6-month workload, just because of the fact that it is going to come very close to the workload that will be associated with updating the WIMPs and the REAs and the regional board staff's review of that. And Mr. Bishop is absolutely correct in that the information that's being requested for the 6-month deadline is in fact information that permittees should be submitting to us through their annual reports every year anyway. But it sounds like this is a new and additional deadline that the state board wishes to impose to compile all of that information in one submittal to the regional board. So we will certainly consider that, even if that 6-month submittal didn't exist in the state board order. When we're looking at the watershed, the updated watershed management programs and reasonable assurance analyses, we're going to be considering what the permittees have already done. So this, that's why I said from a practical standpoint, it doesn't seem to make a difference if that was just aligned with the June 30th, 2021 deadline. But also it is information that they should be submitting to us every year and should be contained in their annual reports.
So maybe this is back to our staff. So just to clarify then, if they did submit what they were supposed to in their annual reports around meeting milestones, then do they need to do anything under this proposal?
So yes, they just needed to show, clearly identify that they met or they didn't meet their milestone. The reason for that is the milestones are the measure for deemed compliance. You heard from many of the commenters, we've been working on this for 8 years. During that 8 years, they've been receiving deemed compliance for that period of time. that was based on implementing the plan that they proposed.
But if they did meet that and they reported that during their annual report, then they need to report that again.
So that, of course, is up to you all to give us direction on, but there is no report back from the regional board at this point on meeting those milestones. We haven't imposed that on them in the last thing. That's, I would defer to Renee if they go through an analysis every year and send people letters saying that they didn't meet their milestones, so they're out of compliance with deemed compliance in the interim until they come back. This is essentially, our thought was to put this on notice as we move forward, that this is the expectation, that you meet your milestones, and as long as you have this period of time to show the past ones, that that you can keep your deemed compliance.
And to tail on to that, it functions in, at least as currently written, as almost a grace period if there is uncompleted past work to catch up. Because we're not getting into retroactivity of milestones, evaluating you lost your deemed compliance from December 2017 to April 2018 or something. We're not getting into that. So it's really just looking, we identify in the draft order the work as we understand it, as we read the plans, that they were supposed to have done by that point, just cumulatively, and say, have you done all of that? And we're not really looking at, we weren't asking, at least, did you do it necessarily exactly by the deadline? Because that's not what we were getting into with this order. This is, we've identified problems in our view with the plans, and we want to know, okay, have you at least, even where there's problems we've identified, implemented your plans as written? You have time to make sure that that's all done. And if so, your deemed compliance status is not threatened while you go through this whole update and address the requirements.
Okay, that was really helpful and clarifying. So we in some ways, we are asking additional work from the regional boards to review that and make that determination. But Ms. Purdy, you were saying that the plan is that if we aren't requesting that we would, that or maybe the proposal or suggestion is that the regional board would do that, but as part of the permit renewal process to make that determination.
Not as part of the permit renewal process, but as part of this June 30th, 2021 update to the watershed management programs and their RAAs. Because we would want to, that's in a way, that's a fundamental piece of information as we're thinking about how permittees are updating their watershed management programs and this modeling analysis to know what they've already done. So that's why I was just saying that is an important piece of information that we would be considering in that review process.
Great, thank you.
And so the reality is that if Renee is totally correct that we're going to be within a month or so of that time frame. If you all are interested in us just combining it into the June 30th time frame, it's not going to make any substantial difference to our order, our compliance with our order. I think that is the first step, and Renee might disagree, but the first step with reanalyzing the RRA is looking at how they did in their plan in the first one. And so it's going to be the first part of whatever they do anyway.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And then just to follow on that with the logical progression is that we're then asking the LA Regional Board to give us an update to review this work and report to us, to the State Board, in terms of EWIMP and WIMP groups compliance. So then would it make sense to, if we align these dates at June 30th, then to give the LA Regional Board a year after that date, since they're going to be reviewing these plans and compliance dates? Does that make sense?
The difference, I think there's a fundamental difference in that. The review of the updated RAA, the watershed groups submit that they should get their deemed compliance for that period of time while the water board is reviewing it and approving it. But if they have not accomplished the milestones that they proposed 8 years ago, they shouldn't be in deemed compliance until they get an approved plan that move forward. So there's the difference. If they're not in compliance, I don't believe that we would be giving them deemed compliance while they're revising their plan.
Right. No, I appreciate that. Nor I think are we asking the regional, trying to put the regional board in that position necessarily. I guess what I'm getting at is, when do we want the regional board to report to the state board on how that's going? And so I'm looking at the order, and it looks like we're asking for a report a year after the adoption of this order. And I'm just wondering if it makes sense to try and line up some of these dates.
Yeah, we can look at that. I'm not so concerned about reports back from the region as I am about making sure that we're addressing the substantive issues.
Okay, sorry, one more clarification then. So if we aligned these dates and said, this is, the regional board makes, is, I'm going to use the wrong term, but renewing approval or issuing new approval for new updated water management plans, that part of that would be not just approval of that, but also a deemed compliance determination at the same time, basically.
I think that, yeah, if we're going to align these, we'll have to work on the language, but I think that they would have to determine if they are in compliance with the existing watershed management plan, and then that period of time that they review the order and that they and they go back and forth and get a final plan, they would be out of compliance if they weren't deemed compliant at the beginning, if I'm saying that correctly.
Okay, yeah, it seems like that's a tricky issue to maybe work through, is just.
Which is why we separated them, I think, so that could happen. The timing of it, I don't think matters so much. We could do it at the June timeframe, but there is they are distinct. One is looking at their performance today, and one is planning new performance.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, can I raise my physical hand? My actual hand, not my virtual hand.
Executive Officer Purdy, you're acknowledged.
My real hand. It's faster than figuring out where the button is. I do want to just mention, I think that there's something that Mr. Hunter was saying, which hadn't really dawned on me. And I think Board Member McGuire, you were picking up on it, that he seemed to be also suggesting that there's an opportunity to consider how progress is going and whether permittees are in compliance through the update of the reasonable assurance analysis. We didn't hear a lot about it, but you heard a little bit about the improved modeling program that's being updated by LA County and the significant amount of new monitoring data that will be available. So I would just say that's something that I hadn't considered before today, but maybe another reason for aligning these deadlines, because it could be helpful to see what that model output is showing based on a significant amount of new data that is now being collected from outfalls and receiving water locations.
So I recognize that, but I'm also very concerned that that's moving the goalpost. There was milestones that were purported in 2012 or 2015. Those were what they committed to get deemed compliance. And I do believe that there is some wiggle room on the issue of, say, they use 10% for copper, and their new data shows that they've met that, which they didn't have enough data 4 years ago to show that. I think there's some wiggle room there. But if they say they were going to put in a retention basin and they didn't put it in, and they modeled, it doesn't matter what their new modeling shows, they didn't do it.
I agree.
Yeah, I think similarly here, there could be some benefit in aligning some of the discussion around in the update of the RA, but to John's point, so much of the focus here is simply was there compliance and were milestones met according to the data from 2012. But I think we can all acknowledge that this additional data will have a benefit to the discussions and certainly the follow-on. But much of what we're doing here is kind of looking back and seeing if we were able to meet what was said back then.
Mm-hmm.
But there is only so much benefit there, and it is about the moving forward, getting a better and clearer picture as to what are the impairments, what is actually happening there in the watershed, and the data that helps guide, okay, well, what activities need to actually be undertaken or projects to continue to move the needle in the right direction. So.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of this as a punitive exercise. What I'm trying to convey is that that in 2015, we took very seriously the rigor and analysis and the idea that the permittee was going to propose steps that were going to bring them towards compliance. Those steps were small in the first permit. We recognize that. I don't think it's appropriate for us to ignore if they met them or didn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other thoughts, fellow board members, questions? Mr. Bishop, Mr. Mallory Jones, what's helpful insofar as direction maybe as well, if you're looking for something specific from us here? And Mr. McGuire, I see you were trying to.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Mr. Mallory Jones had finished going over his.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
I interrupted you before.
There were a couple other things that I heard that I just
flag.
What? I'm sorry.
I just said good flag to Board Member McGuire.
We went on a tangent.
We'll let you continue through your list. Thank you.
There's not too much more. One of the comments that I heard raised was just on the precedential effect of the order, and the fact that the petitions identified specific plans that they took issue with, and we tried to carefully delineate what the precedential impacts of this order were, to the effect that in some sections we were identifying really sort of broadly applicable principles as far as executive officer authority, or something along the interpretation of requirements related to areas of special biological significance. In other areas, we recognize that the discussion narrows. And so a lot of the discussion is really specific to individual plans, but there are still areas where, we are outlining what we view as generally applicable principles for the development of plans, particularly things like the limiting pollutant approach, the standard for what data should be used in the development of the plans, things like that. And those will, under the terms of the order, drive changes in other plans as well. Though we tried to be as clear as we were able in terms of what other WIMP and EWIMP groups would have to look at as they were moving forward to update their plans, because they're all subject to this general requirement to update their plans in 2021. Let's see. This is going back to one of the earlier comments you received from Ms. Purdy on our reference.
Sorry, just to stop you there. So just so I'm making sure I understand. So much of this order is precedential and does apply to, for example, all of the EWIMP groups and WIMP groups, even if they were not the ones that were petitioned directly.
Yes, yeah, to the extent that we're laying out what we view as generally applicable principles that are defining either
So-
permit terms or permit terms or permit standards.
Let me try and put it in a little less legal term. If it describes what we think is the analysis that needs to be done to justify limiting pollutants, or the then when someone uses that limiting pollutant approach, we expect them to use the same level of rigor in it. So we tried to distinguish between a comment on a specific action that was in a and the general approach to rigor and accountability.
Good. Yeah, and I agree with that, Prince. I agree with that approach. I just want to make sure, it sounded like there was some confusion today with some of the stakeholders as to what is applicable. And we had CASCA here. We've got statewide folks that are interested in where this order is going and its implications. So I do think it's really important that we, as best as possible, try and clarify what elements of this are in fact precedential and applicable to everyone versus just specific to individual plans.
And we agree, and we will be reviewing to make sure that it's clear where we're making that distinction between what is a site, a comment on a particular plan that, and where it's a principle that needs to be considered in all plans. We are also going to, I'm going to jump in here and say that we appreciate Renee's citing a number of pages where there's clarifications. We will look at that and make sure that what we said is what we mean, and look at her concerns on that. I don't have them right in front of me to do it, but I know my folks did. So we will go back and look at that stuff. I really do appreciate her detail.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that. Anything further?
No, that takes me through my list. I think Phil, I think Mr. Wiles has something to add.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to address the issue about costs that came up during the CASQA presentation. And I wanted to reassure the board that we did receive a comment letter back in April from CASQA commenting on the first draft of the order, in which they laid out their concerns about our discussion of costs. And I took another look at it during the meeting just now. And essentially what they're saying is that they don't believe that we should talk about costs because the issue wasn't raised in the petitions, which we acknowledge in our discussion. And then they also have concerns with a couple of the specific things that we say about costs, including specifically, we mentioned several of the court cases that relate to the issue, but we did not identify one case in particular, which I'm happy to include in our discussion, so we can add that to the list of minor changes we'll be making. But generally speaking, they just didn't think it was appropriate for the state board to express its views about how the regional boards should be considering costs in the context of municipal stormwater permitting. Since it's been such a major issue, staff disagrees. We do think it's important for the permittees, the other stakeholders to understand the state board's views on costs. So we're not proposing to take it out, but like I said, we certainly can make a few adjustments based on the comment letter from CASQA. And I'm proposing that we do that rather than open this up for additional comments. I think there was a suggestion that we might get in touch with CASQA's attorney. I would propose, since this is governed by our ex parte restrictions, that we not do that. Rather, we just rely on the comment letter that they already submitted. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles. I appreciate that. Further thought from fellow board members? And Ms. Purdy, did you want to make another comment? Yes.
I just had two other things I'd like to clarify.
By all means.
Thank you for the opportunity. Going back to the discussions that we were having about the non-modeled controls and some of the comments that I made, I just wanted to clarify that I sensed, some concern perhaps about some of what I said. We certainly agree that the non-modeled controls, there needs to be a rigor to the analysis supporting them. So I'm not suggesting that there's no quantitative analysis. I think that the reasonable assurance analysis up to now has relied heavily on modeling and specific models, but it doesn't necessarily have to be model-based. There's other ways that we can quantitatively analyze the basically the pollutant load reductions, as I said, that we could achieve through non-structural controls. So that was really what I was trying to convey in my comments, is that reasonable assurance analysis doesn't have to have just a very narrow definition of using a watershed model. Essentially, there are other ways to support, through quantitative analysis, pollutant reductions for non-structural controls. And the other thing that I wanted to clarify is I sensed some concern over lack of monitoring data. I was only meaning to suggest that in the first really 2 to 3 years of the coordinated monitoring programs, that because there were so many new monitoring locations, we went from about 7 of what we call mass emissions stations throughout Los Angeles County to several hundred monitoring stations, that in the early years, as permittees were putting in these new monitoring stations, we didn't have those full programs up and running. But at this point, we do. So I think moving forward and prospectively, we both will be able to do quantitative analysis through RAA, as well as look at monitoring data to see what sort of water quality outcomes we're getting from some of these non-structural controls. So that was one point. And then sort of jumping around, I did want to just also, one last thing. Board Member McGuire, you expressed some concerns, understandably, about the current situation with water quality in the region. And I did want to clarify that it's a mixed bag. I will admit to that. There's still a lot of room for improvement, particularly under wet weather conditions when it's raining. But in fact, the report that we issued, I believe it was late this summer, where we looked at monitoring data collected under the current permits that are in place right now, we actually some improvement, and I'm happy to share that report with state board staff. But we saw, for example, some improvement even during wet weather in some water bodies, including the Los Angeles River for some metals. We also have seen improvement over the permit term in summer and winter dry weather at the beaches. We've seen overall a decline in the number of exceedance days. So we are seeing some water quality improvements, though I would be the first to say that we still have a lot of room for continued improvement.
Thank you.
Just sorry, following up on the first point around the non-structural controls. So I'm just curious with our staff at the state board, if there were, I mean, it seems like if there is a way to do quantitative analysis, that we would be open to that. But can you clarify what the standard is that we're proposing related to particular inclusion in the model, and and how we might be able to factor in other quantitative analysis to allow for more non-structural controls?
So we will go back and think about that a little bit. We tried to narrow it to model because everyone used models in their RAAs. And so I don't disagree with Renee that there might be other ways to get quantitative assessment of non-structural controls. So we have to do a little thinking about that. What we were what we were trying to emphasize is that there's a difference between what you modeled and you laid out your plan and what you assumed as a reduction that went as an input into the model. So one is an input into the modeling and one is an output of the modeling. And so we'll talk about the wording and to emphasize that we're not trying to discourage source control or programmatic controls. We just are looking for you have to have a different set of quantifications of it than what you get for the model, because you're using your model to justify your deemed compliance, and it doesn't it doesn't follow that you can use a input into the model to deem that you get that. So you have to have another way of doing it. And so we'll talk about that. We will be, based on the conversations that we've heard today and all the good input, we'll be going back and making some proposed changes to the order and briefing the board members on those directions before we schedule this shortly for adoption. Because what we've heard from my point of view is that timing is pretty critical on this. The regional board is in the process of their renewal. We don't want to delay this to cause them to have to delay their permit adoption. And so we will be moving forward pretty quickly, I do believe.
Great. Really appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. Anything further, fellow board members? Okay, well, and again, really appreciate everyone's really great contributions and discussion today. This isn't an easy issue, and it's a continuing to evolve issue. And what it is great to see are the investments being made at the local level that Measure W did pass, and that there are the financial resources to ensure that these orphan projects are no longer so, and we start to really see some critical progress here. And to Mr. Alva's point, it does all fit in with the governor's water resiliency portfolio, our goals writ large when it comes to continuing to maximize the benefit of these challenged waters and bodies of water, particularly in urbanized Southern California. The scale and scope of the issues here that we've inherited and that we're trying to go back now and ameliorate are pretty large. But I continue to see that there seems to be at least measured progress, if not to what Board Member McGuire pointed out, seems to be some disagreement as to how far have we progressed, or is there actual backsliding. But just appreciate everyone's continued commitment here, and look forward to then further discussion with staff and see where we get to adoption here. Timelines at this point, though, to Mr. Bishop's point, it sounds like we are looking to keep our focus here, get this done, seeing how whether it's the RAA or other efforts, now is the time to really get this out of the way and finished. What's process looking forward, just for folks to be prepared and aware of?
Sure. So let me kind of give a bit of a ballpark. We're going to sit down as quickly as we can and discuss potential additional changes. After that, we'll definitely schedule briefings with board members to make sure the board members are comfortable before we put it out. When we do put it out, we will give sufficient time for people to review it. We will not be allowing for another written comment period. We had the one, and our view was that the changes between the first and the second draft were not that significant to warrant a second written comment period, and I'm sure we'll come to the same conclusion between the second and third drafts. I'm going to estimate that between schedules, especially as we get closer to the holidays, my hope is we can get this done before the end of the year, but more realistically, we might be looking at sometime in January.
Thank you. That's really helpful for sense of timing for folks engaged here, especially without the written public comment period. Knowing when the discussion is coming up and how to engage will be important, and appreciate that we will provide at least considerable time to digest before discussing further and potentially adoption, but we'll see where we're at there. So thank you. Well, with that, I think unless anyone has any closing thoughts further or questions or direction, and if not, I think that concludes this item. And what we'll do is then recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30, where we will pick up with our next item, and which here, let me make sure I just flag for folks. We will be on to item number 7, which is our informational item update on PFAS and statewide investigations around that. So thank you, everyone. We'll again recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30, and appreciate everyone's great contributions and discussion today. So we'll see you soon.